Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 9th report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security in relation to Bill C-51, an act to amend the Witness Protection Program Act and to make consequential amendments to the other act. Mr. Speaker, the committee has done their work on this, and I'm pleased to report that it has been reported back to this House unamended, and we look forward to the House accepting this report, and thank you very much.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Dewar, seconded by Ms. Borg, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Corporate Practices Relating to the Extraction, Processing, Purchase, Trade, and Use of Conflict Minerals from the Great Lakes region of Africa. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to introduce a bill entitled, as you just mentioned, An Act Respecting Corporate Practices Relating to the Extraction, Processing, Purchase, Trade and Use of Conflict Minerals from the Great Lakes region of Africa, seconded by my honourable colleague from Terrebonne, Blainville. Mr. Speaker, the conflict minerals that end up in many products like our cell phones and game consoles are responsible for funding and fueling a war that has killed more than 5 million people in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The war in the Congo is the deadliest conflict since World War II. Rape is widely used as a strategy and a weapon of war. This bill ensures that minerals used in Canadian products will not benefit armed groups engaged in atrocities. We developed this bill in consultation with industry and civil society. I urge all members to support the bill in Parliament. Let's make Canada a leader in ending rape and war in the Congo. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur Dewar.
Mr. Dewar, seconded by Ms. Borg, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Monsieur Gravel, appuyé par
Mr. Gravel, seconded by Ms. Blanchette-Lamotte, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Employment Insurance Act and the Income Tax Act, Support for Grandparents. This motion is deemed adopted.
Nickelbell.
Here, here. Monsieur le Président,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Pierrefonds-Dollard for having seconded my private member's bill.
Today I'm happy to introduce my bill to amend the Employment Insurance Act and the Income Tax Act to support grandparents who are raising their grandchild. The 2011 census indicated there are over 75,000 children in Canada being raised by grandparents. These families are called skip-generation households. This is a dramatic increase of over 50% in just 20 years. In fact, the 75,000 figure for children in these families is probably the tip of the iceberg, knowing that many of these arrangements are informal. The main issue here is financial assistance for the grandparents who step up during family crisis to take care of children. Most grandparents who raise a grandchild with no parents present are ineligible for child care expenses deduction because they do not work or had a partner with no income. My bill will remove these barriers. My bill will also permit grandparents to receive employment insurance benefits for parental leave to take care of grandchildren under the age of 5. In some of these households, there are mental health issues, drug issues, or other social issues. Thanks to organizations like Can Grands who are here today, these grandparents have stepped up to prevent their grandchildren from being placed into care and are frequently already struggling to make ends meet on limited incomes. The least we can do is recognize this and afford them the same benefits biological parents would receive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Gravel, seconded by Mme Blanchette-Lamotte, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Ms. Duncan of Edmonton Strathcona, seconded by Monsieur Dubé, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting a National Hockey Day. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, this is the second time that I've brought this bill toward the House. I'm very grateful that my bill is being seconded by my wonderful colleague, the NDP critic for sport, the member for Chambly-Bourdois, a great advocate for sport and also what is our winter national sport, hockey. The intention of this bill is to recognize the role that hockey plays in our communities. And it is a game played by all ages, by all sexes, and it's important for the government to recognize this winter sport and encourage engagement of everyone, including new Canadians. Encourage new Canadians to get out on a local rink, to flood their backyard and get to know their neighbours by inviting children over. Hockey, of course, has played a major role in Canadian identity historically and into the future. The intention of this bill is not to put focus on those professional hockey players that people like to fight over. It's quite the reverse. It's to encourage people to get out and watch their kids or their grandkids or their niece and nephew or their neighbor's kids cheer them on, and everybody participate. So the intention is to declare the third Friday in February National Hockey Day. Regrettably, as a backbencher, I cannot say that that will be a statutory holiday, but I'm sure that the government would love to adopt the bill and make it thus so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Great job.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona, seconded by Mr. Dubé, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture de projet de loi.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The honourable member for Ottawa Orleans.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, I am a father. I have three sons and a daughter and a grandfather as well. And it is as a tribute to my grandchildren that I'm tabling a petition today that was signed by people in Orleans and Eastern Ontario to protect female fetuses that otherwise would be simply aborted to prevent the birth of little girls. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, I will table this petition. Thank you.
Chambly.
Honourable Member for Chambly-Bourdois. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to table a petition that was given to me by a representative of Saint-Basile-la-Forme with regard to the failed EI reforms commenced by this government. This person works in a university in Montreal. We talk very little about these kinds of people in regard to this reform, but these are people who work in educational institutions, professors, teachers, etc. So I'm very pleased to present this petition, which she signed and that she sent around to her colleagues in Montreal and on the south shore of Montreal. And I think it is a reminder of the extent to which Quebecers are mobilized against this reform, as a number of other Canadians are, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I am tabling this petition in the hopes that it will be heard by the government and that it will reverse its unacceptable reforms. Thank you.
Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this morning to present three petitions, still receiving petitions from Canadians who are hoping that the government will reverse the decision to close the unique, world-renowned experimental lake area. The petitioners whose petition I present this morning are from Winnipeg. Second petition, Mr. Speaker, is from residents in the Vancouver area. They call on the government, given the sensitivity of the coastlines of British Columbia and particularly the navigational hazards of British Columbia coast, making the views of petitioners are this makes the in the movement of oil tankers will make spills inevitable. They call for a permanent ban. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, petitions from residents of the Toronto area highlighting the human rights abuses in the People's Republic of China, calling on the government to act to protect particularly those practitioners of Falun Gong and Falun Dafa, but I'm sure extending to other minority groups within China. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Pierre-Fond-Doulard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am tabling today a petition signed by men and women in Pierrefonds that want to bring to our attention that human trafficking and sexual exploitation are serious crimes that we must fight against, and they are asking the House to support a bill to amend the criminal code, exploitation, and human trafficking. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation des pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Chair has notice of a question of privilege from the Honourable Member for Langley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to come before you with regarding the right of a Member of Parliament to introduce an SO 31. Mr. Speaker, in looking at our policy manual, O'Brien and Bosch, page 60, it says that the classic definition of parliamentary privilege is parliamentary privilege is the sum of the particular rights enjoyed by each House collectively and each member of each House individually, without which they could not discharge their functions. Well, Mr. Speaker, what are those functions? What are those responsibilities? That's found on page 212 of O'Brien and Bosch. It says, members sit in the House of Commons to serve as representatives of the people who have elected them to office. The Member of Parliament represents his constituency through service in the House of Commons. That is the ultimate responsibility of us as members of Parliament, each having the great honor to represent their communities. Mine, I'm honored to represent the community of Langley.
Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, it goes on page 213 of O'Brien and Bosch to say, for example, the privilege of freedom of speech is secure. The privilege of freedom of speech is secured to members not for their personal benefit, but to enable them to discharge their functions of representing their constituents. And there it says it again, Mr. Speaker, the importance of having that privilege, freedom of speech, to represent constituencies. On page 62 of O'Brien and Bosch, Mr. Speaker, it says, privilege essentially belongs to the House, to yourself, Mr. Speaker. It belongs to the House as a whole. Individual members can only claim privilege insofar as any denial of their rights or threat made to them would impede the functions of the House. So it clearly says that we each have responsibilities and we have privileges and rights to make sure that we fulfill the responsibility of representing our constituencies. Mr. Speaker, it also goes on in page 82 of O'Brien and Bosch, says that any disregard or attack on the rights, powers, and immunities of the House and its members, either by an outside person or body or by a member of the House, is referred to as a breach of privilege. So, Mr. Speaker, last Thursday, it was my turn to present an SO 31. I was ready and prepared to introduce the SO 31. Now, some, Mr. Speaker, would ask, what is an SO 31? And it's in SO, Standing Orders. Clause 31 states that a member may be recognized under the provisions of Standing Order 30.5 to make a statement for no more than 1 minute. The Speaker, yourself, Mr. Speaker, the Speaker may order a member his seat if, in the opinion of the Speaker, improper use is made of the Standing Order. Now, it refers to Standing Order 30.5, and that states the days and the times that SO 31s can be made. But back to SO 31, it's clear, Mr. Speaker, that each member in this House of Commons has the right, the privilege, of presenting an SO 31 on a rotational basis that gives each member in this House equal opportunity to represent their constituents. That has been managed by yourself, Mr. Speaker, for those that are independent members of this Parliament. Those that are members of an official party, myself being a member of the Conservative Party, we in an organized way, and the Liberal Party and the NDP Party, in an organized way, these parties provide you with a list of those that are going to be making SO31s. It provides a coordinated way, but what has to be guaranteed is, Mr. Speaker, is that each member of this House has equal opportunity to make an SO31. If at any time an SO31, that right, that privilege to make that on an equal basis in this House, if that at any time is removed, I believe I've lost my privilege, the right that I have in this House, an equal right. So I was scheduled, as I said, on March the 20th from 2 to 2:15 to make an SO31. 15 minutes prior to that time, I was notified that my turn to present the SO31 had been removed. The reason I was given was they didn't approve of the topic. But there is no reason, Mr. Speaker, why an SO31 should be removed. The only person that can remove that is yourself, according to Standing Order 31. That authority to remove an SO31 from any member of this House is solely in your hands. And the guiding force is under SO31. And again, I read it. A member may be recognized under the provisions of Standing Order 30.5 to make a statement for no more than 1 minute, so it can't go over 1 minute. It could be less. And then the Speaker may order a member to resume his or her seat if, in the opinion of the Speaker, improper use is made of the Standing Order. So that is only in your authority, Mr. Speaker, to ask a member to return to his seat if you feel it's not in order, the SO31 that's being made. So I believe, Mr. Speaker, that my privilege as a member to present an SO31 was infringed by the actions that happened on March the 20th. This is my earliest opportunity to present my question of privilege to you today. I believe it's not an issue specifically for me. I've experienced a removal of my right, my privilege, but it's a question for how this House operates. The question for you is, should every member have that equal right? Well, yes, it's clear that they do. So how is it being managed? Is it being managed in a way that members could have that right removed? Well, yes, I've experienced that, and others have experienced that too. And so I'm going to ask you to rule the matter prima facie a question of privilege. I'm also going to reserve the right to speak again to respond to comments that may be coming from others. But Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Parliament is based on rules and responsibilities and privileges. And each of us have that responsibility to represent our communities, people that elected us. We need to have those then rights to be ensured that we have the opportunity to properly represent our communities. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to your comments, and I thank you for this opportunity to bring this to the House attention. Thank you.
I see several members rising to speak to this. I'll recognize the Chief Government Whip first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to respond to the point of privilege from the member of Langley. The member for Langley claims that his rights and privileges as a parliamentarian have been breached as regard to his desire to deliver a member's statement on March 20th, 2013. The practice of this House, as it developed over time, is clear with respect to the delivery of member statements by members of recognized parties. Page 423 of O'Brien and Boss states very clearly, and I quote, "The opportunity to speak during statements by members is allocated to private members of all parties. In according members this opportunity to participate in this period, the Chair is guided by lists provided by the whips of the various parties and attempts to recognize those members supporting the government and those members in opposition on an equitable basis. While ministers are not permitted to use this period to address the House, parliamentary secretaries may." Mr. Speaker, let me repeat again that the House of Commons Procedure and Practice Manual says clearly in this regard the Chair is guided by lists provided by the whips of the various parties. Mr. Speaker, as you know, while each party manages the process from a different perspective, the bottom line is that each party makes these decisions. The practice for many years at this House is for the Speaker to follow the guidance provided by the parties on which members to call on any given day. The member for Langley is essentially calling on you, Mr. Speaker, to inquire into the question of how such lists are prepared by the parties in the House. Essentially, you are being invited to become involved in adjudicating the internal affairs of party caucuses and their management. Under any reasonable and generous interpretation of your powers, it is not for the Speaker to assume such a novel and expansive power. The management of caucus affairs, from voting whip lines on bills to assignment of committee responsibility to preparation of lists for those members making statements, all these are managed differently in all parties. However, what these have in common is that these decisions are made within parties. Put simply, Mr. Speaker, this is a team activity and your role is referee. It is not your job as referee to tell the coach or manager which player to put on to play at any given time. That's a question for each team to decide. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I submit to you that there is no case for a member's privilege being denied in this matter, as the rules, as clearly outlined in House of Commons Procedure and Practice Manual, were respected. I ask you to rule accordingly. Thank you.
I saw the honourable member for Vegreville Wainwright first, and then I'll go to the opposition House Leader.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to go through the process that's been well laid out, I think, by the member from Langley, but I do want to just say that I too feel that my rights have been infringed on by members of the party because I'm not allowed to speak on certain topics in SO31s. I've had SO31s removed, and I've been told that if I have it on certain topics that I simply won't be given SO31s. And I believe this is infringing on my right as an MP to freedom of speech and to represent my constituents freely. So, you know, the government whip has pointed out that the procedure has evolved and the parties have been given control of these lists. And, you know, I don't think I'd object to that, Mr. Speaker, as long as they don't infringe on the rights of individual members. But that's what's been happening here. I have had my rights taken away when it comes to representing my constituents on certain topics. And I just don't think that's appropriate. Already, Mr. Speaker, as you know, independents are given SO31s. So it isn't only recognized parties that have a SO31. So in considering this issue, I ask you to consider that and to consider the possibility that members from all parties may be handled in some way as independents if they feel their rights are being infringed upon or overridden in some way by the leadership in their parties.
The honourable member for Skeena-Oakley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've listened with great interest, and I would like to reserve the right just to have gone through my friend from Langley's comments as well as the Chief Government Whip to understand fully. I think there's two central questions that have been put to the House today, and that is the difference between the standing orders, the actual rules that guide this House, and the conventions that have evolved over time when it comes to the initial statements that happened prior to question period. Who is it that controls these lists, and is there in fact an infringement of a member's privilege if a topic, as my friend has just said, is taboo and not permitted to be spoken about, or particular members are then taken off that list by the party whips who have a difficult job at the best of times within each of our caucuses. It seems on the surface that the challenge that exists here right now may be entirely an internal one. I think the Chief Government Whip used the analogy of a coach of a hockey team deciding which players go onto the ice, and is it the purview of the referee to make some opinions or interjections as to who is playing. Yet the reason, while I very likely disagree with my friend from Langley's position on the issue that I think we're talking about, we are also more fundamentally talking about the right of a member to stand and make his case if he has a mandate that he or she believes comes from the constituents that elected them to be here. That is a very near and dear right, and one that I think we should be concerned with as a House. As I said, I would like to, the official opposition would like the right to reserve future comments quite soon. We'll take a look at what everyone's interjections have been. It is difficult though, for you, Speaker, if you don't have a specific standing order to guide you explicitly as to your ability to intervene with how the parties put forward members for these statements, that it would be something that would require the will and support, I believe, of the parties in the House to allow you to begin such an intervention on those lists. If the member from Langley and others seek to change the standing orders of the place, that might be an avenue as well. But as it sits right now, the distinction between the standing order, a set rule, and a convention that has been grown over time is an important distinction to make when you are making your ruling as to whether this is a prima facie case of privilege. Again, I offer some very strong interest in this discussion, because when members come to this place, that is an expectation that they are able to speak to the issues. It seems on the surface, though, that there is an internal Conservative caucus conversation here, and I know speakers in the past have been loath to intervene on such internal conversations because it's very difficult as a speaker to come out on any kind of a side that would be deemed the winning side in such a conversation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague from Langley and as well as the honourable member for Vegreville Wainwright. I think out of a specific case, may I say, Mr. Speaker, I think this is one of the most important points of privilege I've heard in the brief almost 2 years I've been serving here. It cuts to the core of what's wrong with parliamentary democracy, that the Honourable Government House Leader could put before you a sports metaphor, that we're here as teams, we're here as brands or colours, and we're all to take instructions from our team boss. We are not here as teams, Mr. Speaker. The principle of Westminster parliamentary democracy is that we are here as representatives of our constituencies. We are here as representatives of our constituents. We are merely incidentally members of political parties. Political parties do not exist in our Constitution. They are not an essential part of our democracy. They have grown to be seen to be the most interesting thing going on, and we've grown to see politics as some sort of sport. But democracy is not a sport, and we are not playing on teams, and each individual member has individual rights. And the members for Langley and Vegreville Wainwright feel their rights have been infringed. I would like to add, Mr. Speaker, I rose on a point of order to you many months ago on the question of SO31s and the fact that they were increasingly being used for purposes that, while not against our standing orders as they are written, but against the spirit of standing orders as described by former Speaker, Madam Justice Sauvé, who pointed out that they should typically speak to matters of local concern in our constituencies and should not be used as a place for attacks on others, specifically ad hominem personal attacks. I know at the time, Mr. Speaker, you said you might comment on that later. Perhaps this point of privilege might give you a chance to further elucidate when it's inappropriate for the approved SO31s from the Conservative war room to be very vicious attacks, and the ones that members wish to make about their own constituents' concerns be censored and prevented from being presented in this place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Speaker, I just want to comment on this because I feel that some people want to have their cake and eat it too. We've heard talk about being treated like independents even though we're in a party. It's true that parties aren't part of our Constitution, but we do have the right of association, and we willingly choose to be a part of a party. We've seen people choose to leave parties in this Parliament, and the only privilege that has been taken, there has been no privilege to be taken away. Any member can give his SO31 if he wants to, but if they want to be part of the so-called team, they have to be willing to submit to the rules and the agreements of that so-called team. But any member is never forced to vote how they're told to vote, or speak on any subject they want to speak on. They're just told, if you want to be part of this team, we'll work with the team. And so I agree with some of the comments that this is not a decision to be made by the Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South.
Speaker, just hearing some of the comments from some of the members, I thought it should be reminded that, in fact, what is being perhaps recommended to you isn't necessarily a novel system, or such as the member from Alberta just suggested, that it might be something that might not exist within a party context. If you look at the original Westminster system in the United Kingdom, it continues to operate within a set of guidelines that allows members of all parties to be able to speak on matters like this in an organized fashion through the Speaker. And so I don't think we're talking about anything that is unique or novel. In fact, I think there's a number of Westminster systems that would accommodate what the member has risen on a privilege today to talk about.
Well, I thank the honourable member for Langley for raising this question, and for those members who have intervened today. I've heard that the opposition House Leader would like to come back and make further comments. I'm sure other members may be interested in this point as well. So I, of course, will wait to hear those and look forward to those further points. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders, Ways and Means, resuming debate on the budgetary policy and on Ms. Nash's motion.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I am pleased I'll be sharing my time with the member from Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, the budget tabled last week by the government raises a number of concerns for the future prosperity and sustainability of the economy of my riding of Edmonton Strathcona, the City of Edmonton, the Province of Alberta, and Canada. It most certainly raises questions about how well this government has listened to Canadians about their future prospects. In sum, the Economic Action Plan 2013 is rife with promises and display of now defunct programs, but short on long-term vision, timely delivery of needed supports, and missed opportunities. The province I come from has a long history in leadership in energy, but not just in energy resource extraction, also in innovation, in consultation, and new energy ideas. The Alberta Clean Air Strategic Alliance has a long record of multi-stakeholder consultation and consensus decision-making on cleaner energy standards. The concept of sound decision-making and through consultation and consensus are concepts apparently foreign to this government. Alberta industry and public alike have long called for a dialogue on a cleaner energy strategy for the province of Alberta and for the country. Recently, the Premier of Alberta has called on the federal government to endorse this concept. The concept of a more sustainable energy future has been endorsed by other well-known centre-right leaders, including Preston Manning and the late Peter Lougheed. Yet to this so-called jobs growth and, in very small print, long-term prosperity economic action plan, there's no mention and the budget no dollars for action on a Canadian clean energy strategy. This despite the fact that we still have in place, as far as I'm aware, a Canada-US clean energy dialogue. Of note, the term long-term appears to have been added to the title in small print as a mere afterthought. The budget certainly seems to have given short shrift to a longer-term sustainable economy. There is no commitment, Mr. Speaker, or dollars for consultation with the public or the diverse energy sectors, let alone energy consumers, on a Canadian energy strategy. Despite calls by a number of premiers, including Alberta's, despite calls by major energy sectors, including oil and gas, energy efficiency and renewable power sectors, and despite calls by existing and potential major economic players, including First Nations. Sound decision-making on allocation of taxpayers' money for energy projects requires consultation and a cogent plan. This budget also fails in recognizing the potential for substantial cost savings and job creation from investment in energy efficiency, cost savings to families, to business, and to government. In fact, this government appears to have completely disregarded the potential for reducing their massive deficit simply by reducing their own energy use instead of cutting jobs. By way of example, Mr. Speaker, this budget allocates no dollars whatsoever to return of the extremely popular Eco Energy Home Retrofit Program. It was brought back in 2011 for 1 year only. It was majorly popular, oversubscribed, and then unceremoniously cut. Here's what one of my constituents, a property manager, wrote to me. Mr. Tariq Merhej, Vice President of Cars Property Management, said, I read your comments in the Edmonton Journal relating to the Eco-Energy program where you mentioned there's not even the return of the Eco-Energy Retrofit program that helped homeowners make their houses more energy efficient, and it's a sector where Alberta has shown leadership. He says, "I couldn't agree more. I was one of the many people, I'm sure, who were too late to take advantage of this program. I had selected my builder on large principle by the fact the houses were guide, engineered and rated, but unfortunately by the time I received my possession date, the program had expired. I've shared this disappointment with many, and I simply want to thank you for speaking up as you do and demonstrating, as you put it so well, this budget shows a lack of understanding of Canadians' priorities." Energy retrofits, whether for homes, businesses, or government facilities, have huge potential for creating well-paying jobs. The Energy Services Association of Canada shows tenfold increase in jobs per $1 billion spent between coal-fired power and building retrofit. The Alberta Federation of Labour study forecasts 6,500 to 14,000 new jobs in just a 2-year period from this sector. They also suggested that a good industry, a good bridge in jobs between boom and bust years in the energy economy would be energy retrofitting. It also reduces energy costs for homes, businesses, and government. Approximately 15% of household costs are heating. Energy efficiency for commercial buildings can reduce energy consumption costs by 50%, we've been told in committee. It would also reduce pollution and carbon. BOMA, which is an association that works with buildings to increase their energy efficiency, reports that buildings contribute 20 to 30% of greenhouse gases in this country. It would be good for business. Realtors and building owners advise that energy-efficient buildings are in the highest demand for lease. It would trigger private investment where governments adopt supportive policies or infuse matching or supplementary grants. So who has testified to this, Mr. Speaker? Well, the Energy Services Association of Canada, the Building Owners and Managers Association of Canada, or BOMA, and the Real Property Association of Canada, hardly environmental radicals. All have testified in a current study before the Standing Committee on Government Operations on significant potential job creation and cost savings for the federal government alone through expanded energy efficiency. Let me share a few of the examples they've shared on projected savings. Before the Centre of Inland Waters was retrofitted, 50% of their operating budget was spent on energy and water, $1.5 million a year. Post the retrofit, they're projected to save $9.1 million. Due to an energy retrofit for CFB Halifax, they're achieving a guaranteed $1.4 million a year in savings. Place du Portage is being guaranteed annual savings in energy bills of over $450,000. Mr. Speaker, a total of $43 million per year is projected from energy bills from the overall current federal retrofit program, and it could be more if a long-term strategy and commitment to seek reduced energy costs for the 40,000 buildings owned or leased by the government was approached. Hardly small potatoes. Energy retrofits and energy-efficient equipment manufacturing are important sectors in my constituency and deserve policy measures to support and foster their growth. And yet no prospects for similar savings for homeowners or small businesses because this budget provides zero support for them. The government, with great fanfare, announced their removal of tariffs on hockey equipment, yet based on the estimated cost by Ottawa's Valaquette Sports, a one-time purchase of hockey equipment for a child in midget or minor hockey cost about $1,000. The removal of the tariff would reduce that by about $180. That is a saving for those families who could afford to buy the equipment in the first place, of course. If support had been provided instead, or in addition, frankly, for home energy retrofit for an average middle-class home, that same value or more in savings could be gained each year, not one-off. And what about skills training, talked a great deal about by the government? Indicative of this government's lack of comprehension of the global shift to investment in clean energy and energy efficiency, very little recognition is evidenced in this budget for the potential job market if targeted assistance were provided for skills training in this sector. Few small firms can afford to pitch in the requisite $5,000 to match federal provincial supports. There's terrific potential, Mr. Speaker, for small energy audit and retrofit enterprises, including student jobs, including Aboriginal communities and technical graduates or apprentices. But can they afford a startup of $5,000? But then again, apparently neither the provinces or territories have been consulted on the matching grant scheme anyway. So who has been consulted on the skill training or job creation priorities? Big question is, has the energy efficiency sector even been consulted? The accelerated capital cost write-offs. Well, an excellent initiative if parallel measures are instituted to actually trigger the purchase and deployment of the equipment towards cleaner energy production or pollution abatement. Regrettably, the budget is limited in developing clean energy technologies, and we see no new measures to actually trigger the uptake of this equipment. Sadly, the budget allocates a mere $1 million this year for sustainable development technology. More are proposed for the future, but we'll wait and see how they pay down their deficit. Sadly, in this budget, the keyword for education is commercialization. No support for pure research. No backing off and firing scientists or shutdown of renowned experimental lakes project, despite substantiated results in cleaner waterways arising from their research. Infrastructure, the same story. Some money is coming forward, but not enough to actually address the rising infrastructure deficit. In sum, the budget is more about politics and short-term interests than a roadmap for the long-term sustainable prosperity for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly want to congratulate my colleague from Edmonton Strathcona on a well-presented speech. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, this happens to be the very best MP in Alberta, bar none. My question from the best MP in Alberta is concerning the tax hike that apparently doesn't exist in this budget. We've heard the Conservatives say repeatedly that there's no tax hike. But what they're failing to tell Canadians is that Canadians are now paying taxes on parking in hospitals. Now, to me, that's a tax hike. So can you explain to me why Conservatives are now going to tax Canadians who are parking in hospitals, because, as you know, health care is very expensive? And can you also tell me why the Conservatives are not telling Canadians about this tax hike?
I can't, but perhaps the member from Edmonton Strathcona can. Would you please, all of you, direct your comments to the chair, not to individual members of the House?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be sure to direct my response to the honourable member through you. I would like, Mr. Speaker, to thank the member for his contribution to the debate in this House, and he represents Northern Ontario very well. His constituents, I'm sure, are very proud. It is, of course, a reprehensible measure. I am one of those typical Canadians who have had to visit many family members in the hospital. Both of my sisters were hospitalized, and my father, and into long-term palliative care. And it's stressful enough for families, I can assure you, to be having to get up each morning and drive back to the hospital and try to cheer up your family member without worrying whether or not you can pay. It's also the case, frankly, when you go to the cancer clinic in Edmonton. Very stressful situation, which I've been through. Surely to heavens, when we are contributing to infrastructure, I haven't seen that that's a category where the government might think to, in some way, subsidizing or helping out to those who simply can't afford to pay. They should be working with the provinces and the municipalities to try to come up with some mechanism to make it more affordable for those who are simply trying to visit their seniors or sick family members. And certainly they should be revealing. They shouldn't just brag about the tariffs that they're taking off, but they should also reveal the fees and tariffs that they are now imposing.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague from Alberta, perhaps the best MP from Alberta that we have currently. I won't dispute that. Why should I? It is very disappointing that the government did not choose the opportunity presented by this budget to restore funding for the experimental lakes area. And I want to commend my colleague for mentioning that and read just an email that I got from a Conservative, no less. And it says this: the ELA facility is world-renowned and scientifically irreplaceable. It is worth saving. When did we as Conservatives stop trying to do the right thing? And I just find it amazing. I know that there's support from all across the country for what is an extremely good use of money, something that provides a good return on investment, which I'm sure the Conservatives will understand. And I was wondering if my colleague could comment on how it is such a poor decision to not restore funding for ELA.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his accolade and for his excellent question. One of the things that I wanted to mention in my speech on this was a category of Canadian infrastructure that is missing and unrecognized, and that is our natural heritage. The best way to bring down the costs of providing safe drinking water or even clean water for industrial processes is to protect our natural waterways. And the Experimental Lakes project, which was run fantastically for 40 years with international acclaim, was exactly that mechanism where in a contained area, field work could be done to test the impacts of coal-fired mercury, test the impact of acid rain, test the impact of phosphates and detergents, make determinations, make recommendations to government, who in turn would regulate and trigger investment in cleaner technologies to make life more affordable for us. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to reread the amendment by my colleague for Parkdale High Park because everything I'm about to say was related to that. It says that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. This House not approve the budgetary policy of this government as it, and this is Holy Week for Christians, so I'll start my litany of reasons why we should oppose this bill. So, Mr. Speaker, in politics, as in many great religions to which I've alluded, there are special times of year which are essential and that are a source of hope and renewal. The tabling of the budget in politics should have been that source of renewal for Canadians, where they could have had hope in a government that listens to them and that acts for the benefit of all citizens, leaving no one behind. However, the reality is far different, and here we are with a pre-election budget, 2 years ahead of time, that seeks to satisfy a militant grassroots base and a number of ridings that the government party thinks it can grab in 2015. Let me ask you, Mr. Speaker, where is the Prime Minister who had promised to be the Prime Minister of all Canadians? How are we supposed to believe in this supposed conservative competence in matters of economics when the finance minister missed his economic growth objectives by 35% in 2012? He's responsible for a trade deficit of $67 billion, and private sector economists tell us this year could be even worse. And the minister keeps talking about the elimination of the deficit in 2015. You don't have to be a genius to figure out that somebody will have to pay the bill somewhere, and this is an austerity budget. If at least the burden of this goal was rested on everyone's shoulders fairly, but that is not the approach advocated by the Conservatives. In the coming minutes, Mr. Speaker, knowing that my colleagues from all over Canada will defend their part of the country, let me explain how Quebec ends up in a position of victim rather than of partner in respectful economic development. What about the way Quebec was so hard hit in the last federal budget? Let's say infrastructure. A journalist asked me what the first impressions I had were following the tabling of the budget, and I summarized my thoughts by saying that I can't say the name of the minister, but I had called him the wizard. You know, this person who can charm you at first glance, but when you look at things more closely, you see it's all smoke and mirrors. As an example, let me tell you about Conservative proposals for infrastructure. Major stakeholders such as the UMQ and the FQM recognize a deficit of $123 billion for upgrading Canadian infrastructure, and they expected long-term, predictable, recurring, and stable funding. The answer of the finance minister, a 10-year plan. That's not really long-term. Everyone would have preferred 20 years, but that's not the main issue here. Where Merlin the Magician is trying to put us to sleep is when he tries to transform a 7-year plan that was already announced into a 10-year plan. About $30 million over 7 years becomes $47 million over 10 years, with unequal distribution for each of the years, very little at the beginning and a big amount at the end. And he doesn't index these amounts to be sure that the subsidies lose value year after year. So, in brief, we will end up not with an increase in infrastructure spending, but we will have a foreseeable reduction of $4.7 billion in federal investment in the next 4 years. That's the kind of double talk that the budget has in spades. The fight against fiscal or tax avoidance, and no one's against motherhood and apple pie, or against eradicating tax evasion, but how can anyone explain how, in the same breath, they emphasize the fight against tax avoidance and reduce the resources available to those who are in charge of fighting this? That's magic, I guess. Savings and job creation, that's another great topic in the minister's budget. It seems that talking out of both sides of your mouth is another trademark of the government. After having pushed back retirement age from 65 to 67 and asking workers to prepare adequately, one of the greatest incentives to saving that Quebecers have identified has been withdrawn, the additional tax credit for workers' funds. Not only are workers asked to generate a larger part of their own pension, but they're attacking one of the best creators of job creation in Quebec. I hope they'll have the decency to stop talking about jobs growth and prosperity when their measures create the exact reverse. Job training. I hesitate to say this is the cherry on the cake because page after page this budget continues to hurt Quebec. In every chapter we see this. Not only are they interfering in an area of provincial jurisdiction, and I've wondered for a long time how come the Minister of Transport, who in all of his answers explains that we are mixed up in terms of jurisdiction and that they respect them, how come he didn't remind his cabinet colleagues that job training was a matter of provincial jurisdiction? But, in any case, they're taking back $300 million of the $500 million managed by the provinces in order to put a maple leaf on a check, asking the provinces to find new funding by themselves. They also claim, in the same breath, that they're not cutting back transfer payments to provinces. What's wrong with this picture? Moreover, they're asking the private sector to contribute 33% of the program for it to work. Quebec's job training system has proven value, and there is a consensus among all stakeholders about this, so why reinvent the wheel? Unless the real objective, but a hidden objective by Merlin the Magician, is to take back money, put it back in the public treasury because of the inability of partners to absorb the new bill. The idea of using the private sector in this way could also lead to major surprises here. What would happen, for example, if a welder trained in a company using that company's funds, let's say for XYZ reason that company closes its doors? What will be the recognized skills of that worker? Where will he get a competence card? What kind of diploma will he have, allowing him to do similar work for another employer? These questions are all unanswered. The co-op system. Quebec is undoubtedly the land of the co-op movement, but this is no surprise. Quebec is attacked once more by eliminating the tax credit for co-ops via rail. Another magic trick. Magic 101. The budget provides for an investment of $54.7 million in 2013-14 to support Via Rail operations. Finally, perhaps we'll get into the 21st century here and recognize the importance of rail travel on a territory where trains are often an engine of economic development in our regions, for tourism, for example. You have to have a very short memory not to remember that this investment happens after the Via Rail budget was reduced by $287 million in the main estimates. This is another trick that camouflages the lack of vision by the Conservatives, who had promised to give power to the regions. The P3s. The budget renews the PPP fund by forcing provinces and municipalities to use public-private partnerships for projects of over $100 million. No one has been able to explain to me why the PPP solution respects taxpayers' ability to pay, whereas Canada has a very good borrowing capacity in the markets. We could talk about federal organization, securities organization. Nothing is being done on EI, that infamous reform, not a single line or anything about old age pensions, nothing about families that have indebtedness of over 167%, nothing to fill the gap of 30% for the funding of First Nation schools. I have to stop here because I've run out of time. There are some things we might agree with in this budget, but it's really not worth it. We have to vote on the whole thing, and I'll let you guess how I'll vote, and I think that I must stop here. Thank you for your attention.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Minister of State for Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member talked about infrastructure. The budget presents the largest investment and longest investment in federal government history in infrastructure. $32 billion over 10 years for a community improvement fund. $14 billion for a new Building Canada fund. $1.2 billion for a new private-public partnership fund. $6 billion under the current infrastructure programs. $7 billion for First Nations. Hundreds of millions of dollars for specific projects in Quebec, such as the bridges in Montreal. That member is going to vote against all of it. How can he go back to his constituents and say that he's voting against Quebec?
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for that litany of figures. And the first thing that we have to see in this endless statement is ultimately re-announcements that we're seeing. I can't find a better term for it other than re-announcements, but we're re-announcing the same investments. So new money, fresh money that would allow us to meet the needs of municipalities and governments across this country, both provincial and territorial. Well, here, there is much more discretion, even silence, and when we look at all of the process through which these measures are occurring, no consultation with the provinces, no consultation with partners. Have no fear, Mr. Speaker. I will return with my head high to my riding and explain to my constituents what is in this budget of Merlin the Enforcer. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to highlight what I believe is a huge mistake that the government is making, and that the government should have allocated the necessary resources in order to be able to save the experimental lakes area. This is a project that is currently now going to be decommissioned. where we have first-class world scientific studies that are taking place and have been taking place since 1968. It's to protect our fresh waters, Mr. Speaker, and has contributed to all sorts of benefits worldwide. And it's a relatively small amount of dollars that would have been necessary. In fact, the decommissioning of it, Mr. Speaker, and the cost of decommissioning it are actually going to cost, if the same dollars used to decommission it were used to be able to allow it to continue on, it would be able to continue on for many years in the future. So my question to the member is, would he not agree that the decommissioning of the experimental lakes area is not only socially but economically the wrong thing to do, and that within this budget there should have been money allocated to ensure that the ELA would have been able to continue on as it has since 1968?
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I share my colleagues' reading of that, and I think that this issue in particular is a real figurehead with regard to all the expertise that we're getting rid of in terms of scientific expertise that we could also share with the rest of the world. Something else that we're losing in recent years, that is the ability for Canada to be seen as a major partner in all international institutions. Obviously, we're more a shadow of ourselves since the Conservative government was elected, be it minority or majority, because we have to say that the choices being made by this government are being made based on an ideology that has perhaps allowed them to get to power this time, but that increasingly majority of Canadians are discovering that they do not share. So have no fear, in the next 2 years we will have set things right and shown the government the door, and it will see what will happen given its EI reform, and we will offer Canadians a new democratic government.
Debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a real pleasure for me to rise in the House today to speak about Budget 2013. For information, Mr. Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member for Mississauga-Brampton South. Now, a lot has been said by members on both sides of the House about this budget, and let me weigh in with what I think is important for my constituents in Etobicoke Lakeshore and across the great city of Toronto and the GTA, but across Canada, really, in fact. It's a good budget in the sense that it really brings balance to what we have to spend on, tax measures, and thinking ahead to the future in terms of our long-term prosperity. As you know, Mr. Speaker, this budget touches on issues of connecting Canadians with available jobs, looking at the skills gaps that we have. And when I talk to businesses in Etobicoke Lakeshore, a lot of manufacturing industries, for example, have talked over and over again about the challenges they have of finding skilled people in Canada and sometimes having to go overseas to find people to fill those jobs. But it really would be a benefit to our Canadian economy if we can match people, develop those skills, and get them working right away in some of those important sectors of the economy like manufacturing that we have in Etobicoke Lakeshore. Another real important feature, one of the reasons I support this budget, is the new long-term infrastructure plan. Really important. If you look at the infrastructure deficit that was created in this country, and you look at the what was spent on infrastructure between 1993 and 2006, it was less than $1 billion a year in transfers to municipalities and to provinces. We're looking at a long-term plan where provinces and municipalities can really lock into developing the infrastructure they need to keep people moving, to keep goods and services moving, and to keep our economy going. A third important element is the new investments in world-class research and innovation. And it's one thing to do pure research, but I think an important development in this budget, Mr. Speaker, is the aspects towards commercialization, looking at that development part of the D in the R&D, and how do you take great ideas and great scientific research, and how do you make that into something that's commercially viable and therefore sustainable for the long term? Fourth cornerstone, I guess, in this budget, Mr. Speaker, is around some of the new measures to support some of the communities and to support families. We've been doing a lot of things since 2006, and a tribute really to our finance minister. This is his 8th budget, and he's really figured out the mix of things over the last 7 years to make sure that we're supporting families in a sensible, sustainable, affordable kind of way. And fifthly, Mr. Speaker, some measures specifically to help the private sector grow and succeed in this global marketplace. As you know, the world is very competitive. Even small and medium businesses now have to compete worldwide. And Canadian enterprises are rising to that challenge, Mr. Speaker. They're doing what they need to be successful, and we're seeing that in the numbers. And I'd say the most important part of this whole budget, Mr. Speaker, is the plan to return to a budget balance. Absolutely critical. I'll just say one thing, Mr. Speaker. There's only one party in this House that's proposing a balanced budget. On the one hand, we've got the official opposition that's talking about spending increases in the order of $56 billion a year, with no plan, whether it's through taxes or otherwise, to raise those funds. So they're looking at, in their proposals, to really put Canada in a deep fiscal hole for generations. Of course, the other part of that, Mr. Speaker, is that not only would create a deep fiscal hole, it's my children and their children and everybody's children would be paying for it, and that's just not right, that kind of intergenerational debt transfer. The other hand, the third party, they don't have a plan at all, and I'll forgive them. They don't have a leader in place right now, but everything they say suggests that they want to speak out of both sides of their mouth. So we're the only party in the House that really has any plan whatsoever to restore Canada to a fiscal balance. So just a little bit of context, Mr. Speaker, in the time that I have. It's been said many times before that we're on a strong economic track. We've created 950,000 net new jobs since the depths of the recession in July 2009. And that's something to be very proud of. And of course, it's not the government that created those jobs, it's the Canadian economy that created those jobs. I should mention also that for the 5th straight year, the World Economic Forum ranked Canada's banking sector the soundest in the world. So, and part of this is because of strong measures that we put in place. It's part of our culture as Canadians, too. We're proud of our banks. In my city of Toronto, a lot of people work in banks, very proud to work for those banks, and it provides that financial underpinning for our strong economy. Reflected in that is the AAA credit rating that our government has, and that's been awarded by Moody's, Fitch, and S&P. And I think something I want to highlight also, Mr. Speaker, is the debt that the federal government has, but it's also the provincial and municipal governments. If you look at the total net government debt across all levels of government, Canada leads the G7. And it's important that we make the distinction also, net government debt. And one of the really important distinctions between net government debt and just total debt is the fact that our pension plans, our federal government pension plans like the CPP and the Quebec Pension Plan, have significant financial assets that underpin them. Many economies in the world, many countries in the world don't have that kind of solid underpinning. And for that reason, we lead the G7 when it comes to net debt to GDP ratio by far. Just want to talk about the job creation a little bit, Mr. Speaker. 950,000 net new jobs, that's a lot of jobs, that's a lot of Canadians back to work. And we see in some parts of the country where they can't actually fill all the jobs that are out there for lack of people with the right skills. Some criticism from the opposition is that these are part-time jobs. Well, it's simply not true. The information we have is 91% of those jobs are full-time jobs, and 79% of those are in the private sector. And over and above that, Mr. Speaker, 68% of those are in high-wage industries. Let's get back to talking about the plan for getting back to a balanced budget. When the recession hit, we made a deliberate decision to run a temporary deficit. That was a decision, by the way, Mr. Speaker, that was supported by all parties in this House. I mentioned our net debt to GDP ratio. Well, it's currently 35.8%. And just for comparison, Mr. Speaker, Germany is next, and they're at 58.4%, and the G7 average is around 80%. So we're really in strong fiscal shape compared to the rest of the G7, but we're not going to rest on our laurels, Mr. Speaker. We're going to keep on moving forward because we know that's the right thing, and that's why we've made a commitment to return to a balanced budget. And, before the recession even hit, before 2009, between 2006 and 2009, the Conservative government paid down $37 billion in debt. So that positioned us well. Obviously, we couldn't predict every aspect of this global economic downturn that happened with the fall of financial institutions around the world. But we're in a strong fiscal position, and we want to become even stronger. I should mention we've done that when it came to reducing deficits and debt. We've done that without increasing taxes. I know the opposition talks about grandiose spending plans that they can't afford. But what's hidden behind their message is that they do intend to increase taxes, whether it's carbon taxes or hiking the GST or personal income taxes. That's the only way that they can afford to pay for their program, short of passing the bill to the next generation. So since 2006, Mr. Speaker, we've cut taxes over 150 times, and we've reduced overall tax burden to its lowest level, I should mention, in 50 years. And that was by cutting personal income taxes, by adjusting the brackets as appropriate, reducing consumption taxes. The GST was reduced from 7% to 5%. We've reduced business taxes, and we've also reduced excise taxes. So we've done a lot of tax reduction, meaning significant savings for families. For a typical family of four, Mr. Speaker, it's a tax saving of about $3,200. Now, small businesses, they're important stakeholders in this economy, and they've also seen significant tax decreases. About, for a typical small business of $500,000 in revenue, Mr. Speaker, they're seeing about $28,600 in reduced taxes. And one of the things we do plan to do with our budget, and one of the reasons I support it, Mr. Speaker, is we're going to take some action to close some loopholes and actually make our tax system more consistent with economies in the rest of the developed world. So tax measures that other countries have taken to make sure that there's no tax loss trading that's done unethically and illegally, making sure that that's closed. So thank you for your attention, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to maybe highlight a couple more things that are really critical for Toronto and Ontario, and that's the long-term infrastructure plan. No country has spent this much money and it's committed this much money as some other members on the government side have mentioned, $53 billion over 10 years in a new Building Canada plan. That's significant, and really the municipalities, like the City of Toronto, really appreciate that help from the federal government. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm just going to wrap up with saying this is a good budget for Ontario. There's a great, actually one thing that I should mention is a commitment to Massey Hall, which is a project I really support, and there's an investment of $8 million in the coming fiscal year, 2013-2014, having to do with some adjacent building that's going on. And it's really important that we get that Canadian landmark built, and the federal government is proud to participate in that. And then I should just mention, just to wrap up, Mr. Speaker, some things around important industries like manufacturing, the automotive sector. It's a good budget for Canada, and the opposition recognized the wisdom and the good sense in this budget. I wish they would support it. It puts economic opportunities for Canadians in place for now and in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The député.
The Honourable Member for LaSalle-Marde. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is increasingly recognized that to really ensure economic growth, particularly in a situation where at present we talk about the fragility of the economy, and presenting an austerity budget, as we've seen presented in this case, is that it leads not to growth, but rather to stagnation or a decrease. So I would like to ask the member, the Conservative member, what is new in this budget? It's very difficult to find anything new, but also, how does he see this budget ensuring economic growth in Canada in the short term, as well as long-term prosperity?
Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question asked by the member. She talks about austerity, but really, Mr. Speaker, $2 billion in cuts is not austerity. Just to give an example, we're talking about something that makes sense. We're going to reduce wasteful spending, such as travel, by department officials. We have to do this. And we continue this work as usual in terms of job creation, the measures that we put in place in the automotive sector, for example. These measures are extremely important, as well as investments in research to improve productivity in that sector. These are measures that will really create jobs in these kinds of companies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker. My question for the honourable member is that, given that there's been a significant worsening in employment numbers since 2007 with the global financial crisis, and that youth employment numbers are in fact 5 points worse in Canada today than they were in 2007. I'd like to ask the honourable member, why would this budget actually freeze federal training dollars at 2007 levels, pre-recession, and in fact, in real terms, 10% less if you take into account inflation? And secondly, given that we've already heard now some from the Ontario and Alberta governments that, in fact, because of the cost-sharing nature of this proposal, the new jobs training program, that in fact they may not be able to participate in a robust way in funding, co-funding this program. Does the honourable member, as a member of Parliament from Ontario, believe that in fact it would have made more sense for the federal government to actually sit down with the premiers and the finance ministers prior to this budget to actually hammer out a policy structure that the provinces could buy into and participate in, as opposed to developing it on the federal side and then imposing it to the provinces unilaterally?
The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question. I love to talk about job training because I spend a lot of time in my writing talking to businesses and some of the challenges that they're having. You know, one of the things they do mention is the skills are just simply not there. They have jobs posted for months and months and months at a time. There's a machine shop in Etobicoke Lakeshore that's been trying to get machinists for months, can't fill the positions, looking to bring people in from places like Germany and the former Yugoslavia. They just cannot get people. And so those are the kinds of jobs where they look at the training programs right now that the province of Ontario has. They're saying it's just not working. The budget consultations that we did for months before the budget was announced, they said we needed a change. The bilateral agreements that were negotiated in 2007 with, between the federal government and the province of Ontario just were not working. They said they wanted a program that was responsive to the business needs, and that's what's been holding back the economy, and that's what's going to create opportunities for young people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to rise in the House today to speak to Canada's Economic Action Plan 2013, our Conservative government's plan for jobs, growth and long-term prosperity. Our Economic Action Plan is centred on the priorities of hardworking Canadians and their families. Our Economic Action Plan is focused on building an enduring prosperity for all Canadians. We are taking clear and decisive action to further strengthen our economy, create quality jobs, and a better quality of life for generations to come, for our children and our grandchildren. Today, I'm proud to highlight some of the many benefits that our Economic Action Plan 2013 would provide for Canadians and their families. For example, our Economic Action Plan provides the right kind of support to Canadian job creators. As promised, we're keeping taxes low to continue to help hard-working families and the employers who create prosperity and jobs for Canadians. Since 2006, our government has consistently reduced taxes for hard-working Canadians, for the moms, dads, seniors, and students. Simply put, we've reduced taxes for all Canadians. Unlike the high-tax NDP and Liberals, our Conservative government believes in low taxes and leaving more money where it belongs, in the pockets of hardworking Canadians, so that Canadians can spend their money on their own priorities and money can circulate in the economy. We as Conservatives believe that keeping taxes low is critically important to the well-being of our economy, and we will continue to encourage job creators to invest in and create jobs in Canada. Our plan is working. In fact, Canada is leading the G7. This is no small feat. Since the depth of the recession in 2009, we have created over 950,000 net new jobs, the strongest job creation record in the entire G7. Canada's unemployment rate is at its lowest level in 4 years, and significantly lower than the unemployment rate in the United States. This is quite a phenomenon. Our banks are considered the most stable in the world, but the global economy continues to be fragile, and that's why we're focused on job creation and not spending beyond what we can afford. We're focused on eliminating tax loopholes that benefit only a select few, and we are on track to balance the budget by 2015-2016 as promised. I mentioned Canadian businesses earlier. These businesses are our job creators. One of the measures I'm very proud of is our continued support for small businesses and bright, industrious young people. Since 2006, our Conservative government has supported the Canadian Youth Business Foundation. Economic Action Plan 2013 continues that support by providing $18 million to the foundation, which provides mentorship, advice, and startup financing to young entrepreneurs between the ages of 18 and 34. Our Conservative government has also lowered the small business tax rate from 12% to 11%, which allows small businesses to invest in growth, to hire our neighbours, and to expand in new markets. Our government is also providing a temporary credit of up to $1,000 against the small businesses' increase in 2013 employment insurance premiums over those paid in 2012. This temporary credit will help approximately 560,000 employers if they hire more people. We've also increased the lifetime capital gains exemption to $800,000 in 2014 for small business owners. Now, manufacturing jobs in Southern Ontario are critical. That's why our Conservative government is helping businesses succeed and grow in the global economy. This Economic Action Plan includes $1.4 billion in tax relief through a 2-year extension of the temporary accelerated capital cost allowance for new machinery and equipment for our manufacturers. Our message to manufacturers is clear. Please invest. These are just a few examples of how our government stands strongly behind our job creators. In order for Canada to grow, we need more businesses to create jobs for Canadians, for our neighbours, and more investment in our economy. Canadian job seekers also need adequate skills and training to fill available jobs. Nothing is more disheartening than to hear my neighbours in Mississauga and Brampton say that they are searching for work and that they've been searching for work for months, only to then hear businesses say that they can't find enough skilled employees to fill available jobs. There is a serious disconnect here. People are struggling to find jobs while some businesses cannot grow as quickly as they should in order to compete. Our government is taking decisive action to fix this growing problem, to ensure that Canada is on the right track for long-term economic prosperity. The new Canada Job Grant will provide $15,000 or more per person in combined federal, provincial, and employer funding to help Canadians get the skills they need for in-demand jobs. By asking employers to equally share in the cost of training their new employees, we know that job creators will ensure that the training is targeted and results-focused. The new employee is also reassured that he or she is training for a job that exists and needs to be filled. We also, of course, believe in supporting our families and our communities. An Economic Action Plan 2013 introduces several key measures to help Canadian families. We offer new tax relief for families adopting a child. We propose to enhance the adoption expense tax credit to better recognize the unique costs associated with adopting a child. And we wish these young families every happiness. Let me also remind the opposition that since 2006, we've made the well-being of our children, our future, a priority. We introduced the Children's Fitness Tax Credit, promoting physical fitness among children through a credit of up to $500 for programs from hockey to ballet. In addition, we also offer the Children's Art Tax Credit, which encourages moms and dads to sign their children up for piano or guitar lessons, also with a credit of up to $500 for arts programs. As a mom, I know how very popular these programs are in the GTA amongst parents. Our Economic Action Plan also provides continued enhanced support for our veterans, for our nation's heroes. Mr. Speaker, Canada's veterans deserve the very best. Under the leadership of our Prime Minister, Economic Action Plan 2013 is a budget that invests in our veterans. In fact, the Economic Action Plan proposes to more than double the financial support for funerals for families while also cutting cumbersome red tape. Our government understands the needs of Canadians. We have removed over 1 million low-income families, individuals and seniors from tax rolls altogether. We are cutting taxes in every possible way we can. We've targeted personal income taxes by cutting them to the lowest tax rate to 15%. We're increasing the amount that Canadians can earn tax-free. This government has provided seniors with the very much needed ability to split their pension income. And we've reduced the GST from 7 to 6 to 5%, which has put nearly $1,000 back in the pockets of the average Canadian family. With this plan, the typical Canadian family has seen savings totaling more than $3,200. And like all Canadians, we cherish our health care. My aging mother relies on hospitals just as most Canadians sometimes need our health care. And even during these challenging economic times, our government will continue to provide a 6% increase to provinces for health care funding over last year's payments. Our government's plan to return to balanced budget is working. We've reduced the deficit by more than half over the last 2 years. Economic Action Plan 2013 builds on past efforts to reduce government spending by announcing an additional $1.7 billion in ongoing savings. Mr. Speaker, while the NDP and Liberals want to engage in reckless spending, we have a plan for Canada, and our plan is working.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for La Salle-et-Mar. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Last year was the International Year for Cooperatives. The Conservative government took advantage of that to cut programs for cooperatives. This year, they're removing the tax credit for tax union, credit unions, and Caisse Populaire. So I would like to ask the Parliamentary Secretary this. Why is the Conservative government attacking the cooperative movement?
Mississauga.
Mr. Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. I think Canadians all understand that we are very fortunate to live here amongst banks that are considered the most stable in the world. We only need to look at what happened in Cyprus earlier this week to understand how very fortunate we are to have the stewardship of this Prime Minister during this fragile global economy. Our government has a very strong record of supporting consumers and ensuring that their money is invested in a secure banking system.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't help but respond to the accusation from my honourable colleague that my party is a party of reckless spending. It's unbelievable that she would say that. My honourable colleague talked about cutting taxes in order so that money can circulate in the economy. And I know that the finance minister is concerned about the large amount of cash that Canadian corporations and indeed corporations around the world are holding. And they're holding that cash because they're afraid of the global economic risks and the risks that these risks would bear upon any investment of the cash that companies are holding. But there's a tax credit that actually encourages companies to put that cash to use and take risks and invest. And that's the scientific research and experimental development tax that was cut last year. And I think that this budget is a missed opportunity to restore these tax credits. And I admit it's a form of spending, but it's a way of encouraging our corporations with a lot of cash on their books to take some risks, invest in research and development, and invest in job creation.
Honourable member for Mississauga, Brampton South.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, in fact, through the capital cost allowance, we are accelerating the ability for manufacturers, for instance, to invest in new machinery. And this is critically important, certainly in Ontario, in the GTA. We have so many jobs in the manufacturing sector that were lost during the recession. We really need to ensure that these corporations begin investing again. And certainly our plan is paying dividends. As I mentioned earlier, since the depth of the recession in 2009, over 950,000 net new jobs have been created in Canada. Clearly, our plan is working.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the Parliamentary Secretary's speech on the budget. And for her area and for the Parliamentary Secretary's area and my area, there's lots of young people who are just graduating from university and college and do not have a sense of what they would like to do. We're putting in this budget $70 million to support an additional 5,000 paid internships for post-secondary graduates in Ontario and across Canada. What does the member believe that will do for her riding? Thank you.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Brampton South.
Well, thanks, Mr. Speaker. Certainly in the Greater Toronto Area, in Burlington and in Oakville and in Milton, and certainly across all of Canada, we're offering hope to these young individuals through this added money in the budget. We're offering them a chance to go on and to study in order to gain additional skills as they begin their careers. In Canada, around the world, individuals will now have a number of careers in one lifetime, and it's imperative that we invest in that type of work.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Beaches, East York.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member from Pierrefonds-Dollard. So I think, Mr. Speaker, that it's a reasonable expectation that a budget should explain to us, yes, but all Canadians, how the government plans to spend their revenues. You know, to say, thank you, Canadians, this is what we're planning on doing with your tax money. And further, I think that it's a reasonable expectation that a government putting forward a budget would want and therefore make efforts to explain to Canadians how it's going to do that. But these, Mr. Speaker, are disappointed expectations. What we have instead is a government that lacks the courage to live up to these expectations and even lacks the courage of its own convictions. What we have instead is, frankly, Mr. Speaker, a fundamentally dishonest document in this year's budget. It ducks, dodges, and dives. It makes stuff up, and it pretends. And let me illustrate this point with the subject of military procurement, Mr. Speaker. In 2008, this government introduced the Canada First Defence Strategy. It's not so much a policy or strategy as it is a shopping list, and a mighty expensive one at that, Mr. Speaker. $490 billion of spending over 20 years is what it calls for, and we know now that that's vastly understated. Now, only 2 years after its introduction, we know that the National Defence Department deemed the CFDS unaffordable. The briefing book prepared for the Associate Minister of Defence in the wake of the May 2000 election tells us so. The department advised him, and I quote, "The funding reductions from Budget 2010 and the reduced funding from the line going forward will make the Canada First Defence Strategy unaffordable. The recommendation is to conduct a CFDS reset to confirm level of ambition," end quote. Now, it needs to be noted that the CFDS was considered unaffordable even when the department was still budgeting just $5.7 billion for the sustainment of the F-35, which the CFDS says the government's going to buy, by the way, which is to say that the department's assessment of the unaffordability of the CFDS was and remains accurate. Of course, it's not just the Associate Minister's briefing book that we have to look for an assessment of the affordability of the CFDS. We know that the Minister of National Defence put together a transformation team in 2010 to, and again I quote, develop ideas to increase the efficiency and effectiveness and to act as the driving force behind organizational changes needed to reposition the NDCF for the future. I'm quoting from the foreword to the report on transformation in 2011, otherwise known as the Leslie Report, after its main author, now retired Lieutenant General Andrew Leslie. This was not just about finding savings to the tune of $1 billion per year from the budget. It was also about, in Lieutenant General Leslie's terms, making, quote, the Canada First defence strategy more achievable within the resources available. That shortfall, Mr. Speaker, was anticipated to be, as early as 2010, at least $1 billion per year. Now, it needs to be noted that none of General Leslie's recommendations were implemented. And it needs to be noted, too, that the reset or rewrite of the Canada First defence strategy recommended by the Department to the Associate Minister remains an outstanding promise of the current Minister of National Defence. In other words, since 2010, this government has carried on pretending that they have a real, viable, affordable plan for military procurement. And that pretense carries right on through into this budget through the incorporation of a document entitled Canada First, Leveraging Defence Procurement Through Key Industrial Capabilities, otherwise known, Mr. Speaker, as the Jenkins Report. Now, the Jenkins Report takes as its principal objective to, and I quote, outline an approach to maximize the overall benefit of the government's CFDS investment. It assumes that the CFDS is affordable, that it's a viable military procurement plan, that it is what it proclaimed itself to be in 2008. It assumes that military procurement under the CFDS will generate $49 billion of industrial and regional benefits. It continues the pretense that the CFDS is not long dead, Mr. Speaker. And by way of the incorporation of that report into the budget, so does the budget. So what is the harm in pretending, one might ask, Mr. Speaker? What is the harm in pretending that you can afford that shopping list when you can't? Well, if we examine the recent case of the joint support ships, in 2004, the Liberal government set out to purchase 3 of these with a budget of $2.1 billion. By the time the bids from industry rolled in under the Conservatives in 2008, it was clear that it was not going to be enough money to get just 2 ships. The department, the ND, advised their own minister the very same month that the bids were deemed non-compliant, August of 2008, that it was going to cost at least $3 billion to buy those ships. The Conservatives' response was to budget $2.8 billion 2 years later, in 2010. Now, the PBO has advised in their recent report on the matter that the government should be budgeting over $4 billion for what it intends to buy. And importantly, Mr. Speaker, they also advised that the $2.8 billion that the government has budgeted has actually less purchasing power than the $2.1 billion the Liberals had budgeted way back in 2004. That is to say, Mr. Speaker, they started from behind and then stepped backwards. And the threat is, Mr. Speaker, that if the government continues to behave this way, to pretend that it can be things that it can't, to buy things that it can't, we will continue to walk backwards. It's called program failure, Mr. Speaker, and it has devastating consequences to the recapitalization of our Canadian forces. From the sea to the air, Mr. Speaker, we can see that when you pretend you can buy it all, you put a priority on nothing. So we have fixed-wing search and rescue being performed in this country by aircraft that is nearly 50 years old, that belongs in a museum, and that is in need of replacement. But the effort to procure replacement fixed-wing search and rescue capability has been grounded, squeezed out by other procurements higher on that shopping list, Mr. Speaker. Asked just last week about this procurement, the minister responded, "That's a good question," and pointed his finger at his colleagues and their departments. On the ground, there's a different story still, Mr. Speaker. Procurement projects for the family of land combat vehicles are all at different stages. They include the LAV-3 upgrades, close combat vehicles, tactical armored patrol vehicles, tanks, and howitzers, totaling, as best as one can make out, from beating the bushes, Mr. Speaker, about $6 billion in acquisition cost. But it is the Army, Mr. Speaker, for whom these vehicles are intended, obviously, that seems to be taking the brunt of the budget cuts. Now, there's no reference per se to D&D budget cuts actually in the budget itself. Those facts, that information, in the words of one budget commentator, is only being, quote, whispered in Swahili at the bottom of the well, end quote. But the Chief of the Canadian Army, Lieutenant General Devlin, appeared before a Senate committee recently acknowledging that his force is facing at least a 22% cut, and reports suggest that a further 8% cut is coming effectively next week to the Army. Now, with the government keeping up pretenses that the CFDS is affordable, that budget axe is going to fall on operations and maintenance and readiness. It means no more Arctic training, Mr. Speaker. It means a fire sale on government property. It means even recapitalized fleets with empty gas tanks, Mr. Speaker, as the fuel budget going forward comes nowhere near covering cost increases from the past. Mr. Speaker, this government introduced the Canada First Defence Strategy with the promise, and I quote, of stable and predictable defence funding. That promise didn't even last 2 years. It's just that the government has spent the last 3 years pretending that it didn't break that promise. This budget continues that pretense to the detriment of the Canadian forces. This budget perpetuates the pretense that this is a competent government. It is most certainly not, Mr. Speaker, and the military procurement file brings that truth into sharp relief. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Peterborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm disappointed with the member's speech. When it comes to military procurement, it's funny. I know what the NDP is against, but I don't know what they're for. And, you know, it's funny. See, when it comes to supporting the troops, you actually have to indicate what you're for, because the troops had needs. When we were first elected, we had an Army that had been rotted out, an Air Force that had been virtually grounded, and a Navy that was sinking. That's what we inherited when we became government. We inherited the Liberal decade of darkness, and we've made unprecedented investments into the Canadian Armed Forces, and I'm very proud of those investments. And this member rises virtually every day and indicates what he's against. Would the member please say what he's for? If we aren't investing enough into the military, perhaps he'd like to indicate some areas where he would invest more. Specifically, what assets would he procure, or would his party support, and how much more money than what our government is investing into the Canadian forces and into veterans in this country would his party invest? Because that's the kind of clarity that I think Canadians want. They want choices. I'm tired of hearing what they're against. Let's hear what they're for.
The honourable member for Beaches, East York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to talk about what I'm for. I'm for honesty with Canadians in the budgeting process, Mr. Speaker. I'm for competent management, Mr. Speaker. What this government has done is pretended that their military procurement strategy is a live document for 3 years. They've carried on this pretense, Mr. Speaker. It's dead. They've acknowledged that they can't afford it. Their department has advised them they can't afford it, and they continue to play games with budgeting. And the challenge, Mr. Speaker, is the challenge of program failure. Because of that incompetence, because of that mismanagement, Mr. Speaker, this government now has less purchasing power for the joint support ships a decade after that process started. That's how incompetent this government is, Mr. Speaker. They started procurement for fixed-wing search and rescue a long time ago, Mr. Speaker, and because of incompetence and mismanagement, we are at a place now where the specifications for fixed-wing search and rescue has not even been written, and those planes are 50 years old. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to pick up on this line of questioning. When the member made his accusations in terms of the Liberal Party's performance, I must advise the member that, you know, it was the Liberal Party that brought in the CF-18, replacing the 104s and the F-5s and the Voodoos, something in which the previous Conservative government failed to recognize in terms of its replacement. The F-18 aircraft has been a fantastic aircraft for the Canadian forces for a number of years. The Conservatives had nothing to do with the F-18, Mr. Speaker. It was the Liberal administration of Pierre Elliott Trudeau that ultimately brought on that particular aircraft. Mr. Speaker, it has been a member from Charlottetown of the Liberal Party that has chided at the government to recognize the importance of increasing the amount of money being allocated out to our war vets for burial services. It was the government being shamed into materializing on the money for those war vets. Mr. Speaker, my question to the member is, dealing with the F-35, as he has pointed out, it is virtually a dormant issue, or quickly becoming somewhat dormant because of the government's failure to be able to act on the replacement of the F-18. I'm wondering if he could provide to the House some sort of an indication in terms of where the NDP believe we need to go, or where would the NDP take the country in regards to a replacement of the F-35.
The honourable member for Beaches, East York. 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, that's a simple and short answer, and it's an open and transparent competition. But let me applaud the courage of the member for standing up and trying to defend the Liberals for their history and their record on military procurement, Mr. Speaker, because it is indeed dismal. And I didn't really talk about it here, but they are often accused, Mr. Speaker, of being responsible for the decade of darkness. But I think the important point for today is that this government, with the CFDS, promised stable and predictable funding. And what we find out, Mr. Speaker, is that we're back on the yo-yo with this government. The Liberals took us down. These guys decided they were going to take us up, but we're headed down again, Mr. Speaker, and that is the problem. And what the NDP government will do post-2015, Mr. Speaker, is bring stable and predictable funding for the Canadian forces and ensure that they have the right equipment to do the job that we ask of them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in this House today to discuss the budget that was presented to us recently. Employment, jobs and growth. It doesn't say budget on it. If it wasn't written right here, jobs, growth and long-term prosperity, we wouldn't know that that's what it's about. It's a partisan document that announces all kinds of lovely stuff and brags about what has been done since 2006. Now, in fact, Mr. Speaker, in a few pages, it announces all the wonderful things done for families, and it comes up with figures and statistics and programs. But if this was a 2013 budget, we'd see what's announced as of 2013. But no, we have to deduce that this is an amalgam of what has been done since 2006. So it's a great political partisan document. The other thing that we can criticize this document for, budget or political document, call it what you will, is clarity, or rather the lack of clarity in the document. For instance, financial literacy for seniors. The government will cooperate with its partners in order to improve the financial literacy of seniors and solve particular problems for this age group in this area. That's quite a laudable intent. Nobody could be against that. But if we really wanted to do something serious, have the names of partners, figures, something more concrete, well, we have to wait. So will we support this budget or not? Well, what is this budget exactly? What in here is concrete? Are there analyses that prove that this is why we're going in this direction? Do we have any figures that match the announcements? No. So once again, I maintain and I reiterate that this budget lacks clarity, and it seems to promote policies, smoke and mirrors, measures that have been taken in the past several years. So I can state that I will not support this quote-unquote 2013 budget because despite the lack of clarity, we have found many things that do not suit us, of course. Mr. Speaker, another thing that's deplorable in this budget is that it clearly shows the incompetence of the Conservatives when it comes to management. One day, the Conservatives say, we're going to give this much money for infrastructure. And in the 2013 budget, they say, well, we're taking away a little bit. We're cutting back. Another day, the Conservatives will say, yes, we will give labor force training to the provinces. But in 2013, they'll say, well, we're going to withdraw this. What's going to happen instead? Nobody knows. We're taking stuff away, withdrawing here and there. I don't know if the government understands the nature of a long-term strategy, intergenerational fairness, consultation. All those concepts are interesting ones, good ones, and they might help my Conservative colleagues come up with clear announcements and long-term plans that allow their partners to plan ahead for the future. So, yes, I will vote against this budget. And I'd like to open a parenthesis here. Voting against a budget doesn't mean voting against children or voting against families or voting against workers or Aboriginals. No, it's a little more nuanced than that. Here, we have many measures, announcements. Some are a little more precise than others. Some are extremely vague. It's not because money is announced that more is being given than what was anticipated. Sometimes announcing you're giving money means you're cutting back money. There's a lot of nuance in this document, and I'm opening this parenthesis for Canadians, people in my riding who are listening to the budget debate, because that's a demagogic argument that is used every which way by the government, saying the NDP voted against families or what have you. Well, the NDP is voting against this budget overall. Why? Because there's not enough in here. And let me say more clearly, as the member for Pierrefonds-Dollard, and as my role as critic for seniors, first of all, infrastructure. I talked about that briefly earlier. I don't know if you've ever gone to Montreal, or more specifically in Pierrefonds or Dollard, but investment in infrastructure is something we need, and we need it in spades. Whether it's because of the state of our roads or because of existing infrastructure that need a facelift, if it's for various projects that the municipalities or districts have in mind that citizens support and that are blocked because of lack of funding by the federal government, among others. I could mention broadening Urban Boulevard and access to Highway 40. Thousands of homes are waiting to be built in Pierrefonds, and they will be built depending on whether or not Pierrefonds can complete that project. The bottlenecks on boulevards in my riding are horrible. We need to do something for workers, for families, and for development in the region. That's just one example. I didn't even talk about public transit yet. Nothing regarding public transit yet. In Montreal and around the city, that is an essential, critical issue. We have good projects that could promote public transit. Something green, healthy for our municipalities, but we need more support. I met with representatives of the STM. I know a lot of work is being done by these people to develop long-term strategy, prioritize the projects, but without money, these projects will never see the light of day, and Canadians cannot benefit from them. Something else that has to do with my riding of Pierrefonds-Dollard is housing co-ops. In Pierrefonds, we have the second largest housing co-op in Canada. It's not the only one. There are other housing co-ops for seniors, for example. These are remarkable institutions that have done great work, but that need to know what to expect from the government. In the 2013 budget, we don't see any announcement that these investments are going to be renewed. So the co-ops and their residents are anxious right now because they don't know whether in 1 year they'll be able to count on those agreements and investments. The agreements are expiring soon. That needs to be clear. If the Conservatives are not prepared to support these investments, they should say it loud and clear and stop trying to put it under the table, saying if we don't talk about it, maybe people will forget. Well, I can guarantee people will not forget. Now, as the critic for seniors, I'd like to raise a few points here with regard to the budget. Unfortunately, this budget is proof positive that seniors are not a priority of the Conservative government. And yet, we know that seniors make up a ever-increasing percentage of the population. That's normal. We've known for a long time the population is aging. We're able to prepare for that. But to do that, we have to implement measures and adequate support for the changing needs of the population. Contrary to what the Prime Minister said, the aging of the population is not a problem for our country. It can be something positive, but we have to figure out how to prepare and adapt to this population change. That's not what we see in this budget, unfortunately. First thing, a targeted initiative for older workers. That was announced in 2010 and will expire normally in 2013-2014. Will that be renewed, Mr. Speaker? I don't know whether you can answer that. I don't have an answer because there's nothing in the budget about it. One could expect that there be some indication, but nothing. And yet, this is a very popular initiative. In the assessments done in Quebec, it's been pointed out that both workers and companies like this program. 96% satisfaction rate in Quebec among those surveyed. I think that says it all. If the Conservatives want to force Canadians to work 2 more years by delaying OAP to 67, well, you need a bit of a hand for people who are looking for a job and who are older. I could go on and on, Mr. Speaker. What I want to point out is that the Prime Minister promised to focus on jobs in the economy. Unfortunately, that's not what we're seeing in this budget. What I can promise, however, is that the NDP will continue to focus on a greener, more prosperous and fairer Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Ajax Pickering.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Ma question pour...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question for my honourable colleague is quite simple. How can she claim that there could be increased growth in Canada, that more jobs could be created by increasing taxes? Because all of the NDP's proposals, even very vague ones, be it by this member or by the leader of the opposition, include additional taxes on carbon, on sales. There's all kinds of proposals put forward by the NDP, but the lessons of the world over the past decade show that it's not by increasing taxes that we make a country more competitive and ensure growth. How can she claim that the opposite is true? And to what point will she go in increasing taxes for Canadians? The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Increasing taxes. Excellent question from my Conservative colleague. We realize here that the only people who use that word are the Conservatives. Mr. Speaker, the budget is a matter of choices, and they chose not to do this. But they could stop giving out gifts to big businesses that are prosperous and don't create jobs, or they could start to really deal with tax evasion. There are many ways, Mr. Speaker, of reworking expenditures in order to have money for Canadians, for families. No, Mr. Speaker, it's not necessary to increase taxes extensively or even at all if we really want to do something for Canadian families, for small and medium-sized businesses and the environment. That is not the only choice we have. There are many choices. The Conservatives have made their choices. They're spending money in some areas, the F-35s, that could have been better managed. We could have saved money in that area. I could name many other areas and examples, Mr. Speaker, but I think my point is clear.
In comments, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Following the question by my honourable colleague from the government benches, I'm surprised to say that a tax increase to create jobs or decrease taxes? Where are we going to get the funds for research to support the public?
Come to set up a regulatory system, to set up infrastructure that our economy depends on, a legal system, regulations for communications. All of these things are needed by an economy, and all of these things come from common benefits that it is very appropriate for the government to pay for. And I'd like to invite my colleague on the opposition side to further respond to the claim that the only way you can create jobs is by lowering taxes.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, another good example, investment is sometimes something that is profitable. Investing seriously in infrastructure, this is a good example that could, first of all, ensure that projects would move forward that Canadians would benefit from, as well as create jobs. Mr. Speaker, the decrease that was announced in infrastructure in the last budget, well, this will cost us jobs in Canada. 1 + 1 = 2. When you cut in some areas, sometimes you pay the price. So it's not necessarily a savings when you look at the overall situation, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be sharing my time today with my honourable friend, the Member of Parliament for Don Valley West, who is particularly well-suited and I think very keen to speak to this budget. But I'd like to begin by complimenting our outstanding Minister of Finance, my neighbour, the Member of Parliament for Whitby-Oshawa, on this latest budget. He and his team have once again set an extremely high standard. By continuing to look a little ahead, he's following the example of Sir John A.'s great finance ministers, Alexander Galt and Sir John Rose, Hincks, Tilley and Sir George Foster, who looked to the whole world for Canada's economic opportunity. And by putting responsible resource development, manufacturing and innovation front and center in successive budgets, they have articulated a truly national policy for the 21st century. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak briefly today about 4 issues: debt, jobs, markets, and the future.
But let's be clear from the start. The last 7 years have belonged to Canadians, as the Minister said, be it our troops' performances in Afghanistan, in Penjwai in 2006, or during the G20 summit in Toronto in 2010, when we put forward an agenda on fiscal consolidation for the entire world. The world started to look at Canada differently. It was a period of crisis and looked to Canada for leadership when it came to the economy, and the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance never missed an opportunity to provide that leadership.
Ambitious global partnership for maternal, newborn and child health, even as we've launched the most ambitious trade liberalization agenda in our country's history, all the while remaining the best in the G7 for job creation, growth, and government-funded research. But, Mr. Speaker, the key to all these achievements, above all else, is indeed fiscal responsibility. Compare our deficit projection for this year, $18.7 billion, with those of the U.S. $901 billion is the current projection, with many variables ahead, as we know in Congress and elsewhere. Or the UK, £108 billion for this year. As the lesson of Cyprus has shown in the past week, the world is still on a sovereign debt precipice, with many of our allies and partners already exceeding the 90% threshold for debt to GDP, beyond which growth has historically slowed on average by 1.2% per year, even in conditions of low interest rates, as Reinhardt and Rogoff have recently shown in a now famous paper. Tous les pays avec un
all countries with a middle or intermediate per capita rate also have that level. Like Canada, be it Sweden, Australia, or a few other countries that are quite small.
Resist the temptation to throw caution to the winds, to sacrifice fiscal consolidation on the altar of short-term advantage, to saddle our young people with an unnecessary burden. But make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what both opposition parties would do with their uncosted proposals, with their inconsistent statements, with their bureaucratic reflexes, and their politics of instant gratification. The government will not travel this path. We will not miss this opportunity to continue Canada's economic leadership in mining, where we continue to be the world leader in new financing of exploration and development, dans les secteurs de l'aérospatial,
in aerospace and defense sectors, or our ability to produce the best products and develop capacity for the future, and have new support in this budget.
Where we are taking action to promote innovation, et dans le domaine des finances.
And in the area of finance, where Toronto and other very dynamic centers in the financial sector in Canada, Calgary, Montreal, and elsewhere are now among the top 10 financial centers in the world.
Agriculture, Mr. Speaker, where our exports of meat, grain, fish, and other food products continue to grow. All of these sectors, Mr. Speaker, creating high-paying jobs from coast to coast to coast in urban areas and rural. Mr. Speaker, it's one thing to want to have a low-tax, high-skilled jurisdiction. It's quite another to deliver on such a commitment. This Prime Minister, this Minister have done both. And international investors have been watching, Mr. Speaker. We have the best business climate, according to Forbes magazine. We have the soundest banks, according to the Davos Forum. Over the past 7 years, portfolio investment in Canada has grown 67%, Mr. Speaker, while many other advanced economies have lost the confidence of investors or stumbled. Direct investment by Canadians in the world has grown from $806 to $980 billion, while direct investment in Canada has advanced from $802 to $947 billion. These are some of the keys, Mr. Speaker, to our recovery. These are the facts that underpin the creation of 950,000 net new jobs, most of them in the private sector, most of them high quality, since the low point of the last recession. But, Mr. Speaker, we must do more to ensure all Canadians have access to economic opportunity. That's why this budget also includes new measures to tackle homelessness, to build new affordable housing, to empower those with disabilities, and to help young Aboriginal Canadians find or start find a trade or start a new business. But let's be clear about our record to date. Canada's growth over the past 7 years has been balanced and inclusive. Let's recall what TD Economics told us in December 2012, and I quote, "Income inequality is both persistently lower and rising more slowly in Canada than in the United States. In fact, inequality in Canada has been flat since 1998 as measured by the Gini coefficient." Another record of achievement, Mr. Speaker. And let's look at the numbers. Let's look at the opportunity Canada has. According to Statistics Canada, our GDP in 2012 comes out at $1.833 trillion. Again, according to Statistics Canada, as of now, the estimated population just over 35 million. That's $52,288 of GDP per Canadian, Mr. Speaker. Well ahead of larger countries in the G7, well ahead of most of our peers. Et contrairement à l'opposition,
and unlike the opposition, we do not tolerate illusions about the role of international trade in creating our success.
Let's be clear what international economic experts are saying. Robert Z. Lawrence, Senior Fellow of the Peterson Institute, quote, "Trade has improved living standards. With the exception of oil, emerging economies have been mainly complementary rather than competitive." This is not what we hear from the NDP, who want to shut down all of our trade agreements in North America and beyond. They are not telling Canadians, coming clean with Canadians, about what this would do to our living standards, to our prosperity, to our future. And instead, this government is pursuing an ambitious trade agenda, building a powerful economic relationship with China.
We are continuing free trade with India. We're negotiating a free trade agreement with Europe, a historic accord for Canada.
Agreements with Latin America, and we're driving with the U.S., Japan, and others towards a trans-Pacific partnership. CETA amalgamation with foreign affairs, Mr. Speaker, I think all of us on this side of the House welcome it. Will only help us to be more strategic about our position in the world, to have an effective policy for partnering with low-income countries, while trading and investing with developing middle-income and high-income countries coherently, powerfully. And is it not, Mr. Speaker, a huge advantage for Canada not only to have a development commitment to the 54 countries of Africa, but to have mining companies which have invested not $5 billion of 2005, but $32 billion plus in Africa today? Does that not do more to raise living standards and to also secure Canadian leadership? What does this mean for a riding like Ajax Pickering? It means young people will be considering apprenticeships in the many sectors where nearly 250,000 jobs are still going unfilled. It means small businesses will be seeking Canada's jobs grants to plan for new hiring, even while welcoming the extension of the tax credit for new hires.
This means that investment in industrial equipment will continue. And we've already seen an increase of 11% in 2010, almost 25% in 2011.
The budget roundtable on youth, women and unemployment last fall with Parliamentary Secretary Kelly Leach now know that they have been heard. With the Parliamentary Secretary for Human Resource Development. It means commuters, families and public transit. Municipal authorities at Ajax and Pickering can now have confidence that the largest long-term commitment to infrastructure in Canada's history, $70 billion over 10 years, will benefit them. It means those who believe in a strong defence industry for Canada will be looking to opportunities in shipbuilding, aerospace, defence procurement to harness new ideas and support the next technological breakthrough in blast-resistant materials or low-emission propulsion. Mr. Speaker, during the ministry of Sir John A. Macdonald, Canada represented only 1.3% of global GDP. Today, we represent something like 2.6% after a crisis that has seen the share of other advanced economies slide and as emerging economies have seen unparalleled growth. Global GDP has risen from 41 trillion in 2000 to over 70 trillion today. But Canada's place remains prominent. Canada's prospects remain bright. Canada's leadership remains strong. Thanks to this budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, before coming to Parliament, I was a teacher. And I think that education is important to me because it's the best investment we can make. It's in education. It makes big changes in every way. In this budget, what concerns me is that they talk about education, yes, but tied to jobs. So when children have trouble, among us here, we have children, some of them who have difficulties at school. So how is the budget caring for families and kids with difficulties at school? These learning difficulties will lead to problems later when they're teenagers. Perhaps they'll drop out. What are we doing in that regard? I see nothing. Another thing that concerns me with regard to education, here we talk about marketing strategy for foreign students. Well, education is not marketing. It's a very important value. So I would like to ask my colleague the question, why is nothing being done about education for families to help our children? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we haven't set aside education, but we respect that it is provincial jurisdiction. Despite that, we have ensured $10 billion transfers a year for post-secondary education to the provinces at much higher levels than any other in the past, particularly what was done under the Liberals, $2.7 million in transfers to help people get a job. There's a number of initiatives in this regard in the budget. There's a youth employment strategy. We have an integration strategy for the handicapped, as well as an Aboriginal employment strategy. All of these programs have an educational dimension to them, while respecting provincial jurisdiction, Mr. Speaker, which is the very foundation of our country and our Constitution.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague talked about all the advantages in the budget of 2013. He talked about a lot of things. I would like to ask him whether he can explain why, if the budget is so good, why the government has to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on advertising to tell everyone over and over and over again why the government is doing these good things.
In fact, not even explaining any details of why the government is spending what it's spending, but simply just to put some good feelings in Canadians. Why does the government think, if it thinks that the budget is so great, why does it think it's so great to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on these kinds of feel-good advertisements?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Speaker. I know the member was not here at the time, neither was I, but he really should know that the spending levels were much higher under the Liberal government. The Honourable Secretary of the Treasury, President of the Treasury Board has mentioned that on several occasions. He should also know that no one will take Liberals seriously on this question until they tell us what happened with $40 million from the sponsorship scandal.
Exactly.
The biggest government advertising scandal in Canadian history.
Where to go? Questions and comments. A short question. The Honourable Member for Burlington.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal member from Kingston in this previous question to the previous speaker said that we on this side only believe that jobs can be created by lowering taxes. So my question to the Parliamentary Secretary is, what do higher taxes do to job creation in this country?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It would be such a pleasure to be in this place if there were more questions like that, Mr. Speaker. And I encourage all honourable members to ask questions that are relevant to economic reality in the world today. The short answer, Mr. Speaker, is that higher taxes would kill jobs. Can I say that again, Mr. Speaker, just so that everyone understands? Higher taxes would kill jobs. The NDP hasn't been following what's happened in Sweden. They think it's a socialist workers' paradise with very high taxes. It is doing well because it has reduced taxes more aggressively than any country in Europe. It is doing well because it has lower debt levels, thanks to a government that is very similar to ours in its policies, than almost anyone in Europe.
Here, here.
Low taxes create jobs. High taxes kill jobs.
Here, here. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise today in the House to defend and support Economic Action Plan 2013. I want to begin, though, by congratulating my colleague from Ajax Pickering, who did an outstanding job in his speech talking about so many issues that are so relevant in this budget today. The Economic Action Plan 2013 is about jobs, growth, long-term prosperity, and Canada's bright future. Over the past several years, we have all witnessed the global economy destabilize, with former leading nations crippled by global market forces, excess spending, and debt. The citizens of these countries have suffered the most. Job losses, fluctuating currencies, and a future of uncertainty. However, Canada could not be more contrastive, and Budget 2013 is quite simply further evidence of why Canada continues to be an oasis for financial stability. The praise for Budget 2013 and Canada's economy is significant. Moody's rated Canada with its solid AAA rating. In the G7, Canada is the only nation with this top credit rating, and following the release of our fiscal plan, we will eliminate the national deficit in an expedient 2 years. This is complemented by a consistently high ranking by the OECD. As reported in their economic survey of Canada, the economy is continuing to grow despite the persistence of international turbulence. Federal fiscal plans are seen by markets as credible. The banking system is sound. Canada enjoys strong institutions and policy credibility. End of quote. To that final note, the decision made in Budget 2013 are additional evidence of the sound policy-making decisions and our economic stability. From global to local, the praise for our financial institutions and economic leadership is consistent. Organizations such as the Canadian Building Trades are, quote, extremely happy with the Canada Job Grant. This is an opportunity to really affect the trades industries in a positive way, end of quote. The Canadian Welders Association also said they were, quote, pleased to see that the Harper government is taking action to support skilled trades in Canada.
Urged to interrupt the member. You cannot refer to members of Parliament by their given name, even when referencing the government.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Huh? Our own guys that throw you out. Keep going.
Across a huge diversity of sectors, an impressive 950,000 net new jobs have been created since 2009. Quite simply, the Minister of Finance understands that it is the economy and jobs that matter to Canadians and their families. Knowing of the shortage of workers in skilled trades, the government has reallocated $4 million over 3 years to work with provinces and territories and increase opportunities for apprentices. These apprentices will find potential employment through federally funded construction and maintenance contracts, as well as affordable housing and infrastructure projects. And Mr. Speaker, I should mention that in Industry Committee, where we spend a lot of time interviewing witnesses on issues such as skilled trades and the need for support in those areas, we have heard from those witnesses, and this budget is testament to the fact that this government listens. The government recognizes the importance of all Canadians working and contributing meaningfully to the workforce. It is for this reason that Budget 2013 is committing to the labour market agreements for persons with disabilities. This program will focus on enhancing skills training and opportunities for those with disabilities. It will also extend the Opportunities Fund to $40 million per year, understanding that the structure of a building can act as a barrier for some individuals. Economic Action Plan 2013 has committed to an ongoing allotment of $15 million per year for Enabling Accessibility Fund. This fund will assist in the costs of renovations to increase accessibility for people with ambulatory needs. The government is here to help Canadians throughout their careers and from their first job to a career transition and ultimately leading to a full and productive life. We're here to support our youth in finding employment. A primary barrier for new graduates following the completion of their studies is gaining work experience. These bright young adults will now have the opportunity to gain this experience through paid internships. The government is providing an investment of $70 million over the course of 3 years to help support 5,000 paid internships for new grads. This is in addition to subsidizing the upfront cost of tuition with over $10 billion annually to directly support post-secondary education, including the financial assistance such as student loans and grants. Canada is an exceptionally diverse country. I am proud that my riding of Don Valley West is home to the individuals from all countries. Knowing that each individual and cultural community adds to our vibrant cultural mosaic, this government has shown a consistent and substantial investment in supporting newcomers, including in 2006 over $1.5 billion over 5 years dedicated to settlement and integration programs. Also, knowing that Canada is a highly sought-after destination for immigrants, I was pleased to see that in Economic Action Plan 2013, there will be a focus on international recruitment to meet Canada's labour market needs. There is also a commitment to ensure success by providing opportunities for individuals from abroad to experience Canada through the temporary resident program. We will do so by funding $42 million over 2 years to increase processing capacity for these applicants, as well as countless others who will we will help individuals in areas such as Thorncliffe Park and Flemington Park to important neighbourhoods in Don Valley West. Coming from the automotive sector, Mr. Speaker, I was very pleased to see the provision of $1.4 billion in tax relief to the manufacturing sector, with a 2-year extension of the temporary accelerated capital cost allowance for machinery and equipment. This will help manufacturers purchase the equipment they need to operate their businesses and, in turn, create jobs and help to grow our economy. Mr. Speaker, our government is here to provide the tools necessary for our manufacturing sector to thrive and grow. Our government is committed to research and leadership and innovation, even in a time of global uncertainty. This is evidenced by the $920 million dedicated to renew the Federal Economic Development Agency, of which $200 million will be applied to new advanced manufacturing. This will benefit countless local research centers such as the Mars Research Centre for Innovation located in Toronto. The Canadian manufacturers and exporters voiced their support, saying, quote, "The federal budget sends an important signal. It positions manufacturing and exporting at the heart of Canada's economic action plan by focusing on practical steps that will enhance competitiveness, productivity, innovation, and business growth. This is very good news for companies creating jobs in Canada, investing in our communities, and developing and selling world-class products and services around the world," end of quote. It is our government's bold commitment to innovation with a measured fiscal responsibility that has ensured Canada has maintained its place as a leading economy. The government also recognizes that an integral part of our economy are small business. These are the mom-and-pop shops down the street that provide a host of services that create a sense of community. Mr. Speaker, as I wrap up my time today, I want to also mention a very special Centre of Excellence in my community of Don Valley West, the Canadian National Institute for the Blind. I was delighted in Economic Action Plan 2013 to note on my favorite page in the entire book, page 235, that the CNIB is going to receive $3 million to assist in the development of their National Digital Hub, which will provide new technology to assist the blind and the sight impaired. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to address these issues today.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's, one of the aspects of the budget that does draw a great deal of concern is the fact that you've taken skill set training programming. And you're saying no longer is the province going to be responsible for it, but what we're going to do is the federal government's going to take on that role. And they're saying that we're prepared to allow these skill set developments take place across the country as long as there's matching grants from different provinces. Well, Mr. Speaker, the provinces don't necessarily all have equal resources or potentially even priorities, Mr. Speaker, in terms of being able to develop the type of programs that would be able to take advantage of the millions of dollars that is being offered. Well, my question to the member is for those provinces that might not be able to match the funds for skill development training programs, what is the government prepared to do for those provinces? Are they prepared to work with the private sector and ensure that every region is in fact treated equally with those dollars that is being allocated, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his lengthy question. Mr. Speaker, job creation is very important to this country. We need to find ways in which we can assist in skills training and development. I mentioned through my speech that at committee we had heard from trade unions, labor unions, who encouraged us to find ways to ensure that we could develop apprenticeship programs and skills training for youth that would allow them to become productive, find good jobs, and get employed in this country. Mr. Speaker, with the internship program alone, businesses will be a participant, a partner in that development. The province will be a partner, and the federal government will be a partner at varying levels. They'll find ways to do it at numbers that work to the benefit of that province. Thank you.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Pierrefonds. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to talk about skills training. It was a provincial jurisdiction, and under this budget it has been taken away from provinces. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives often make decisions without supporting these decisions without any analysis or numbers. So could my colleague tell us where this decision came from? Why was it made? Do they have any concrete reasons? Why do they think they can do that? And why do they think provinces couldn't have continued to manage this area without the wise advice of the Conservatives? Because this is frustrating as a decision. It's a surprise decision for many of our partners, and they haven't been backed up with arguments.
For Don Valley West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. Mr. Speaker, it's very evident in this country, and I quote Perrin Beatty, President and CEO of Canadian Chamber of Commerce, who said, "Everywhere I go, businesses of all sizes tell me that the #1 concern is finding the right people to do the job." Clearly, we have not been meeting the need of industry and business across this country, whether in skills training and internship and apprenticeship development or helping businesses to succeed. By developing the programs we've developed, we will meet that need and we will help our provinces and businesses to achieve that end.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands, a short question, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to ask the Honourable Member if he doesn't feel there's some truth in the kind of commentary we've seen, for instance, in the Globe and Mail, Jeffrey Simpson's column, that the tax code is getting, under this government, increasingly complicated, that individual boutique tax cuts are not good fiscal policy, and that we end up with a dog's breakfast of a few things thrown here and there to meet certain constituencies, but we lack a sensible, coherent fiscal plan.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for that question. And, Mr. Speaker, our budget, our Economic Action Plan 2013 is about creating jobs, growing our economy, and creating prosperity for all Canadians. Throughout the years, we've developed a tax plan that provides incentives and tax relief from coast to coast to coast. And I believe our tax plan today meets those needs, helps Canadians and especially families to keep more of their hard-earned money in their pocket. And quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, that's what our job is all about.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Random Bureau in Saint-Georges. Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to rise today and speak to Budget 2013. Obviously, this budget falls short, and that is why we will be voting against it. However, there is one positive aspect to this budget, and that is this. Despite the general idea underlying this budget, that is to cut spendings and slow economic growth, at least the government did not cancel two very positive measures that were introduced by the previous Liberal government, and I'm referring to the gas tax. This gas tax, in their wisdom, was introduced by the Liberals in their wisdom because they realized that there was a need for municipal infrastructures. And so it channeled funds that came from the gas tax, and it challenged it towards the municipalities, and that measure is still in place. The second Liberal measure that dates back to previous Liberal governments was the exemption for municipalities from the GST. In other words, the municipalities did not have to pay GST thanks to that previous measure. So that is the one positive aspect to this budget. However, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately there are several negative aspects to this budget. So I'd like to speak to infrastructure to begin with. Throughout North America, It is now the time to renew our infrastructure. And this is throughout North America and throughout Canada. I'm not the only one saying this, Mr. Speaker. All you have to do is read the papers and listen to the Canadian Federation of Municipalities. Infrastructure has to be renewed and repaired in this country. And so it is up to us to build new infrastructure if we want to make sure there's continuous economic growth. And what we are disappointed by is the idea that the Building Canada plan has been reduced. And it calls this question to mind. Is this reduction based on any economic argument? Is it being made on economic grounds, or is it being made on political grounds? So is the purpose of this reduction, this decrease, to allow the government to meet its goal of a balanced budget just in time for the next election? Or is it for economic reasons? Now, I doubt it's for economic reasons, because what it does do is slow down economic growth. So quite sincerely, I believe that that reduction, decrease in investment in infrastructure is being done purely for political reasons. And political reasons that would benefit the Conservative Party and its political goals. Because, Mr. Speaker, let's not forget that when you're traveling on bad roads, that incurs a cost to drivers. Mr. Speaker, every time you have to go to a service station to get your wheels aligned, for example, every time you have to get a tire changed because there was a puncture, because a car hit a pothole, well, that's money, Mr. Speaker. That all costs money. I know there's been talk about private investment, etc., but this is money that taxpayers have that could have been invested, for example, in an RSP. And that over time would have increased and would have led to more money in their RSP, and therefore would have been there to support them in their retirement. So what that means is that individuals and drivers are incurring costs by driving on these bad roads. So when you don't invest in infrastructure, it's costly for citizens. Mr. Speaker, I'm just going to give you one example. It's an American example, and it was provided in a study undertaken by the American Civil Society for Engineers. These are numbers from 2009. So the American Society of Civil Engineers concluded that in the United States, there's been a loss of $78 billion due to the following. For example, there's congestion and cars have to remain idling, for example, and that slows down circulation and it slows down the traffic, rather, and it leads to a loss of gas, for example, because cars aren't moving forward. So those losses cost $78 billion, as I was saying, to the United States.
And when cars have to be repairs, because, as I mentioned, you go over potholes. These repairs total $67 billion. This is a significant amount, Mr. Speaker. There are more accidents on the road as well when the roads are in bad condition. In the U.S., many accidents were due to a road system that is in bad condition, and that totaled $230-odd billion in 2009. So it costs a lot not to invest in infrastructure. We know that infrastructure is expensive, but when it comes to job creation, it's extremely effective. The University of Massachusetts Amherst concluded in 2009, following some research, that every $1 billion spent on infrastructure creates 18,000 jobs. So 30% more than if you took that $1 billion and had it as a tax cut. So it's very effective to invest in infrastructure. It's effective in terms of job creation, and it saves individuals a lot of money and lost wasted time, money spent on car repairs. But you need infrastructure that's in good condition if you want to encourage economic growth in the future. Without infrastructure, economic activity cannot grow. So in the long term, good infrastructure equals healthy economic growth.
Critic, Mr. Speaker, I observed something a little while ago, and now it's all starting to make sense. I observed that proposed wastewater regulations were diluted between the Gazette 1 part of the regulation-making process and Gazette 2. And what that means is that obviously the quality of our water will not be as high as it would have been, but it also means that it won't be necessary to spend as much on wastewater plants as we would if the regulations were stricter. And I'm wondering now if the government diluted wastewater regulations intentionally in order to minimize how much money it would have to invest across Canada in plant upgrades and in the construction of new plants. And now it's all starting to make sense when I look at this budget and this political objective of balancing the budget. I'm not saying that balancing the budget is not a good idea for the economy, but does it have to be by the fall of 2015? I'm not so sure, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his presentation. I'm troubled by this budget for a number of reasons. Of course, the failure to reverse the decision to cut essential scientific work in the environmental field from the experimental lakes area to the Polar Environmental Arctic Research Lab. There's been a year in which the government could have reconsidered, since these are very, very small savings and pale in comparison to areas where there's a lot of spending. But I want to ask my honourable colleague, I think the thing that shocks me most about this budget is that when I look through it, I can't find any tables that tell us department by department where the money will be spent. I've never in my life seen a budget that didn't include the budget. And I'm wondering if my colleague has any comments.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was when I was working on my speech on the weekend, I was looking furiously for some numbers and for some comparative tables that would allow us to get some kind of a historical perspective on what is being done here. And I noticed the exact same thing. There seems to be an effort of subterfuge to basically hide the realities of this budget, in a historical context. And I really find that quite ironic, because while the government is hiding what it's doing, it's spending large sums of money promoting itself and its supposed good works on television. And that money could indeed, even a small portion of that advertising money, could have been used to keep the ELA going, and which is, of course, a world-renowned, with the best freshwater laboratory in the world, and it's a travesty that it's being shut down, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for La Salle-et-Mar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to get back to my question about the importance of the co-op movement in our lives and how the current government seems to want to attack this major economic force in our country. So I'd like to ask the member who just spoke, what will be the effect of the disappearance of the tax credit that allowed the Caisses Populaires and credit unions to find capital. What will be the effect, notably for the Caisse Populaire, which are a major economic powerhouse in Quebec? The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis. Well, Mr. Speaker, as you know, the Caisse Populaire and the co-ops, financial co-ops that we have throughout Canada, are an integral part of the economic history of Canada. The Caisse Populaire go back many decades. I remember when I was in grade school, we'd deposit 10 cents every week to the Caisse Populaire. The Caisse would come to the school and teach us how to save. The Caisse Populaire played a very important role in a very stable banking system. Thank goodness it's a stable system, but it's a banking system that is founded on a limited number of financial institutions. So I think there is a need for a counterweight. On the one hand, you need solid foundations, big institutions, but on the other hand, you need a financial system that's a little more popular, if you will, or populist, to counterbalance the great strength of the concentration of chartered banks. Questions and comments? A brief question. The honourable member for Pierrefonds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A brief question. I thank my colleague for his speech. He talked about infrastructure. This budget renews the PPP Canada Fund. Provinces and municipalities won't have much choice but to use the Triple P model. So I'd like to know what my colleague thinks of this more specifically. The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis. At first glance, P3s are not a bad vehicle to encourage the construction of new infrastructure or the renewal of infrastructure, but I'm not sure that that's the right model for all infrastructure. I have a constituent right now who is studying the P3 model when it comes to water infrastructure. He's not too sure that it applies properly to that sector. So I think we have to be judicious in applying the P3 model to infrastructure.
Member for Annenburn, St. George's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in the midst of a still fragile economy and dealing with a recession, and what we see is continued conservative fiscal incompetence, buoyed only by the Liberal legacy of strong banking regulations, I might add, I'm pleased to rise today to debate this budget. When I read this year's budget, or more accurately, this year's conservative branding exercise, I'm reminded of Winston Churchill's famous words, "I never worry about action, but only about inaction." Unfortunately, the Conservatives' Economic Inaction Plan 2013 leaves us all worrying about our futures. We're left to worry about the lack of action to help those engaged in the fishing industry, which of course is of paramount importance to the province where I live in Newfoundland and Labrador. It's a worry especially to the fishers themselves. Rather than work with those in the fishing industry and support what could be a sustainable industry, since fish is a renewable resource, by the way, the Harper government is cutting another $108 million over 5 years from the...
Order. I believe the point of order is to remind honourable members not to use the name of the Prime Minister or any other member in their speech. The honourable member for Annenburn, St. George's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative government is cutting another $108 million over 5 years from the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. This is in addition to the $161.1 million cut from the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, again announced by the Conservative government in previous budgets. These cuts, coupled with the changes to the employment insurance program and the impact on seasonal workers, will make life a struggle for those who work so hard to make a living from the sea. Mr. Speaker, there are over 80,000 Canadians who make their living from fishing and fishing-related activities. We fail to realize that it is because of their efforts we have access to one of, if not the best food source in the world. Fish is a food of excellent nutritional value, providing high-quality protein and a wide variety of vitamins and minerals. If the fishing industry was accorded the respect it deserves, Canada would not have dropped from 6th place to 8th place in the world among seafood exporting countries. Instead of slipping to 8th place, the industry could continue to be a major player in supplying the world with this major food source. Instead, it is treated with disdain by a government that has no appreciation for the industry or those who work in it. We are left to worry about the economic reality facing our seniors with this budget and the lack of action to improve their situation. Having given so much during their lifetime to help our country succeed, the government is prepared to ignore what should be their right now, if they so wish, to spend time with grandchildren, traveling, enjoying retirement during what many couldn't do when they were working. That's right. This government has decided in its wisdom, or dare I say lack of, to move the eligibility age for OAS from 65 to 67, forcing seniors to work an extra 2 years before they can live that life to which many seniors look forward. What is it about Conservatives that make them think somehow that the majority of our seniors have more than just very modest savings, if any, after years of being in the workforce, and deserve to be eligible for old age security at a time in their lives when they can still enjoy the benefits that come from receiving the pension income, as modest as it is? Ralph Morris, president of the Newfoundland and Labrador Public Sector Pensioners Association, is on record saying such changes as raising to 67 from 65, the age at which Canadians could qualify for OAS, will push many seniors into poverty. I think it is an attack, he said, and I quote, "I think it is an attack on the seniors of this country, again by a Prime Minister and a government." According to Susan Ng, the head of the Canadian Association of Retired Persons, and I quote, "CARP members will be disappointed that the federal budget contained little to address their priority concerns: retirement security, seniors' poverty, and equitable access to health care, affordable drugs, and home care. The modest measures are still welcome. Any other improvements would have had some immediate impact, but would mostly set the stage for the kind of future Canadians can expect in retirement." End of quote. We are left to worry about the increasing difficulty for young people graduating from post-secondary institutions, more educated than ever before, yet with worse prospects for employment, thanks to the continued lack of real action by this Conservative government. Committing to a job grant program that will not come into effect for another 5 years is not real action. Requiring cash-strapped provinces to match federal contributions in order to avail of the program is not real action. Freezing funding for training at 2007 pre-recession levels is not real action. That's right. Unfortunately, the only real action from this government is the hundreds of millions of dollars being spent on self-promotion. So if you're looking for a job in the advertising industry, you might just be lucky, because as a result of this budget, that is the only place where you might find work. And then the job you find will be paid by your own tax dollars, hundreds of millions of which the Conservative government is using to shamelessly run a pre-election campaign. Fortunately, Canadians see through these tactics as they try to deal with just living from day to day. In today's economic reality, Conservative words will not improve the lives of those in Random Bureau and St. George's and the rest of Canada. Only positive action will improve this economy and create jobs. Unfortunately, this budget offers Canadians nothing but empty words. As a Member of Parliament for Random Bureau and St. George's since 2008, I know only too well the hardships faced by many of those I represent. Fortunately, Canadians are no longer fooled by the practice of dropping goodies in budgets to try to distract Canadians from the real message and inadequate performance. The difficulty is the budget is so short on detail that it is left to those of us who have the opportunity to read the budget documents to try and read between the lines and find out exactly what it is the Conservative government intends to do. The contradictions in the messages are alarming. For instance, in Budget 2007, the government promised almost $5.2 billion in new infrastructure funding for municipalities in 2013-14. Budget 2013, however, only offers $3.3 billion in new funding for each of 2014-15 and 2015-16. The Conservatives failed to deliver infrastructure funding announced in Budget 2007 and are now trying to claim that same money as new funding over the next 5 years. The Conservatives claim skills training is the most important issue facing the country, yet they actually cut training, and after inflation is factored in, by freezing funding at 2007 pre-recession levels. Talk about alarming, contradictory messaging. That's right. Predictably, Conservatives will decry how opposition members are not standing up for the constituents when they vote against the budget. It is unfortunate that the few positive measures laced in between extraordinarily destructive Conservative economic policy get caught up in the bigger picture. The Conservatives will attempt to reduce my opposition to their overall economic inaction to their standard speaking points. But, Mr. Speaker, allow me to address one of the changes that I not only support but welcome wholeheartedly. Of particular interest to me, given my motion M422 to enhance veterans' burial assistance, the last post fund, was the increase in assistance for qualifying veterans from $3,600 to $7,376. Along with the Royal Canadian Legion, I support this measure. That is why I wrote to the Finance Minister before the budget was tabled to ask that the last post fund be enhanced. I was pleased to see part of my recommendation contained in the budget. In fact, if the Conservatives would agree to table this change in separate standalone legislation, I am confident they will find unanimous consent to pass it. However, Mr. Speaker, when I wrote to the Finance Minister to ask that the assistance provided be increased, I also expressed my concern for the 66% of those veterans' families who applied to the last post fund for financial assistance to help with the burial of their loved ones, but were denied. These denials meant that more than 20,000 veterans whose families applied to the last post fund for financial assistance were denied a dignified burial during the Conservative government's time in office. According to the Royal Canadian Legion, although the assistance increase is positive, it will have absolutely no effect on the number of deserving veterans in need who are denied assistance by this Conservative government. Following this change, modern-day veterans, in other words, veterans who served post-Korean War, are still excluded from applying for government funding. Fortunately, the government will have another chance to reconsider and support my motion in support of our veterans when it comes up for debate next month. And I sincerely hope that, given the overwhelming support for my motion by veterans throughout this great country and the Legion's principled letter-writing campaign, the Conservatives will vote in favour of my motion and take the necessary steps to implement it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm interested. This member has piqued my interest since she deplored so in generalities the budget, but never actually spoke about the measures in the budget. She indicated one measure that she'd support if it was a one-off vote, which is the significant increase in the benefit for our veterans and their families for burial. I'm wondering, I'm going to list a couple others, and perhaps she could indicate if she'd support these on a one-off vote, like the accelerated capital cost allowance for manufacturers for the next 2 years, something very popular with manufacturers. Would she support that in a one-off vote? The support for regional economic development right across this country, would she support that in a one-off vote? The indexing of the gas tax transfers for municipalities, would she support that in a one-off vote, Mr. Speaker? The massive funding for the Building Canada, would she support that in a one-off vote? If she's going to vote against these measures, Mr. Speaker, then what exactly is it that she supports?
The Honourable Member for Random Borough St. George's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. And I think, as I said in my speech when I started, what is so difficult about this budget is that it's hard to pick out a few good points when there are so many negative points contained in the budget. So while I look to my motion M422 in terms of support for veterans, obviously I would support it. It's the right thing to do. And I'm glad the Finance Minister agreed with my request to increase the amount from $3,600 up to over $7,000. That's important. But there are so many other issues that we were confronted with in this budget that are going to hurt Canadians. So while the honourable member can stand and rhyme off 3 or 4 things in this budget that he thinks are good, we can stand as members of the opposition and Canadians from coast to coast to coast and point to so many areas where the government has failed Canadians, and they talk about job skills training as being a priority. Well, Mr. Speaker, the reality is that there will be nothing in this job grant program for 5 years, and then the provinces and the employers will have to match the funding. If you can't, then unfortunately you can't avail of it. So that's just one example. If he wants more, I can certainly give them to him.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just wondering if the Honourable Member could perhaps put herself in the position of the government and answer the question of whether or not the Liberals would be aiming to balance the budget by 2015, or perhaps they'd run a deficit. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Annenberg, St. George's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. And if he will recall, of course, it was the last Liberal government that ran a surplus. Right. That, in fact, we turned over a $13 billion surplus when the Conservative government took power, and they just burned through it. They just wasted $13 billion in record time, even before the recession had started. That's right. So we run balanced budgets, Mr. Speaker. We do the right thing. We look at what we can afford. We look at what's right for Canadians. And the Conservatives have run the highest deficit in the country's history. I can guarantee you, Mr. Speaker, that is something that the Liberals would not do.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for Random Bureau St. George's. I also, like her, could point to things that I was pleased to see in this budget. So she gives me the chance to say I was very relieved that Sustainable Development Technology Canada, which is a fund which helps commercialize clean tech investments and developments and companies across Canada, has received enough funding that at least it won't die after this budget. But I was surprised, and perhaps the honourable member can comment on this, the only sections on the climate change issue and the climate crisis in this budget refer to programs that they've already killed in previous budgets, taking credit for the very successful eco-energy retrofit program. I wonder if she believes that program should have been continued so that homeowners can get some relief on high energy bills.
The Honourable Member for Annenberg, St. George's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question. And obviously, I agree that it should have continued. It is a type of program that Canadians have looked to and respected and understood how important it is, particularly when we talk about the environment and how important it is to ensure that we do sustain our environment and that we take the measures that are right and not find ourselves in a situation where there is nothing happening. I mean, if you were to leave it to this government, there is no discussion of the environment. And the facts and figures that are put forward are so convoluted that you can't even see the forest for the trees. So, Mr. Speaker, we're finding ourselves in a situation as members of an opposition trying to get a handle on what this government is doing with respect to the environment. And it's very hard to do it because, of course, they're not forthcoming at all when it comes to sustaining our environment.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am very proud to rise today and speak about a budget that will continue to propel our nation towards a long-term prosperity, not just for now, not just for our generation, mais pour toutes les générations.
But for all future generations. I will be sharing my time, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Fort McMurray, Arthabaska.
For our government, as it is for every Canadian from coast to coast to coast, a budget is a very serious thing. It's an integral part of a responsible way of life. And just as for any family, the budgetary choices that we make today define the available opportunities for tomorrow. By this measure, our government is signaling what a prosperous future in Canada will require, and we are taking concerted action today to make that happen. Action by eliminating the deficit. Action by investing in public infrastructure. Action by providing incentives for hard-working Canadians to develop the skills and training that will provide them with good, high-paying jobs that make a difference in the economy. Action by investing in Canada's youth, who will drive Canada's economy long into the future by supporting their educational endeavours. As we all know, Canada is outperforming other G7 nations in economic growth by leaps and bounds. This budget will ensure that remains the case long into the future. Notre gouvernement conservateur.
Our Conservative government is focusing entirely on what counts and matters to Canadians, that is job creation, economic growth, and sustainable prosperity for Canada. In fact, thanks to our economic action plan, Canada has one of the best economic performances of the G7 countries, both during the global recession and during the recovery period. Here are the facts. Canada has created more than 950,000 net new jobs since the worst of the global recession in July 2009. This is an indication of how healthy our economy is. 90% of those jobs are full-time, and nearly 80% of them are in the private sector.
Canada has had the strongest job creation record in the entire G7 by far. Canada's unemployment rate is at its lowest level in 4 years.
The unemployment rate is the lowest that it has been in 4 years, and much lower than that in the United States. And this has not been seen for some 30 years.
International Monetary Fund and Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development are projecting that Canada will have among the strongest growth in all the G7 countries for many years ahead. For the 5th straight year, the World Economic Forum has ranked Canada's banking system as the soundest in the world. And Canada has the lowest overall tax rate on new business investment in the G7. All the major credit rating agencies, Moody's, Fitch, Standard & Poor's, have affirmed Canada's rock-solid AAA credit rating, and our net debt to GDP ratio remains the lowest in the G7 by far. Comme nous ne cessons de le dire.
As we continue to say, Canada is not invulnerable to what is happening south of the border. We continue to be vulnerable to economic turbulence from the United States and elsewhere. The U.S. is among our biggest trading partners. That is why the Economic Action Plan 2013 focuses on positive initiatives to support job creation and economic growth while returning to budget balance and ensuring that Canada's economic advantage remains solid today and in the future.
Maintain this impressive record of success by maintaining our focus on balancing the budget. Before the global recession hit, and the honourable member who spoke just before clearly didn't understand this, but our Conservative government paid down $37 billion in debt. $37 billion in debt, bringing Canada's debt to its lowest level in 25 years. 25 years. Grâce à notre
Thanks to our fiscal responsibility and our plan to reduce the debt, Canada is in an optimal financial position to make it through the global recession. This global recession hit, and we made the decision to have a temporary deficit to protect our economy and our jobs. All political parties in Parliament agreed.
English, sir. All parties in Parliament agreed with that plan in 2009. While other countries continue to struggle with debt that is spiraling out of control, Canada is in the best fiscal position in the G7, and I think it's very important to note that Canada's net debt to GDP ratio is 35.8%. That's the lowest level in the G7 countries. The G7 average is 80.4%. That is a sign of a healthy economy. Now, alors que le NPD...
While the NDP and the Liberals want to have reckless spending, our Conservative government wants to return to a balanced budget by 2015.
I have a number of pieces of information that I want to share here, but one of the most important, given the previous discussion, which clearly misunderstood what we're trying to achieve for youth, is important, and I'm going to change the order of what I'm speaking on to make sure that I'm able to address this. Let's not forget that this budget provides for Canada's youth, the next generation, drivers of our economy, many, many things. It
is essential to ensure that young Canadians have the information and possibilities they need to make enlightened choices on education and employment if we want to ensure economic prosperity and economic prosperity that is sustainable in Canada. That is why our 2013 Economic Action Plan sets out strategic investments to ensure that today's young people have the skills required to fill the jobs of tomorrow.
Mr. Speaker, by promoting education in high-demand fields like the skilled trades, the sciences, technology, engineering, and mathematics. We are extending support for Pathways to Education Canada. As a former school trustee who saw the benefit of that to my community, I applaud this investment. It supports students who are at risk of dropping out of high school through tutoring and mentoring. We are supporting more internships for recent post-secondary graduates by investing $70 million to support 5,000 more paid internships for recent post-secondary graduates. And we are supporting post-secondary education for First Nations and Inuit students by investing $10 million to Inspire, an organization that provides scholarships and bursaries to First Nations and Inuit students. We're also supporting youth entrepreneurship. These are the commercial leaders of tomorrow, and by providing $18 million to the Canadian Youth Business Foundation to provide mentorship, advice, and startup financing, we are going to be helping many young entrepreneurs between the ages of 18 and 34.
These investments are intended for young people, and since 2006 we have increased social programs transfers by $800 million per year starting in 2008 in order to strengthen the competitiveness of the education system, of post-secondary education.
$330 million per year through the Youth Employment Strategy to help young Canadians get the skills and work experience they need to transition to the workplace is critical. We are adding $123 million to streamline and modernize the Canada Student Loan Program. We are allowing full-time students to earn more money by doubling up this in-study income exemption, benefiting approximately 100,000 students, increasing the eligibility threshold for part-time students, and we are reducing the in-study interest rate for part-time students to zero. Mr. Speaker, Canadians can have confidence that there are many specific issues in this budget where we are helping Canadians who are going to make a difference in this economy, and I am proud to be part of a government serving the constituents of Winnipeg South Centre who will make a difference with this economy. Thank you very much.
Well done.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to know whether the member is especially proud of the fact that her government has been in a deficit position since 2008. It made many promises that it would restore budget balance and even has a record deficit that's never before been seen in the history of our country. They postponed the budget balance until the next election. I would like to know, in order to return to budget balance, they're proposing a measure of going and get money from tax evasion, but in the meantime, they're cutting the Canada Revenue Agency's budget. It's responsible for that file, that is getting money from those avoiding paying taxes. So I'd like to know where the logic is in all this. Thank you.
One member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I must clarify for my honourable colleague because he does not understand at all the budget reality of the Government of Canada. Before the global recession hit, our Conservative government had paid back $37 billion on the debt, bringing it to its lowest level in 25 years. That is the reality. And I must add, Mr. Speaker, that this was a decision made by all parties in Parliament at the time. This includes the party of that honourable member opposite. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Lambton-Kent Middlesex.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank my colleague from Winnipeg South Senate for a great participation today. I've listened to some of the questions from across the way. One was about climate change. We're on target to meet those goals, in which the Liberals at the time actually allowed greenhouse gases to go up 35%. We're going to reduce ours 17%. We didn't take $55 billion from the EI fund to help balance our books. We have created a AAA rating. We've got 950,000 jobs, which are mostly full-time. I'm wondering, to use my colleague across the way, his term, can you help me with the logic in all this?
The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
It's my pleasure to help my colleague with the logic in this.
And I received a request to answer in French. In fact, it's very simple. We're here for all Canadians. We're here to create jobs. We are here to ensure economic growth. And we are here to ensure long-term prosperity, not just for our generation. And there is a lot of proof in that on the other side of the House. We're here for all generations to come.
A specific example of that, we had the prescience, and I must say it is a pleasure and an honor to serve under a Prime Minister who is clearly a leader and a transformational leader, because he made a tough decision, and he was roundly criticized by the NDP and the Liberals at the time when he decided to pay down Canada's debt by $37 billion. He brought Canada's debt level to its lowest in 25 years, notwithstanding the manufactured commentary sur l'autre côté. We actually, Mr. President, we actually have a record that we can be extremely proud of, and because of those decisions, this is the country that survived the crise mondiale, the absolute crisis that took so many countries into despair. We survived it with the strongest banking system in the world. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Fort McMurray, Athabasca.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to be here today to speak to Budget 2013. And in fact, going on with what my colleague said, we're the first government in Canadian history to actually lower greenhouse gas emissions. And Mr. Speaker, that clearly indicates to me that the more Conservatives you elect and send to this place, the less hot air there is going around Canada. But I do believe typically that, for the most part, that this is going to be an incredible budget for my constituency of Fort McMurray, Athabasca. Until you get up there, Mr. Speaker, and see the opportunities that are there and see how much job unemployment there is, which there quite frankly isn't, there's so many jobs, Mr. Speaker, that we can't fill them. And it's a sad state of affairs when we have a situation where there's jobs in this country and other people that are jobless and we can't fill those jobs. Now, Mr. Speaker, people do much better psychologically, mentally, physically, emotionally when they have a job, when they know that the future is bright and clear, Mr. Speaker. And Canada has tremendous opportunities to provide those jobs. But, of course, up until 2006, Mr. Speaker, there was no movement by any federal government to move forward with a situation where people could take jobs, where they could receive training, where they could have a continuous positive benefit wherever they are in the country and either move on a temporary basis or a permanent basis, or to have jobs in their particular sector. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, that's why this government has continued to provide support to the manufacturing industry, whether it be the automobile manufacturing sector in Ontario or whether it be the machinery manufacturing sector in Ontario and Quebec and many others. Again, this particular budget invests in manufacturing, it invests in jobs and job creation, and invests in skills, Mr. Speaker. Now, you may wonder what that's all about. But the truth is, Mr. Speaker, we have continued to do that since 2006, since we were first elected. And what have we seen as a result of the election and then the successive moves by this Prime Minister and this Cabinet and this government to vote in some good economic action plans and some other budgets that create jobs and create successes? Well, Mr. Speaker, we've heard from many speakers that we've had over 900,000 net new jobs created in this country. Mr. Speaker, we've also had a situation where we have been ranked as one of the strongest economies in the G7 year after year. We have the strongest banking sector in the world right now, bar none. And for the past 2 or 3 years, Mr. Speaker, we have had an incredible opportunity to create jobs, to create voids in our sector, in our economy generally across the board, and that has worked out to be tremendously successful. Now, these are about past successes, Mr. Speaker. I want to talk about tomorrow's successes, and that's why I wanted the opportunity to talk about Budget 2013. There are tremendous positive attributes of this budget, particularly, as I said, in job creation, job growth, and stimulating economic development. But also, Mr. Speaker, you will note that, and you've probably heard this a couple times before, but do you know, Mr. Speaker, for instance, that this government, the Conservative Government of Canada, since 2006 has invested more money in quality of life, in particular infrastructure, than any government in our history. And this, going forward, is again the plan of this government. We are going to invest in solid community infrastructure that gives Canadians the quality of life that they deserve. A high quality of life, Mr. Speaker, the best quality of life of anyone in the world. But what we're going to do, Mr. Speaker, is build and construct roads, bridges, subways, public infrastructure, and all in collaboration with provinces and territories. Mr. Speaker, also with our partners in the municipalities. The Federation of Canadian Municipalities in 2005 identified that we had a $123 billion deficit on our infrastructure across the country. And as a result of that, we saw 2006, 2008 economic action plans that brought forward somewhere in the neighbourhood of $33 billion in 2008, and again, Mr. Speaker, a total of about $45 billion up to today's budget. Now, we are going forward, Mr. Speaker, with even more, $53 billion in infrastructure funding for the next 10 years, which, as I will state again, is the largest and longest federal infrastructure plan ever in Canadian history. This includes, Mr. Speaker, job creation in that infrastructure investment. That's right, Mr. Speaker. That means more jobs for Canadians all across the country, because the one thing we did differently than the previous Liberal government is we are actually investing on an equitable basis, a fair basis, all across Canada, whether it be in each and every province based upon population, whether it be in the territories, wherever it be, Mr. Speaker, we are investing fairly so Canadians get their fair share no matter where they are in the country. And that's something different, Mr. Speaker, and you can see that clearly in the funding model that we've come forward with today. For instance, $32 billion over the next 10 years of building community infrastructure includes over $10 billion in federal public infrastructure, over $14 billion towards major economic infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. And that includes major infrastructure such as the Peace Bridge in Windsor, other infrastructure investments across this country. And, Mr. Speaker, those things will increase the quality of life of Canadians, which is ultimately what I'm doing here, what I was elected for by the 150,000 so people in Northern Alberta, was to give them a better quality of life and to be accountable with the money. You won't find any slush funds here, Mr. Speaker, $40 million missing. You will find proper investments, proper accountability, and making sure that Canadians get value for money. That's why I'm here, Mr. Speaker. That's why I was elected, and that's why I will continue to represent my constituents and give them exactly that. $1.25 billion into creating more efficient infrastructure through public-private partnerships. Now, Mr. Speaker, I like these public-private partnerships because overall they come in for less than budget and faster in time than public infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, that's correct. We can give more money, more quality of life to Canadians through this type of model. And this government has been very good and very aggressive at setting this up, and we are seeing the benefits of that. And the benefits, Mr. Speaker, go straight back to my constituents and all Canadians. We are also doing other things, Mr. Speaker. $600 million in improving shelters and stable housing for the homeless with mental health and addiction issues. This is a big issue, Mr. Speaker. These people should not be in prisons. They should be taken care of by the government in some form of alternative measures. And, Mr. Speaker, we're moving forward with that so that we will have stable shelters and housing for those people. And finally, over $1.25 billion in renewing our investment in affordable housing. Now, Mr. Speaker, you know, they talk about how mean and nasty the Conservatives are, but this budget does not say that, Mr. Speaker. This budget says that we clearly care about all Canadians, that we are going to make sure there is an equitable division of the tax dollars that belong to them, and we're going to make sure that every part of Canada receives what they need, because there's a lot of priorities out there, Mr. Speaker, but those priorities should be done on a fair and equitable basis, and that's what we're going to do. Along with infrastructure, I mentioned earlier that we are worried about Canada's manufacturing sector because these non-renewable resources such as oil sands, such as gas, Mr. Speaker, gold or platinum or uranium, they don't renew themselves. We need to make sure we have an economy going forward for the next 1,000 years. And that's what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. We're making sure that we give tax relief, for instance, for new manufacturing of machinery and equipment of $1.4 billion, of new investments in our aerospace industry, Mr. Speaker. I think we're third or fourth largest in the world, and that's something to be proud of. We easily fight above our weight on the international stage on the aerospace industry. We need to make sure that that is the future and that we make sure those jobs continue to happen. We also are looking at large-scale technology projects, Mr. Speaker. That's right. Not only did our knowledge infrastructure program invest in all the universities and colleges across this country that provided tremendous opportunities for my children and other people's children and the next generation from there on not just public infrastructure buildings, but also training and trades. But, Mr. Speaker, we're going forward. Even in a time of austerity where the world is looking pretty glum, Canada's looking great, and we're investing in new technology. Now, Mr. Speaker, I do want to talk about something that's near and dear to my heart, and that is, of course, the Canada Job Grant. $15,000 for eligible participants, but that $15,000 to train new people, Mr. Speaker, is not just given to people. It's given to people under certain conditions. Those conditions include participation by the province. Certainly, it is provincial jurisdiction to create jobs and to keep that going. But, Mr. Speaker, we're working with our partners. We're working together with our partners, not just municipalities, but provinces and the employers. That's right, Mr. Speaker. Employers have to buy into this program as well. That means that they don't just get free money, and the employee doesn't get free money. They have to abide by certain regulations. They have to abide by certain conditions to get that money, but the money will be theirs, but they have to train people, Mr. Speaker. This is not a handout. This is a hand-up scenario. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of that because we believe that we'll have at least 130,000 Canadians that will be accessible to training, and indeed eligible institutions like colleges and training centres that will take advantage of this money. Now, Mr. Speaker, I do also want to talk about something that is new investments in a scenario. Somewhere in the neighbourhood of 20% of my constituency is Aboriginals, and I'm very proud to see that there's $241 million to improve on-reserve income assistance programs to help guarantee First Nation youth access to job skills and training. Now this, Mr. Speaker, is one of the largest issues we have in this country, Aboriginal youth that are unemployed. That is a large percentage. $5 million to expand the facilities of Cape Breton University's Purdy Crawford Chair in Aboriginal Studies throughout Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, it goes on and on. This is a government that cares about the people of Canada, that is equitable in the decisions it makes, that makes sure that every part of the country receives a fair share, but it's about jobs, Mr. Speaker, because jobs are the future of this country, and we need to take care of those people that can't take care of themselves, but make sure we do the job properly in the best interest of Canadians.
Question and
comments, the Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. And I listened to the part of his remarks that dealt with the PPP. And the same question always comes to mind. Recently, this government provided loan guarantees for Newfoundland, Labrador, for a hydroelectric program. And so this is a loan guarantee that the province had asked for because it's very aware of the federal government's ability to borrow on the markets. And so my question is this, again. How can taxpayers' money be better served by a PPP rather than projects that are funded from the public purse because you are able to borrow on the markets at a lesser cost?
Athabasca.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for the question, and I do appreciate the opportunity to stand up and represent 30,000 Newfoundlanders that live in my riding. I think this is a great opportunity for them, Mr. Speaker. I'm also very proud of Quebec and the hydroelectricity that it produces and that we are able to sell down to the United States and other parts of Canada. I do want to also point out, Mr. Speaker, that I'm not sure if you're aware, but we have cut taxes in this particular budget. We've cut baby clothing tariffs down. There used to be an 18% tariff on baby clothes, Mr. Speaker. It's now free. Ice skates, 18%. We've eliminated that. It's now free. Hockey equipment, up to 18% tariff, Mr. Speaker. It's now free. Skis and snowboards was up to 20%. Now it's free, Mr. Speaker. Golf clubs, free. Exercise equipment, free. Mr. Speaker, we're cutting taxes, we're keeping the economy strong, and we're creating jobs. What more can the opposition ask for?
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his presentation, and certainly there are a number of things that we will have to agree to disagree on with that, but he represents a part of this country that's it's important to me. I had the opportunity to live in Fort McMurray for 9 years, and many people from Cape Breton, as he had referenced the Newfoundlanders, a lot of Easterners have made their way there, and I know that Atlantic Canadians take a great deal of pride of their contribution to developing the oil sands, and I think he understands that full well. But my comment is, my question is on the Canada Job Grant piece specifically. What we know is that there has been absolutely zero discussions with the province on this particular piece. There have been, and we know that negotiations have to come forward. So, but his comments seem to be, polar opposite to what we're hearing from his premier, from the Premier of Alberta, Alison Redford. So, if he could sort of square this up for me, why, the province that from where he resides isn't a big fan of this jobs grant program, and how that all sort of comes to terms, and if he could enlighten us as to if he is aware of any consultations that went on between the province of Alberta and the federal government.
The honourable member for Fort McMurray, Athabasca.
I thank the member for the question, Mr. Speaker, and that's correct. He was up in Fort McMurray for a period of time, a great hockey player. Indeed, he spent time with the Oil Barons, which is a great hockey team. Mr. Speaker, I would like to point out to him, though, that I don't work for the Premier of Alberta. I work for the people of Northern Alberta, Fort McMurray, Athabasca in particular. And yes, he's correct. There's a lot of Cape Bretoners there, a lot of Newfoundlanders. I would say, Mr. Speaker, I don't know how I get 72% of the vote there, but obviously we might be on the right track with this government. But I would like to talk about parks a little bit, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to advise him, as I said at the very start of this, that since 2006 we have contributed more than $17 billion. That's correct, Mr. Speaker. $17 billion to support conservation of our land, animals, and green energy initiatives. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have, as I said at the very start of the speech, we've created more national parkland than any other government in Canadian history, and we were the only government to ever reduce greenhouse gases. That includes the former Liberal government that had a long time to do that, and they never did it. Now, Mr. Speaker, this plan, this Economic Action Plan 2013, will also bring in $325 million into Sustainable Development Technology Canada, which will further develop clean technologies. It's also $20 million to support Nature Conservancy of Canada to protect ecologically sensitive land, $10 million to improve the conservation of our fish.
The honourable member from Cape Breton-Canso is rising on a point of order, and I trust it is a point of order, not a point of debate.
No, I'm just wondering if the broadcast capacity is on today, if the microphones are working, because my question was on the job grants, and I'm getting something on parks.
This is not a point of order. The honourable member from Fort McMurray, Athabasca, has a few seconds left to complete his answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I clearly heard my friend talk about where he was parked for 9 years and that he was parked in Fort McMurray. So I thought it would be necessary to talk about parks because we've done a great amount of work on parks, Mr. Speaker, and green energy in particular. In fact, it's $4 million in 2013 is going to be spent to better protect against invasive species and water regulations. Mr. Speaker, we are doing a lot to keep Canadians safe, making sure jobs happen, making sure that this economy continues and Canada has the best quality of life possible.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brossard-la-Prairie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to start by saying that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Today I'm rising in the House to speak to Budget 2013. I can't really say it's a pleasure for me to rise and speak to this because the budget really isn't on the right track, but it is a pleasure for me to stand up and to raise some of the concerns expressed to me by the people of Brossard-la-Prairie. So this budget is a choice. The Minister of Finance and the government have a choice to go in one direction or another when they decide on budget measures. The Minister of Finance and the Conservative government have chosen, once again, austerity. So the purpose is to have a balanced budget by 2015. Well, not necessarily. by 2015 because there will be elections in 2015. So this is a political choice. And why is it a political choice? Well, I would say when you look at the global economy, when you look at what's happening in Canada, when you look at economic growth that is slower than what the government itself had forecast, you can see why Canadians would be concerned. Our economy is not as strong as the government seems to be implying. Now, I mentioned that the budget is a choice. So what has been done? Since the government has been in power, the unemployment rate is still twice as high amongst young people as it is in the average population. And there are new records of poverty. Household debt sits at 167% of income. So for every dollar, we have a debt of $1.67, Mr. Speaker. That's incredible. The government decided to reduce corporate taxes, saying that this would stimulate the economy and stimulate growth. But what's actually happening? Well, there is $600 billion in dead money sitting on books, and even the Minister of Finance said that this was a concern. So this is called dead money. This is money that is not reinvested in the Canadian economy. It doesn't help families. It doesn't help Canadians. And the government's actions, this is the consequence of the government's actions. Now, let's look at what the budget in 2013 is doing. What we are proposing is a long-term vision that will have a long-term impact and that will help jobs. One of the things that we think is important is the green economy. And I don't think anyone can disagree that we need a long-term vision and that this should include a green economy. Unfortunately, in this budget, big oil companies are being favored over a green economy. Now, we had a green energy retrofit program. It was working perfectly well. The government decided not to renew it. It was helping families. It was helping people to retrofit their homes. They were getting tax credits. And that was helping them save in terms of energy, and it was helping the economy. Unfortunately, the government did nothing to continue that. The government mentions it, says it's very proud of it, but then decides not to renew it, and we think that's a mistake. What are we saying? Well, we agree that, yes, we need a balanced budget. I think everyone agrees with that. And in Quebec and in the party, we have the lowest debt. And these are numbers that come from the Minister of Finance. So I think we can all agree on that. However, you have to choose your time, and right now is not the best timing to try and impose an austerity budget such as the one that the Conservative government is putting forward, because when you have an austerity budget, it means that there is a problem. Household debt, as I mentioned earlier, is very high, and so you can't necessarily rely on the population for consuming more. Private companies are not reinvesting their money into the economy, and what that means is that there can be a slowdown in the economy, which can eventually lead to a recession. And I'm not the only one saying that, Mr. Speaker.
The IMF, the OECD, many studies have demonstrated that there's a problem. What we proposed for infrastructure, and I'm disappointed the government did not include that in its budget, was to be a national infrastructure and public transport plan. We have to take excise tax money and reinvest it directly in the municipalities so that they can have a long-term vision and invest, especially when we know that when it comes to the infrastructure deficit, there are $123 billion missing. We can't expect the municipalities to be able to reinvest all that money. I think there has to be cooperation from the federal government. Unfortunately, we don't see it here. I know that the government is boasting that it's investing a lot in infrastructure in this budget. We're talking about 10 years. Yes, that's a good thing, but when you really analyze the figures, you realize that over 10 years, we're losing $4.7 billion. They're taking back existing money, pretending that this is new investment for the long term. But when you look at the numbers, the current numbers more closely, and money already invested in existing programs, you realize that we come out losing here. And that has a direct impact. If I look at my own riding of Brossard-la-Prairie, the whole Champlain Bridge debacle, once again, the government is bragging that it's investing in the Champlain Bridge, but I remind the government that when we're talking about the $124.9 billion that's supposedly new money, that announcement was made last summer. That was a temporary bridge between Nuns Island and Montreal. That announcement had already been made. That's nothing new in this budget. What we're asking for Champlain Bridge is for actual numbers. Transport Minister already said it would cost between $3 and $5 billion, but we don't have any more detailed numbers than that. We have no information about the costs. When you look at the experience that we had to go through with the F-35s, unfortunately, we have a lot of questions, especially when it comes to the reliability and the way public funds are managed by the Conservative government. We don't want to end up with another F-35 fiasco. That's why we on this side are asking for precise numbers. We're asking for a call for tender that is open and competitive, transparent, that be competitive as well, where people can participate. Unfortunately, we've experienced the whole problem of the construction industry in Quebec. I think that this is the right time for the government to take steps to have a more open process. When we look at public transit that there should be on the Champlain Bridge, we know that the government is saying, well, we're working in cooperation with other levels. I asked the Transport Minister that in this House. The Minister says everything's going fine with the provincial government, how often they meet, and so on. But when you read about this, what the Quebec Transport Minister is saying, and I quote, the government of Quebec wants to work with the federal government in order to have a common vision on this file. Quite visibly, and he names the minister, which I won't, the minister is rejecting this open hand. So the federal government does not want to work with the provinces. It's doing everything without consultation, behind closed doors, and comes up with a fait accompli. Now what we need to do is have a more open process. The only thing I found in this budget is on page 204 of the French version. For 2013, 2014, no money. 2014, 15, 14 million for the new Champlain Bridge that's going to cost between $3 and $5 billion with no other information. That's a problem, Mr. Speaker. It's very opaque, and I think that this government must learn that there has to be better cooperation. I see I don't have much time left, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to mention the fact that this government is attacking the Workers' Fund by withdrawing the tax credit. I've gotten a lot of email from my constituents about this. I read you one example from Ms. Viviane Bédard from Brossard that I got yesterday. It was also sent to the Finance Minister. I wish to express how displeased I am with the progressive elimination of the tax credit for the Workers' Fund. I ask you to review this. It affects the middle class's capacity to save for retirement and will deprive Quebecers of support for development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think just to take this opportunity to highlight what I believe is a very important issue that I think has really been overlooked somewhat, and that is the whole issue of health care. Health care is one of those issues in which Canadians hold very close to their hearts, knowing full well that they want to know that the health care services that we've grown so dependent on are going to be there into the future. The federal government plays a very strong role in for a national health care program. A part of being able to maintain a strong national role is they have to be able to provide the cash dollars that are necessary in order to be able to feed the growth within government expenditures at the provincial level. My question to the member is related to the healthcare accord. The healthcare accord, current one, is going to be expiring in 2014, and this seems to be a prime minister that resists at all costs the meetings with premiers. And at the end of the day, in order to be able to alleviate concerns that Canadians have in regards to the future of healthcare, that the prime minister needs to concede that he has to meet with the premiers at some point in time to come up with a new healthcare accord. I'm wondering if the member might provide some of his thoughts in regards to the issue of financing of one of our greatest expenditures and most important social programs.
L'honorable député de Bruxelles.
Member for Bruxelles-La-Prairie.
Honourable colleague for his question. And I agree with the colleague with respect to consultation. We need to have more discussion between the federal government and the provincial government. And I mentioned the example of infrastructure, but it does apply also in terms of healthcare. It applies at all levels. And what we've seen from this government is really a government that has been doing things in his, basically just behind closed door, coming up and saying, well, this is take it or leave it. And we've seen it with the provincial government, but we've also seen it with First Nations. We've also seen it with Aboriginals. It is a government that is not collaborative, is not really doing consultation, and basically comes up with solutions and basically just says, take it or leave it. And most of the time, the conditions are not as favorable as what we have currently.
Question and commentaire, l'honorable député de La Salle-et-Mar.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for La Salle-et-Mar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. He mentioned corporate taxes, and I'd like to quote the OECD here on the G20's demand. They filed a report called Addressing Base Erosion and Profit Shifting.
To ensure that tax systems do not unduly favor multinational enterprise, leaving citizens and small businesses with bigger tax bills. Est-ce que le budget selon...
In my colleague's opinion, does the budget before us really address this problem that was denounced by the OECD? The honourable member for Brossard-La-Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the contrary, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. I really wanted to say that, on the contrary, this budget continues to do what this government did before. That is, favor large businesses to the detriment of small business and the general public. There are incredible examples from the Conference Board of Canada. There's been an analysis in the wealth gap between rich and poor. I've heard, well, if we reduce taxes, it will benefit the economy and benefit the population in general. But if you look at what's going on in concrete terms, we see that corporations are sitting on $600 billion. This is money that does not create jobs. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, resuming debate. Thank you. You still don't know what I'm going to say, so maybe you should wait for the applause. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to begin by saying to what extent I'm reassured, even relieved, really, to have found out that our great Prime Minister loves panda bears. I think it's important that this be said in this House. I think friendship toward pandas is important. This is an endangered species, after all. But I would have liked it if the Prime Minister had the same open-mindedness toward young Aboriginals who walked over 1,600 kilometers to say their communities are suffering, that their living conditions are disastrous, and that they need politicians in Ottawa to listen to them. But unfortunately, because of the pandas, they knocked on the door and nobody answers. I find that deplorable, Mr. Speaker. Now, talking about the budget, one could call this the smoke and mirrors budget. This is a budget that is Orwellian in its vocabulary. Let me quote part of 1984 by George Orwell. When the government announces that it's increasing chocolate rations to 50 grams per month, but the previous month, people forget, it was 100 grams per month. So they're announcing a reduction, passing it off as an increase. We have 300 pages of that here. We have 300 pages of false announcements, of old recycled announcements, tricky figures, reductions in investments that they're trying to pass off as increases. Investing $53 billion in infrastructure in the next 10 years. That's great, except that if you look at the facts and the figures, if the infrastructure spending continued at the same rate as this year, it would be $58 billion being spent. So they're trying to have a decrease of $5 billion in infrastructure spending as an increase, and that is systematically their approach, chapter after chapter. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to dwell exclusively on the masquerade we see here in this last Conservative budget. I want to emphasize how much this is an attack on Quebec. There are some pretty bad surprises in this bill, in this budget, that will hurt Quebecers, hurt the middle class, hurt families. After sacking the EI fund, we've talked about that a great deal, the Conservatives are adding another layer. They've scrapped an agreement they had with the provinces on labor force training. They attack Quebec's autonomy on controlling the training of our youth to have them adapt to the labor force. And in some way, to some extent, they're privatizing the whole labor force training sector. They've made sure that they can distribute thousands of checks around the country, and we've seen that under another stripe of government. They are attacking Quebec by increasing taxes on the Mouvement des Jardins. They're discriminating against Quebec, against one of the jewels in the crown of the Quebec economy, the savings of Quebecers. This is going to hurt Quebecers. They'll get fewer dividends from the Caisse des Jardins because of the Conservative government. This is a frontal attack on the interests of Quebecers. There's also the Workers' Investment Fund. They represent $10 billion invested in Quebec's economy for years now. That has borne fruit. It's a winning formula, and unfortunately we have an ideological government that is attacking this formula of the Workers' Fund, the CSN and FTQ Solidarity Funds, among others. Why is this an attack on Quebec? Because out of the $350 million the government will grab, $112 million was directly for Quebec. So that's a Conservative measure that is very short-sighted, unfair, and that attacks job creation and savings by Quebecers and workers. Since 1990, thanks to these funds, 500,000 jobs were saved or maintained or created in Quebec. It's a historic success story. Air Transat probably couldn't have seen the light of day had it not been for the FTQ Solidarity Fund. But these funds have peculiar characteristics, and the most important one is to create jobs back home, save jobs back home. Why are the Conservatives against job creation measures that work? This is completely ridiculous. Even the Conseil du Patronat, an employers group, said it was surprised by that decision, because those investment funds have positive consequences for Quebec, especially the regions. So it's an attack on the Quebec model in many regards. And we hope that the Conservative government will listen to reason. We hope we'll be able to save the tax credit for these workers' funds. What are these funds used for? What are they particularly good for? Why are they different from any others or complementary? They diversify the regions economically. They are an interesting source of capital. for sectors that are often neglected. They're not necessarily the most profitable, but they are useful throughout Quebec to provide jobs or protect jobs for small business, to help startups, to help modernization, to help purchase new technology, to stay competitive and up to date. We have to maintain that. So the advantage for the investor is the tax credit. That is where the investor makes money. That's why the provincial government does this, and that's why the federal government was doing it for years. It has to be maintained, or else that investment will be less advantageous and attractive to workers. Now, what's absurd in all this is that we have a government that's bragging at every opportunity that they're not raising taxes. What's important is not raising taxes. Well, we see that tax on bicycles will increase, on fans, on taxes on the Desjardins movement, and the abolition of the tax credit. That's a form of tax increase for a worker. 700,000 Quebecers invest in these funds regularly. The Fonds de Solidarité of the FTQ estimates it's $125 more in taxes that each person will pay. That most of them have an automatic deduction from their paycheck. For every $1,000 that they invest in these funds that create jobs back home, they used to get $300 as a tax credit. That'll become $150. $150 for every $1,000 invested that will stay in the pockets of the government. That's $150 out of the pockets of workers that are often the least privileged, who have more trouble saving for retirement. We often talk about the situation of seniors, the poverty of seniors. Well, here we had a good tool to encourage people to save, make it profitable for them, profitable for Quebec, for the regions, for the companies, and allowed them to have a bit more of a nest egg for their old age, and the Conservatives have attacked that. Well, that's not surprising, coming from a party that announced in Davos in Switzerland that from now on OAS would only be paid at 67 rather than 65. That was the first attack on the seniors of this country. And now here we see another part of that attack with the abolition of this tax credit for workers' investment funds. That's very concerning, Mr. Speaker, but unfortunately it's not surprising coming from this government. Let me quote Léopold Beaulieu, the CEO of Fonds d'Action. If it does this, the Conservative government will be hitting the Quebec economy hard. For many people with moderate incomes, this is the only way to save for retirement. For many Quebecers, this is an indispensable way to save and indispensable for the development. They're killing two birds with one stone, attacking small business and the workers, attacking the Quebec model that allows for economic training of workers. 295 courses were offered last year. 600,000 people trained by the FTQ Solidarity Fund alone, and that allows people to understand investments, shareholding, how their investments are used to develop the regions of Quebec. But beyond these ideological decisions, there are many other things lacking in this budget, which will not help boost the economy and create jobs. On the contrary, it will make us stuck in this deficit situation. There's nothing to fight poverty, nothing to help with social housing. Helping the homeless, cuts again. That's why the NDP will be proud to vote against this budget that does not respect the people. The time for government orders has expired. Statements by members.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here's an SO 31, uncensored and unscripted, but I have two big events to tell you about in my riding. The first, today we're all wearing purple, or many of us are, to celebrate Purple Day to increase awareness of epilepsy and Parkinson's. I'll leave to my colleague from Halifax West. I'm sure he'll tell more about it. So I want to tell you that on Saturday, just this last March 23rd, we had a plane pull
in Saanich Gulf Islands out at the Sydney Airport to raise money for this good cause. And I also want to shine a light on a great idea that came from the Sydney by the Sea Town Council. It's called Glow and Go, and the goal is to make sure that pedestrians are well lit so that motorists can see them. This little armband, reflective armband, was distributed in the town through a joint venture that involved the RCMP, local business, Slag Lumber, Sydney by the Sea Town Council, and ICBC. It was enthusiastically received, and I urge other members to try it in their communities.
The honourable member for the Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, Economic Action Plan 2013 is great news for the North. I'm pleased to tell Yukon residents of the record levels of funding through transfer payments to our territory. The $861 million transfer is $329 million more than we received under previous Liberal governments. One of the greatest news stories is a line item to support the Yukon College's Centre for Northern Innovation in Mining. This trades and technical facility investment will ensure greater opportunities, Yukon people for Yukon jobs. Monsieur le Président, la nouvelle...
Mr. Speaker, the new roadmap reflects a permanent commitment to increase the vitality of official language minority communities in Canada and contributes to the reinforcement of linguistic duality. Both of Canada's official languages are part and parcel of our history, culture, and national identity, and I am proud of our Franco-Yukon community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. On March 20th, a terrible fire left 8 immigrant and refugee families homeless. These people who lived on Rue Bouchette in the heart of Limoilou lost everything. My office became a place where people gave donations, and a gigantic wave of generosity swept Quebec City. After hours of work, hours and hours of work, these people are now setting up home in a new building. I would like to pay tribute to the firefighters, ambulance attendants, police officers, and Red Cross worker for their quick and efficient action. I would also like to underline the generosity of donors and volunteers in the Quebec City region and businesses who reached out in solidarity. And lastly, I'd like to thank more specifically all of my team, as well as Entrée de Cap-Bay, the Centre Multiethnique de Québec, Salvation Army, and Quebec City for their diligent work. It was a touching and gratifying experience for the families who went through this disaster. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Brampton
Our
South.
Conservative government's Economic Action Plan is focused on creating jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity for Canada and its people. The Canada Job Grant aims to help job seekers and job creators, providing nearly 130,000 Canadians with access to the training required to fill available jobs. Our Conservative government has also introduced the largest long-term federal commitment to Canadian infrastructure in our nation's history. $70 billion over 10 years. This is very welcome news in the GTA, where this money will go towards much-needed roads and transit. We've also introduced tax-cutting measures, such as the first-time donors credit, to encourage charitable giving within our communities. Our Conservative government is committed to ensuring Canada's prosperity. We will not be stopped by the NDP's misguided plans to increase taxes and kill Canadian jobs.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. In 1912, the Ontario Conservative government of James Whitney banned the use of French as a language of instruction by adopting Bill 17. Father Charlebois and many collaborators, both religious and secular, rallied against this threat, and thanks to a successful grassroots fundraising campaign, founded the newspaper Le Droit in order to keep French language schools in Ontario open. The first newspaper came hot off the presses on March 27, 1913, 100 years ago yesterday, or rather tomorrow. Since then, Le Droit has been a crusader for school councils, Francophone colleagues, and for the Montfort Hospital. Today, I am calling on the 600,000 Francophones in Ontario. Let us remain faithful to our language and culture, and let us call on Le Droit to remain faithful to us, because if the future belongs to those who stand and fight, it is also up to our daily newspaper to stand and fight with us. Long live all crusaders, long live to Journal Le Droit, which celebrates its first 100 years tomorrow.
The honourable member for Quebec-Mactaquac.
Mr. Speaker, this past weekend I attended a retirement dinner for Brian Duplessis, retiring after 40 years with the Department of Agriculture in New Brunswick. Brian is the consummate professional, giving his all to the industry. In this day and age, when we tend to speak first and engage the brain later, Brian listened first, thoughtfully considered the situation, and spoke with determination and kindness. Quiconque connaît Brian va dire qu'il se souciait profondément.
Whoever knows Brian knows that he is concerned about our industry and all producers. Brian has crisscrossed the roads of all of New Brunswick, and if there's an agricultural issue, he has seen to it.
Messages from producers to government while applying the appropriate filters to keep the discussions productive. A true gentleman committed to his work, his family, and his faith. Each tribute at the dinner provided a glimpse into a man who was well respected and valued for his contribution to the entire industry. I want to extend my best wishes to Brian on his retirement, and to he and Suzanne and the entire family our hope for many years of health and happiness.
The Honourable Member Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata, Les Basques. Mr. Speaker, over the past few weeks, 2 economic gatherings have been held in my riding. The first in Poinigamook and Témiscouata, and the second in Saint-Mathieu-de-Rio in the Basque region. Over 300 business people and workers met to discuss the economic vitality in my riding. In Témiscouata, close to 350 jobs must be filled in a number of businesses such as Bégin, Construction Unique, and Produits PBM. In the Basque region, we heard about success stories such as Charbon de Bois Franc Basque, which sells maple coal to chefs' kitchens across North America, or the Basque cheese factory, which is a success story in itself, but which is also the first business to use biomethanation. We saw in local media the comments of people who are happy to see that we are focusing on successes instead of problems. I am proud to have contributed to this initiative and to watch Témiscouata, Les Basques, our region is still going to astonish you.
Selkirk Interlake.
Mr. Speaker, in 2009, the United States implemented a protectionist measure for meat products entering the U.S. from Canada known as Country of Origin Labeling, or COOL. Our Canadian government requested a WTO panel who ruled that COOL was a discriminatory and illegal trade barrier. The Obama administration has shown no intention of complying with the WTO ruling, but instead has proposed even more detailed labeling laws. COOL has devastated our livestock industry. Exports of Canadian cattle to the U.S. have fallen by half, and hog shipments have fallen by over 60%. This represents losses to livestock producers in the billions of dollars. If history has taught us anything, protectionism does not create economic growth for anyone. The Obama administration is stubbornly supporting COOL. They are ignoring the WTO, violating the spirit of NAFTA, jeopardizing Canadian goodwill, unfairly punishing our livestock industry, and hurting American processors. If the Obama administration will not comply with the WTO, Canada will retaliate. We will not stand for this unfair attack on our livestock sector.
Bravo. The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize a very special organization in my riding, the Canadian National Institute for the Blind. The CNIB is an organization that serves Canadians from coast to coast to coast who are blind or partially sighted. It provides a strong national voice for all who are part of this community in Canada. Founded in 1918, the CNIB offers a wide array of services that ensures those in their community have the confidence, skills, and opportunities to fully participate in all facets of life. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to note that Budget 2013 will assist the CNIB in building their innovative National Digital Hub. This facility will, quote, acquire and produce alternative format materials and distribute them to the print-disabled community, end of quote. Congratulations to President John Rafferty and his team in their pursuit to ensure that the CNIB continues to be an innovation leader in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beaume-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, on Friday I participated in an event sponsored by a local organization called Renaissance Lac Brome. This civic organization sees to the protection and restoration of an environmental jewel in my riding, Brome Lake. This magnificent water course allows people who live close to it to take advantage of it at different times of the year. Renaissance Lac Brome in collaboration with researchers and biologists, has allowed the public to better know the wildlife in this ecosystem, which includes 8 wetlands and affluents. It contributes to the economic vitality of its municipalities. Mr. Speaker, I urge everyone to discover this exceptional landscape. For example, start your day by golfing in one of the 3 golf clubs around Lake Brome, and then go to Douglas Beach, and to end the day going to the Marina of Knowlton. Congratulations to this organization that works to protect our environment.
The honourable member for Barrie.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to rise today and stand in support of Purple Day. It is wonderful to see so many of my colleagues in the House wearing purple ribbons today. We're all touched by epilepsy, whether it's from a family member, co-worker, friend, or neighbor. Those living with epilepsy face challenges, discrimination, and oftentimes a lower quality of life. Sadly, 300,000 Canadians live with epilepsy. Although there is no cure for epilepsy, we can all play a more active role by helping others understand what it's like to live with epilepsy and help affected Canadians reach their full potential. There are many citizen advocates in my riding of Barrie, Ontario, who are dedicated to increasing awareness of epilepsy by providing education for people with epilepsy, their families, friends, employers, and the greater community. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to pay tribute to Melanie Money, Jeffrey White, and David Lowe for their sustained and dedicated commitment to this important cause in Simcoe County.
The honourable member for Beaches, East York.
Today, Mr. Speaker, orange turns purple. This is what's in our hearts today on this, the first official Purple Day for epilepsy awareness. The purple you see, Mr. Speaker, is simply the outward sign of our solidarity with all those who live with epilepsy, and there are many. This is not a disease that affects the very few. About 300,000 Canadians have this neurological disorder, and they come from all walks of life. Among them are heroes of mine, such as the great Canadian singer-songwriter Neil Young, and young Cassidy Megan, who has epilepsy, yes, but also the power within her to inspire all of us into not just a single day of unity, but an annual display, in purple to boot. For Cassidy and others, the purple is about educating Canadians without epilepsy. But may all the purple in this House today also send a message to those with epilepsy, and that is to say, you are not alone and do not feel alone. Tomorrow, on this side of the House, purple will become orange again, but we are on your side year-round. Thank you.
The honourable member for York Centre.
Speaker, it is my great pleasure to rise in the House today to extend my best wishes to Canada's Jewish community who are celebrating Passover. Last night, Jewish families and friends across Canada shared traditional Seder meals during which they retold the story of Passover. Passover commemorates the exodus of the Israelites from ancient Egypt and their freedom from slavery. As the Israelites fled Pharaoh, the bread they had baked did not have time to rise. During this 8-day holiday, Jews eat matzah, flat, unleavened bread, to commemorate the Exodus. Passover is a time when all Canadians can reflect on the importance of freedom, family, tradition, and faith, and to think about those who struggle for basic human rights. I ask that my colleagues in the House join me in wishing all Canadians celebrating Passover a joyous holiday, Chag Sameach.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, thanks to the unanimous support from members on all sides of this House last year for the Purple Day Act, I'm thrilled to stand in the House today to recognize the first official Purple Day in Canada. Purple Day was founded by Cassidy Megan, a young woman from Halifax West, to raise international awareness about epilepsy. This condition affects 300,000 Canadians and 50 million people worldwide. Cassidy and members of the Canadian Epilepsy Alliance are on Parliament Hill today to help us celebrate Canada's leadership in epilepsy awareness. Mr. Speaker, I invite you and all my colleagues to a reception down the hall after question period to meet Cassidy Megan. I know all members will join me in extending our thanks to Cassidy for her courage and her commitment to improving the quality of life for all people with epilepsy.
The honourable member for Wild Rose.
Daryl Sutter is a Stanley Cup champion, and this native Albertan is also a champion of Canada's job-creating energy industry.
Hear, hear.
When he meets with U.S. President Barack Obama, he will raise the importance of the Keystone XL pipeline to both our country's long-term prosperity and our energy security. Contrast this with the leader of the NDP, who on his recent trip to Washington argued against Canadian jobs and met with convicted cop shooter Gary Freeman.
What?
When asked about why he met with someone who shot a brave frontline Chicago police officer, the NDP leader said, "There are values that guide you in what you do in your life." Well, Mr. Speaker, what are the NDP leader's values? Through his actions, he's put left-wing extremism ahead of keeping our streets and communities safe. He's argued against a vital sector of our economy that creates jobs from coast to coast to coast. Our Conservative government will continue to stand up for law-abiding Canadians, stand up for our economy, and ensure that the NDP leader's wild socialist schemes will never come to pass.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Since forming government in 2006, Conservatives have consistently ignored and marginalized women. They gutted childcare programs, cut pay equity, and closed status of women offices. And now they continue to undermine social supports for women and families. On Friday, we got a window into their mindset when the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, while defending the budget, said, "Grace, you're a great cook. You're going to make a wonderful wife someday." Instead of apologizing, the minister tried to claim that they were taken out of context. The only context that could possibly make this acceptable would be if it was still in the 1950s, Mr. Speaker. Or maybe if the minister prefaced them by saying it would be incredibly inappropriate for me to say the following: Canadian women deserve better. Fortunately, Canadians have the NDP. A new Democrat government would ensure its cabinet actually respects the contributions of women in all aspects of modern Canadian society.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the future of our country, it's a matter of choices. For example, our government has a responsible plan to create jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity. The NDP leader, on the other hand, has schemed up a $20 billion job-killing carbon tax that will raise the price of everything. Under our Conservative government, the Canadian economy has created over 950,000 net new jobs since the depth of the global economic recession. In contrast, the NDP leader's job-killing carbon tax would kill Canadian jobs and stall economic growth. Economic Action Plan 2013 builds on the strong foundation our government laid last year to create jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity. The NDP leader has decided to abandon hard-working Canadian families by traveling to Washington to trash Canada and lobby against Canadian jobs. Mr. Speaker, Canadians chose to support Canada's government.
Oral questions orales. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives are having a hard time defending their budget. They cut infrastructure, but pretended it's new spending. They cut hundreds of millions in provincial skills training, but pretended it was new money. They leaked information about a small tariff reduction on hockey equipment, then turned around and actually raised tariffs by over $300 million. A tax hike on almost everything. Why the shell game, Mr. Speaker? Why won't Conservatives tell Canadians the truth about the budget?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I note how well the budget has been received across the country. I note in particular the first issue that the member raised, the infrastructure program. Of course, this government is undertaking the largest infrastructure investment in Canadian history. That's why, Mr. Speaker, the budget is supported so strongly by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. Really, the choice is the NDP going to vote against infrastructure once again, vote against the FCM once again, or are they going to stand with municipalities and with these infrastructure investments?
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP will never vote for budgets that deceive the Canadian people. Conservatives are even hiking taxes on hospital parking. Conservatives are trying to claim that hospital parking is like any other commercial parking, but it's not. These people aren't going shopping. They're going to visit friends and family in the hospital that are sick and dying. Conservatives are already raising tariffs by over $300 million. Why are they adding insult to injury by also increasing taxes on hospital parking?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, it was this government that lowered the GST on everything by 2%, and once again the NDP voted against the interests of consumers on that occasion. In terms of support for the budget, Mr. Speaker, I would note that various measures are supported by the Canadian Building Trades, the Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters, Progressive Contractors Association, the Forest Products Association, Food and Consumer Products Association, Aerospace Industries Association, Canadian Auto Workers Union, Canadian Steel Producers Association, Association of Defence and Security Initiatives. Will the NDP get on side with the Canadian public, get on side with job creation, or continue to campaign against it?
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, once this government brings in a budget that actually deals with the issues that affect Canadians, we'll be there to support it. It'll take the NDP to bring it in. Just before Christmas, Jane Kittmer of Stratford, Ontario, won a legal fight over EI. This is a mother with cancer who was denied EI while she was on chemotherapy. Conservatives have chosen to appeal this decision, and they're even going after the $5,000 she was awarded, despite the fact that they've already acknowledged they're going to change the unfair policy. Why won't they do the right thing and drop this case against this mother and cancer survivor?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the reason the NDP has voted against so many job creation measures, as we learned from its leader in Washington, it actually opposes job creation in this country, and that's the unfortunate reality. In terms of the specific situation that the member mentions, he will know that this government has changed the rules so that those who find themselves with these kinds of illnesses are in fact protected by employment insurance in the future. Now, he knows full well I can't comment on a case that is before the courts. The fact of the matter is this is a case under the previous rules, but the government is exploring ways that this matter can be addressed and resolved.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are taking to court a woman who was fighting cancer to recover EI payments when she was fighting against the disease. To take this courageous woman to court, a person would really have to have no heart or no emotion. The only decent thing to do is to abandon this ridiculous legal battle. Could the Conservatives perhaps look up the word empathy in the dictionary and apply it to this situation? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I just said, this government has changed the Act so that people who are vulnerable like that will be vulnerable in the future. Of course, there is a case before the courts on the previous rules. Clearly, I can't comment on that, but I can ensure the opposition that we are examining ways of resolving this matter. The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, the honourable thing to do would be to withdraw from the court case. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are using both hands to pickpocket Canadians in order to deal with their monster deficit that they created. You go to see a loved one at the hospital, there's a tax on the parking. You go to buy groceries, $300 million in taxes on imported products. You're a member of a credit union, taxes on dividends. Do the Conservatives realize that they're slowly destroying our economy by taxing everything? The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would remind that honourable member that Budget 2013 is about jobs, growing the economy, and the long-term prosperity of this country, Mr. Speaker. And all of the measures in this budget are aimed towards that, Mr. Speaker. We hear that the NDP is going to vote against that. That means they're going to vote against businesses, Mr. Speaker. We're helping small businesses. It means that they're going to be voting against Canadians that want to retrain. Mr. Speaker, there's a plan in this budget to help Canadians retrain for jobs that are available for them. We think that's very important, and we would encourage the NDP to support that.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 3 provincial ministers of finance
from Alberta and from Ontario and from British Columbia have all expressed strong concern about the unilateral nature of the changes announced by the Minister of Finance in the budget on skills training. Since when is it a sign of progress for the federal government to announce a program, reduce its funding to 2007 levels, and then tell the provinces and the private sector that they're going to have to pay 2/3 of the price?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, one of the biggest economic problems we have in this country is not simply that there aren't jobs for people, but in many cases there are not people for jobs that could be filled. This is something this government has heard talking to Canadians all across this country. It's a matter that we are determined to address. Obviously, we are planning to sit down, discuss this with the provinces and the private sector and our partners. We do want to see a partnership on that, but it is absolutely important that we move ahead and make sure that our funds are used to get people into jobs where they actually can be working and supporting their families.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
If the federal government were serious about negotiations, then why announce the details of a program before sitting down with the provinces? It's ridiculous. That's not the way you manage a federation, Mr. Speaker. The Parti Québécois and all parties in Quebec reject the notion that it's unilateral action by the federal government. Why, in fact, is the government managing the federation that way? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we take action. It's important to take action to address a problem. There's a shortage of certain skills for jobs that are available. We want to work in conjunction, in partnership with the provinces and the private sector to ensure that we can fill those jobs. Taking action is essential. We need to find positions for the unemployed in this country.
The control freak nature of this government is really extraordinary. They announce a program without negotiating it with anybody. Then they start advertising the program without discussing it with anybody, and they are actually spending less than they were spending in 2008, 2009. I'd like to ask the Prime Minister, is this why his members from Vegreville and from Langley and from other ridings are now coming into this House and expressing concern that they're not allowed to speak their minds? He won't let the province speak their minds, Mr. Speaker. Why won't he let his own members speak their minds?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if the Liberal Party were actually listening to Canadians, they would understand that this is a very important issue to the Canadian economy, their most important issue on which they expect governments to act, to work to create jobs. This is something we want to do in partnership, not just with provincial governments, but quite frankly, with job creators and with job seekers. They are the ones we have to put together to actually make things happen. This government is determined to act, and we have the strong support of the Canadian people to do it.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, it wasn't enough for them to put taxes on the parking for people wanting to visit their loved ones in the hospital. The Conservatives also increased tariffs, which will cause an increase in the price of almost everything. The $300 million increases in the budget will have an immediate impact on Canadians' grocery bills. Why are the Conservatives refusing to be honest? Why are they shamelessly dipping into Canadians' pockets? The Honourable Minister of State.
And as we all know, this is a program. Preferential tariffs were actually about 40 years old, and it's a program that was used as official aid. But, Mr. Speaker, what we're trying to do is actually provide a level playing field for our Canadian companies, for our Canadian businesses, so they're able to compete. And some of the other countries that are also wanting to export, it provides a level playing field for them as well, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Well, even if we don't manufacture the same things here in Canada, it doesn't make sense. The fact is they're increasing the tariffs of over $300 million and even callously raising taxes on hospital parking. Yeah. This budget is a tax shell game, and it's hitting Canadians right in the pocketbook. Here. This budget The finance minister himself has admitted he doesn't know what the costs will be to consumers. So why are Conservatives playing games with Canadians? Why are they pretending to lower tariffs and then turning around and raising them by over $300 million?
Here, here. The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is talking about millions of dollars, but from what I hear from the NDP, their carbon tax alone would increase the cost of everything by $21 billion, Mr. Speaker. I know that the only way that we could ever get the NDP to support this budget is if we had tax increases in it. Mr. Speaker, you will not find tax increases in this. We're trying to help Canadians, help them grow jobs, and we're worried about their long-term prosperity.
The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Well, there's nothing new in this so-called new Building Canada plan. It's old money with a different name. The Building Canada Fund went from $1.2 billion a year to $210 million. That's a $1 billion cut in this renaming exercise. Playing a shell game with Canadians stuck in traffic gridlock or suffering poor water quality is a cruel joke, Mr. Speaker. When will we ever see real solutions to the real problems faced by Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, the premise of this question is wrong, and this member received all the answer in committee last week. She had all the information, but she preferred to don't consider it. If the member opposite cares so much about infrastructure spending, she should support our government when we have created the Building Canada Fund, doubled and made permanent the gas tax fund, created the Economic Action Plan. She will have another chance. She will have to vote for this budget, the Economic Action Plan, because we have a new plan for infrastructure.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth, Cold Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the first thing the government's got to start doing is being straight with Canadians. Now the Conservative shell game with skills training is also unraveling. Their job grant, Mr. Speaker, isn't the same money. It's only got new conditions. Once again, it's being unilaterally imposed upon the provinces, a relationship that already is in tatters. The relationship with the provinces and territories is already in tatters. I want to ask the new Intergovernmental Affairs Minister what he's going to do to repair some of that damage.
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, it's simply not true. As the Prime Minister said in the Leaders' Round of Question Period, he said, of course, our project is about working with provinces to ensure that Canadian jobs are available for Canadians, for those businesses as well, by the way, Mr. Speaker, where we're seeing a growing gap between jobs that are available and Canadians' unwillingness to fill them, frankly, because they don't have the skills. We want to match the skills with the jobs, and that's what this project is about. So we will negotiate with provinces. We will move forward. We will continue to invest in jobs and fight for Canadian jobs in a way that the NDP, frankly, simply doesn't understand.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, negotiations after decisions that have been made are no longer discussions. It's coercion. Now, the minister isn't taking into account the concerns of the province. With one hand, it's taking money that it would have given to the provinces. With the other, it's trying to gather up additional money for a program designed by Ottawa. His predecessor didn't do this job. Will the current minister follow his example? Is the minister talking with Ontario, Quebec, and BC to find some solution to the problem himself has created? As the Prime Minister just said, and as we said in the budget speech, and as it says in the budget itself, we will work in conjunction with the provinces to ensure that we have a system that will create jobs for Canadians. My colleague should know full well that our economy has already seen the creation of over 900,000 net new jobs. This is the best growth in the G7, and it's here in Canada. We'll continue to move in that direction to create jobs in each region of the country by working with the provinces. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Centralizing skills training without consulting the provinces is another foolish decision. The Conservatives have gutted everything, and they're attacking Labour-sponsored funds. But for many people who put bread and butter on the table, it's thanks in part to investments from these Labour-sponsored funds. In reality, thousands of Quebecers prepare a bit better for retirement using these funds. It's a model that works, and Quebec is proud of it, very proud. Why are they attacking these investment funds? Is it simply because they're linked to unions? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to tell my honourable colleague that those investment funds will continue to exist and that people who are saving in Quebec will be able to invest in them through their RRSPs. We've also created other products, Mr. Speaker, like the tax-free savings account. We are on the side of people who want to save money because we know, Mr. Speaker, that when they have money, they can create wealth, and that's what's important, jobs and wealth, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. If he really was serious and he wanted to help investors, he wouldn't attack a winning formula that has worked so well in Quebec. But instead of talking about what they fabricated in jobs, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the Manac, in fact, a company that manufactures tractor-trailers in the minister's backyard. Manac benefited from funds from the FDQ, and some of those 600 employees who are still working in Saint-Georges-de-Beauce have jobs because of that. And the benefits can be felt throughout the region. Can the minister explain why he's explaining jobs that are created in his own riding? The Honourable Minister. What misinformation, Mr. Speaker? Investments in the FDQ fund will remain in corporations. There are more than $8.8 billion in investments by the FDQ, and the tax or fiscal benefit for them was to enable them to capitalize themselves. Now the fund is operating on financial markets like other funds, and money will be available for investing in companies like the Groupe Canal, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, their attacks on Labour-sponsored funds is not the only thing that Conservatives are having difficulty pushing through. They're also having trouble with the Northern Gateway project because they were unable to respond to concerns expressed by Canadians regarding their unbalanced approach, their non-sustainable approach for the managing of our natural resources. They spent millions on advertising to compensate for their inaction. Can the minister, or does in fact the Minister of the Environment, understand that a good reputation can't be bought by spending millions on propaganda? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, natural resources and that sector generate jobs and economic growth for all regions of this country. We want to improve awareness among Canadians of our approach, which is responsible for our resources. We have one of the best systems for environmental protection, and we are strengthening it with new safety measures for pipelines and for maritime transportation. The Honourable Member for Pontiac.
As I was saying, a great example of Conservative propaganda. The real issue here is how Conservatives are scrambling for a public relations response to what is a policy failure. British Columbians do not trust this government on environmental protection or on pipeline safety. That's the truth. But instead of addressing these legitimate concerns, Conservatives are spending millions to sell their unbalanced and unsustainable approach. Taxpayer-funded Conservative propaganda is wrong, Mr. Speaker. It's that simple. Why are they using other people's money to promote these failed economic policies?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, it is common practice for governments of all stripes to use advertising and public information to communicate with Canadians. Providing Canadians with the facts helps them to make informed decisions. This is a fact-based ad. All government policies and rules were followed in developing this campaign. We have every right to be proud of our responsible resource development policies.
For Humber St. Barbe Vert.
It's tax time, Mr. Speaker, and soon we'll be bombarded by expensive ads about a taxpayer-funded tax cheat line. With Mr. Panashaway in mind, I'm just wondering, if someone calls the snitch line to report a tax cheat hiding almost half of their total income from authorities and claiming $50,000 in illegal receipts, can the Prime Minister decide that the tax cheat is immune from any consequences because he thinks they're hard workers who made the simple mistake of having an amateur chartered accountant help file their tax form? No? Well, why do cheaters like Mr.
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are keeping tax rates low for Canadians by closing tax loopholes and making the system fairer. We're going to launch the Stop the International Tax Evasion program to improve identification of tax evasion and to protect Canadians. Since 2006, Mr. Speaker, our government has introduced over 75 measures to improve the integrity of the tax system. And if the opposition is serious about cracking down on tax evasion, then they'll support this budget and give CRA the tools it needs.
The honourable member for Avalon.
That must be the Panashaway loophole. The Conservatives keep shoveling it into their latest EAP, extravagant advertising propaganda. They are spending tens of millions of dollars again this year on a thinly veiled partisan advertising, paid for by Canadians from Labrador to Vancouver Island and supported by Peter the Cheater. And yet, there is not a nickel in this year's budget for the long sought-after regional airports in Nain and Port Hope Simpson, Labrador. Why not?
Good question. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
I'm pleased to report, Mr. Speaker, that the advertising budget, which of course supports our obligation to communicate with the Canadian public on issues of national importance, including how the budget might affect them, is down by 46% since 2009-10. We are acting responsibly, but still communicating with the public. Of course, the last full year of the Liberal government, Mr. Speaker, they spent over $20 million more than we did.
The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the whole Peter Panashaway affair is quite funny indeed. He spends millions on self-promoting advertising. And this is a gentleman who is a fraudster, self-admitted. He admitted to electoral fraud, but at the same time he blames someone else. I mean, he might as well have just said, look, I smoked, but I didn't inhale. So here you have a situation where not only, while he was here, ignored search and rescue and ignored other major files pertaining to Labrador. So my question is, to the government in this particular situation, when will Peter Panashaway be held to account before...
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, Peter Panashaway is an honourable man. He's represented the people of Newfoundland and Labrador effectively.
Order. The Honourable Minister of National Defence has the floor. Order. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
He was a First Nations leader, Mr. Speaker, through much of his professional career. He was a dedicated constituency man. I can tell you he approached me a number of times with respect to the issue of search and rescue in his constituency. It was because of those approaches that we made the decision.
Order. 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 The Minister of National Defence still has the floor. I don't want to waste a lot of time having you get up to call for order. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, Mr. Panashaway approached me with respect to the issue of augmenting the search and rescue at the Goose Bay base, Mr. Speaker. Because of those interventions, we increased the number of Griffin helicopters to be made available for search and rescue. We also, as a result of his interventions, increased the way in which we communicate with the provinces to respond to important search and rescue needs.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we welcomed young Cree walkers and heard their call for reconciliation. But Conservatives are failing to forge new respectful relationships with Aboriginal peoples. Now we learn Conservatives are also letting down the frontline officers in Aboriginal communities. Like in so many communities, police in Nan Territory are chronically underfunded, housed in shacks, and facing extreme levels of trauma and stress. Conservatives had an opportunity in the budget to close this funding gap. So why are they turning their backs on northern communities?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I was pleased to announce that our Conservative government will be providing stable long-term funding for First Nations policing. Spending on First Nations policing has increased substantially under this government. This important initiative is part of our government's plan for safe streets and communities, and we're pleased with the reception that is receiving with the First Nations community leaders that I met with.
I have an update of Abitibi Bay James.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James. Mr. Speaker, the marchers from EUSG showed yesterday how determined and brave our Aboriginal youth are. Despite the Minister's nice talk, the Conservatives are responding with an empty budget. Funding for on-reserve education is 30% lower than off-reserve. And there's no support for access to drinking water or housing. The minister had a last-minute meeting with these young people, but the question is simple. When are they going to walk the talk? The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs. Mr. Speaker, first of all, if he just opened his eyes, he'd see everything this government has done. In this budget, once again, the government has invested hundreds of millions of dollars to improve the situation of First Nations all across the country, whether it's education, investing in infrastructure, education, or training for young Aboriginals. I would invite the NDP to stop blowing hot air and support the budget. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans says, he said, and I quote, "Grace, you're a great cook. You're going to make a wonderful wife for somebody." He says this was quoted out of context. In what context would these remarks be acceptable? The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Mr. Speaker, of course, we've already dealt with that situation. What we're concentrating on is Economic Action Plan 2013, jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity, Mr. Speaker. We're doing all of that without increasing taxes or without reducing transfer payments to the provinces, Mr. Speaker, unlike the NDP, who would raise taxes, $21 billion carbon tax, big government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Maybe the next time the minister should stick to his knitting instead of offering unsolicited marriage advice. From childcare to EI.
Order. All done? The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Sorry, I didn't cite my source. From childcare to EI, this government has gutted services designed to help and protect women. And instead of encouraging young women to have a future of their own making, the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans simply suggests that one day we'll make great wives. So will the Minister for the Status of Women, no, actually I won't stop, will she stand up for Canadian women and apologize for her colleagues' comments?
The Honourable Minister for the Status of
I'm
Women.
pleased to stand up and share with the House that on Friday I was with an organization called Women Building Futures with a graduating class of young women that are going to become exclusively young women, heavy equipment operators in the oil sands. They were thrilled, Mr. Speaker, to hear about our Canada Job Grant because it's going to support thousands of other young women who want to get into high-paying trades jobs. Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to focus on what matters to all Canadians, including women, and that's creating jobs.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon, Rosetown, Bigger.
Mr. Speaker, since the recession, we have seen over 950,000 net new jobs created. Budget 2013 announced an exciting new job creation initiative, the Canada Job Grant. Would the Minister of Heritage please update this House on how this initiative is being received across the country?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Well, I thank my colleague indeed for the question. 950,000 net new jobs, but better than that, Canada's job records since the worst point of the recession are the best job numbers in all of the G7. And Budget 2013, our Economic Action Plan, is going to build on that further with our Canada Job Plan. As was said today by the National Association of Career Colleges, it was said, quote, that this job grant will, quote, benefit Canadian job seekers as well as employers seeking qualified and skilled employees. Canadians have said time and again they want this Parliament focused on creating prosperity and jobs for Canadians. That's what Budget 2013, our Economic Action Plan, will do with this important piece of it.
The Honourable Member for Quebec City. Mr. Speaker, simulation exercises in Halifax have revealed significant shortcomings with the coordination of search and rescue services in both official languages. But in a few short weeks, the Conservatives are going to start transferring some of the activities of the Quebec City Search and Rescue Centre to Halifax. Given the Conservative inaction, we've called on the Commissioner of Official Languages to investigate to see what the state of language services is. Do the Conservatives understand that closing the centre could threaten people's lives? The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
The Coast Guard intends to maintain its excellent record of safety and service to mariners. As we've said all along, consolidation will be based on operational needs, public safety, and taking time needed to complete the work properly. Mr. Speaker, of course, we'll maintain bilingual services. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst. Mr. Speaker, everyone knows that the Conservatives' decision is wrong. Marine safety experts, the St. Lawrence Pilots Corporation, rescue coordinators, they've all said it's a bad decision. They say that closing the Quebec City Search and Rescue Centre will compromise marine safety. What's the minister waiting for? An accident with victims because the dispatcher doesn't understand the distress call? Will the minister be responsible enough to do what's necessary? If there's an incident, it will be because of language. The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Mr. Speaker, as I said before, consolidation will be based on operational needs, public safety, and taking the time needed to complete the job properly. And of course, we'll provide bilingual service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Newfoundland, they expect fishermen to speak Italian. Mr. Speaker, in Labrador West, the prevalence of silicosis is unusually high amongst workers at iron ore mines, and retired workers and their spouses are being made sick and even dying from chronic exposure to silica dust, and they're looking to government for help. This government has been aware for years of the dangers of silica dust. So what are the Conservatives doing to ensure the health of workers in Labrador?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, the health and safety of workers across the country is an important part of the work that is done by the Department of HRSDC, and of course the Minister of Labour takes all these matters very seriously, and we'd be pleased to work with the member opposite to continue to advance the safety of workers across this country.
Honourable Member for St. John South Mount Pearl.
New Democrats will always oppose budgets that hurt Newfoundland and Labrador, Mr. Speaker, like this budget. Tucked away on the corner of page 151 of the budget, we learned that the accelerated capital cost allowance is being cut for the mining sector. This decision comes as a blow to Labrador companies, just at a time when they're discovering new mineral wealth in iron ore, in rare earth minerals. Mr. Speaker, why are Conservatives pouring cold water over Labrador's mining industry just as it's gaining momentum?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's a surprising question, talking about resource development coming from the NDP that spend most of their time on a trash can tour going down to the United States and trashing Canada, Mr. Speaker. The leader of the NDP has consistently called the resource sector in this country a disease, Mr. Speaker. We find that very offensive. So do Canadians, Mr. Speaker. We're working on what is important to Canadians. That's finding jobs for Canadians, protecting the economy, and growing the long-term prosperity of all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent, Cartierville. Mr. Speaker, according to the Prime Minister, the government is interfering without consultation unilaterally in an area of provincial jurisdiction, skills training, without any increase in funding, but requiring new money from the provinces. Hardly surprising they're miffed about it and pushing back. If this government finally has a Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, he should stand up and say what steps he's taken to repair the damage the latest budget has done to the smooth running of our federation, especially when it comes to skills training, where cooperation is so key to success. The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the member opposite missed the Finance Minister's speech and the Prime Minister's answer today. Budget 2013 says very clearly that we'll work with the provinces on this very important file, which is very important to the economy, to create jobs for all Canadians in all parts of the country. We're going to work with the provinces. We're going to continue to build a strong economy in every part of the country.
Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
This government is either willfully blind to scientific evidence or they don't care. Why else would they ignore healthcare in their budget? Data shows highly contagious TB rates among Inuit increasing at 185 times the non-Aboriginal average. TB flourishes in poor, overcrowded and undernourished populations. In 2010, Public Health Canada reported that Inuit live in these conditions and 50% have no access to nutritious food. The Minister of Health knew this 3 years ago. Why did she do nothing then, and why has this budget done nothing now?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Minister coming from the North, I understand too well how serious this matter is in our Aboriginal communities and our communities. This is why our government has taken a wide approach in our mission to eliminate tuberculosis across Canada. We've recently announced 2 new research studies in Nunavut that will raise awareness of TB and will also evaluate how state-of-the-art diagnosed equipments are. We're also forgiving loans for doctors and nurses in remote communities. We've signed a tripartite framework agreement in BC, $2 billion for healthcare programs, for services for First Nations and Inuit. We've made significant investments into
The honourable member for Montmagny-Lillet. For years, the NDP has been calling for a transition fund for workers in the asbestos industry. A few months ago, I tabled a motion calling for consultations with a view to setting up an industrial diversification plan. The Conservatives voted against it and then announced without any consultation $50 million over 7 years. 7 years. People need help now. They need jobs now. These regions have been abandoned by the government, even where they hold the ridings. Why not make the transition fund available to business and workers more quickly? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, following the Marois' decision to stop exploiting asbestos, we took the leadership and saw no reason to oppose including chrysotile on the Rotterdam Convention. So we have a fund for economic diversification, $50 million for economic diversification. But that can't be done just with a snap of the fingers. I hope they'll support our budget. And I hope the member for Richmond, Arthabaska, will stand up for his region.
The Liberal and Conservative record on asbestos has been shameful for years. They ignored the science and put workers and people in the developing world at risk. And for years they buried their heads in the sand rather than help Quebec develop the transition plans for those communities and families. At last, thanks to those communities, Labour and the opposition, there will be some assistance for transition. Now that we have this assistance in place, will the Conservatives finally agree to take the final and last step and ban the export of asbestos in all of its forms?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague knows that natural resources come under provincial jurisdiction, the mining, but the Marois government has decided to stop mining asbestos, so our government took the leadership by announcing a $50 million fund to provide for economic diversification for communities affected. There's no reason any longer for Canada to oppose the inclusion of chrysotile on the Rotterdam Convention. So I hope the opposition will stop crying wolf and support us.
Member for Red Deer.
Mr. Speaker, our government is focused on jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity. Natural resources create hundreds of thousands of jobs, billions in economic growth, and billions in social services across Canada. Keystone XL is an important project for the future health of the Canadian economy, with Canada losing $50 million a day due to a lack of market access. The importance to Canada is clear, though the NDP refused to listen and support this project. Could the Minister of Natural Resources update this House on the latest news on this front?
And the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
I'd like to thank very much the member from Red Deer for his excellent question. Today, Darrell Sutter is meeting with President Obama and will advocate for the Keystone XL project and thousands of jobs that it will create. We applaud Coach Sutter for promoting Canadians' interests on the world stage, and we hope that the NDP leader who left the false impression with the Obama administration that Canadians are opposed to pipelines will pay attention. We should start listening to Darrell Sutter instead of Daryl Hannah.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lake Winnipeg is one of the largest freshwater lakes in the world, and it is dying. This government has failed to protect one of Canada's greatest lakes. Mr. Speaker, the Global Nature Fund has declared that Lake Winnipeg is the 2013 Threatened Lake of the Year. Can the government explain how the closing of the experimental lakes area, Canada's world-renowned freshwater science facility, is going to benefit the cleanup of Lake Winnipeg?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues should know exactly what our government has done to help the cleanup of Lake Winnipeg. Since 2007, in fact, we've invested $18 million to build a scientific foundation for action and provided funding for locally driven stewardship actions. Even with this progress, though, my colleague is quite correct, challenges with water quality and algae blooms remain. But this government is taking action, Mr. Speaker, to reduce nutrient inputs to the lake by directly supporting stewardship initiatives, scientific research and monitoring.
The honourable member for Churchill.
Mr. Speaker, once again, Manitoba and Saskatchewan are facing major flooding. Yet every season, the Conservatives feign surprise when communities are devastated. In 2009 and 2011, First Nations were disproportionately impacted by flooding. Yet, since those floods, the government has done virtually nothing to provide permanent flood protection to communities like Fisher River and Peguis. When will this government step up and provide the tools to these First Nations to fight this year's flood? And will they finally commit to permanent flood mitigation?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the question. And of course, we'll wait to see what happens, but I am very confident that the Emergency Measures Organization in Manitoba, that's on the front lines, is doing a good job in terms of preparedness. In respect of flood mitigation, it was our Prime Minister who in 2011 announced $100 million for flood mitigation. And presently, there's ongoing discussions with all provinces as to how we can look at flood mitigation as an ongoing program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Brampton-Springdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government is working hard to fix the disastrous mess left by the Liberals in our immigration system. The Liberals left an immigration backlog close to 1 million people waiting up to 8 years for their applications to be processed. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration please update this House on the progress made by our Conservative government to create fast, flexible and effective immigration system? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just about a half hour ago, our Minister of Immigration announced that the backlogs that were left on this government by the previous Liberal government have been reduced by 40%. Mr. Speaker, the program that...
Order. Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary still has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, further to that, the foreign skilled application process, which brings foreign skilled workers here to this country, which took years to complete, is now down to a year or less. The parent and grandparent reunification program in this country has been reduced by over 25%. Not because anyone in the other House has supported this, Mr. Speaker, because this government is taking action when it comes to immigration.
The Honourable Member for Compton-Stanstead. The Conservatives may say the economy is their priority and claim the regions were going to be their priority, but it was all empty promises. Budget 2013 confirms there will be cuts of 15% to the Economic Development Agency for the regions of Quebec. The Transport Minister was just the other day bragging about his government's ad hoc initiatives. Well, I've got some news for him. There's nothing to offset the loss of many of those programs for communities in Quebec. They've already gutted EI. Do they really have to do the same to regional development agencies' budgets too? They're so useful to those regions. The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, that's totally false once again. There are ad hoc initiatives that are coming to an end. It's not a cut to the budget. There was a measure for the forestry that's coming to an end. We've increased funding for all regions of Quebec. We've been to Jonquière recently with the Prime Minister. We made an announcement. We're investing constantly. We're doing work all over the place. We're doing a very good job with the Economic Development Agency. The Honourable Member for Jonquière-Alma. Mr. Speaker, with its budget, the federal government's attempting to impose its vision of skills training on Quebec, thereby butchering programs that were working just fine. Last year alone, Quebec's Employment Services saved the federal government $220 million in EI benefits. The government of Quebec made it clear that it doesn't approve of Ottawa's interference and won't take part in the new program. Has the minister heard Quebec's refusal, or is she going to persist in trying to manufacture a clash by ramming her reform through? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Canadians want new jobs, including in Quebec, and we will certainly work with the provinces, including Quebec, to create new jobs in all parts of the country, including all parts of Quebec.
Question period for today. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of His Excellency Enkbold Zandaku, Chairman of the State Great Hurl of Mongolia. The Chair has notice of a point of order from the Honourable Minister of State for Small Business.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. Tout à l'heure, dans une de mes...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In one of my answers, I referred to a group that benefits from financial aid. It was not the Groupe Canal, but it was MANAC that benefits from the Fonds de Solidarité investments and will continue to do so.
Thank the Honourable Member for that clarification. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Order amendment du gouvernement, resuming consideration.
Government orders.
Motion number 15 on the budgetary policy and on the amendment of Ms. Nash.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Brant. Could we please have order in the House? Take your conversations outside if you want to continue them. The Honourable Member for Brant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to inform you that I will be splitting my time with the member for Cumberland, Colchester, and Mesquite Valley. Mr. Speaker, Economic Action Plan 2013 is great news for my riding of Brant, for Southern Ontario, and indeed for all of Canada. It is a plan that keeps Canada well positioned for long-term, stable economic growth and balanced budgets. And it includes a variety of exciting common-sense proposals that will make government more productive and efficient and create jobs in Southern Ontario. Mr. Speaker, economic growth in my riding of Brant is largely driven by small and medium-sized businesses that are innovating and gaining a leading edge in the 21st century economy. I can give you the example of a company whose name is Green Mantra, who recently opened up as a new startup company. We were able to help them through our Southern Economic Development Agency, FedDev, as a government to get the funding to produce new, innovative, and in fact, new patentable technologies creating wax products for commercial use. A very exciting development and one which will create hundreds of jobs in our community down the road. Our government continues to build on the unprecedented support for businesses that are innovating and transforming Southern Ontario's economy. And in particular, we are providing record support for manufacturers and processors. Since 2006, our government has assisted manufacturers by lowering taxes, making Canada the first tariff-free zone for manufacturers in the G20, reducing unnecessary red tape, and improving conditions for business investment. Now, in Economic Action Plan 2013, we are taking further action to support Canada's manufacturers. We are providing tax relief for manufacturing equipment through the extension of the temporary accelerated capital cost allowance. This measure will allow manufacturers to invest in new machinery and equipment to help them compete. We are also continuing our support for the innovative businesses like Green Mantra Technologies that I referred to earlier by renewing the Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario with $920 million of new funding. FedDev has been a critical agency that has helped provide much-needed support in my riding by boosting businesses that are showing leadership by undergoing transformative projects, which in turn will allow them to capitalize on new world market opportunities and compete in the 21st century economy. I'd like to refer to another company in my riding called Systems Logic. Systems Logic produces software and hardware for the warehousing industry. They have recently expanded their market base extensively into the United States, again, with new innovative product. Again, another great example of creating new jobs in the 21st century, right in my community as a result of our budget initiatives. Now, through Economic Action Plan 2013, FedDev Ontario will be offering businesses in Brant new support through the exciting new $200 million Advanced Manufacturing Fund, which is aimed at helping our region's manufacturing industry to further innovate and become more competitive. And, Mr. Speaker, the good news for Brant does not stop there. There is a burgeoning entrepreneurial spirit that is emerging in my community. Businesses are investing. They're seeing the opportunity in my community with a very skilled labor force ready and willing to go to work. People from all walks of life who are taking advantage of the new economic opportunities. Our government understands the tangible benefits that such an entrepreneurial spirit can deliver for our communities and know that the Southern Ontario's long-term economic competitiveness needs to be driven by globally competitive, high-growth businesses that take risks, innovate, and create high-quality jobs. That is why Economic Action Plan 2013 continues building on our government support for entrepreneurs and risk-takers in my riding. Economic Action Plan 2012 announced resources to support Canada's venture capital industry, including $400 million to help increase private sector investments in early-stage risk capital and to support the creation of large-scale venture capital funds led by the private sector. Shortly after, our Prime Minister announced a comprehensive venture capital action plan, which will improve access to venture capital financing by high-growth companies. The plan will promote a vibrant capital environment in Canada rooted in a strong entrepreneurial culture and well-established networks that link investors to innovative companies. Budget 2013 advances the Venture Capital Action Plan by offering $60 million to help outstanding and high-potential incubator and accelerator organizations expand their services to entrepreneurs, as well as $100 million through the Business Development Bank of Canada to invest in firms graduating from business accelerators. We are also providing funding specifically designated for young risk-taking entrepreneurs who are working to create jobs, the jobs of tomorrow, through the Canada Youth Business Foundation. Mr. Speaker, all of this is great news for entrepreneurs, not only in Canada, but in my specific riding of Brant. And we know that businesses and workers alike in my riding will benefit from the tremendous new support that the Economic Action Plan offers in terms of skill training and connecting workers with jobs. We are increasing skills and training support with the new Canada Job Grant to help more workers get high-quality, well-paying jobs. Under the new grant, Canadians will be able to qualify for up to $15,000 per person to get the skills and training they most importantly need. Training and skill development will be focused on jobs that are in demand. In fact, the grant will directly connect employers looking for skilled workers with Canadians who want to fill those jobs. Meanwhile, our budget is creating opportunities for apprenticeships that allow young people to learn a skilled trade while gaining paid on-the-job work experience. And we are offering even more targeted support to promote labour market participation and a more inclusive workforce. Residents of the Six Nations of the Grand and the Mississaugas of the New Credit First Nation in my riding will benefit from an investment of $241 million to improve the On-Reserve Income Assistance Program to help ensure Aboriginal youth can access the skills training they need to secure employment and better outcomes for their futures. And amongst a series of new proposals that are garnering excitement among disability advocates and experts from across the country, our budget calls for $222 million per year to improve employment prospects for persons with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, Canadians with disabilities represent a significant untapped pool of talented people who are ready, willing, and able to work. In fact, there are over 800,000 Canadians whose disabilities do not prevent them from working. We know about the enormous opportunities for social and economic inclusion that gainful employment can provide these people. Right in my riding, we have several fine examples of entrepreneurial companies that have hired persons with disabilities. One is called Brantford Volkswagen, and they will actually be coming to Parliament to tell the committee, the Human Resources Committee, about their experience and how positive and how much of a business case there is for actually taking on people with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, I will wrap by saying I'm so thrilled to see that we are moving forward to help those who want to get work, those who really are willing and able, into the directions that employers and entrepreneurs and businesses need. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this time today.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listened carefully to my colleagues' comments on the budget. And one of the challenges we've had with this budget is that there isn't enough detail. And in fact, if you look back to budget 2012, and I say budget 2012 as opposed to all the window dressing we hear from the government, we still haven't got the facts. In fact, Kevin Page was just in the court trying to get that. But I want to get his answer precisely on the numbers here when it comes to job training. I would like him to share with us exactly when this job training program will take effect in Ontario and specific dates. And I want to know exactly how much money in this budget will go to Ontario for job training and when that will take effect.
The honourable member for Brant.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his questions. Of course, he knows what the numbers are in terms of the actual results since the middle of the recession and our government having created 950,000 net new jobs in this economy. Now, he asked the question about projections into the future. Well, the budget outlines the structural framework for us to connect the people who are interested in having jobs to develop their skill sets with the up to 15,000 new Canada Job Action Plan. And I can tell you this is absolutely from the position of listening to employers in my riding and knowing many employers, in particular in the construction industry, which I spent the majority of my working life in, that this is exactly what they need in terms of targeted assistance to be sure that the people who they hire have the skill set, get the skill set, and earn the kind of income that they so richly deserve once they get that skill set.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that in most part you will find that Canadians recognize the importance of enhancing a person's skill sets so that when it comes time to be able to get themselves gainfully employed, that there's a great deal of benefit. And often government does come to the table and provide some sort of assistance in getting those skill sets. The question that I have for the member, if you reflect on the budget that's being proposed, one of the important things to note is the fact that Ottawa is requiring provinces to come on board and match, along with the private sector, their funds. There's already a number of provinces that have indicated, for whatever reason, some of it because they might not have the same resources, that they are not going to be able to provide those funds. My question to the member is, how should a province or those Canadians living in that province be compensated because a province in one region of the country is unable to participate in the program that's being offered today?
Member for Brant.
Well, I thank this member for his question. And as we well know, provinces already have resources established for training. And when you talk about the principle of a shared program of a third, and a third, in this case, the federal government, the provincial government, and the employer, the actual employer, having what I'll call skin in the game, is a model that has worked absolutely excellently across the country in other ventures other than training. And so you're taking a very successful model that's been working when 3P partnerships happen. This means that everyone's interest is there. Provinces, of course, will have to redirect perhaps some of the funding that they currently are using in other areas into what will be a more efficient, a more effective way to get people into jobs that their skill set fits.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Okanagan-Coquihalla.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his great speech. There certainly is a lot in this budget, particularly for Okanagan-Coquihalla, that I appreciate. My question to the member is this, Mr. Speaker. Given that the issue of jobs training and skills, the fact that there are so many people that are either unemployed or underemployed, Mr. Speaker, I've certainly heard, many of our colleagues right across this country have heard from employers that say that academia has been slow to be able to connect both the skills training and encouraging workers to go into fields that there are currently employment provisions. There's opportunities, Mr. Speaker. The big thing I would like to know from this member is how he feels the job grant will fit into this, and does he believe that this will improve the situation down the road?
The honourable member for Brant, we're almost out of time. Short answer, please.
Well, to answer very concisely, this aligns absolutely, almost perfectly for post-secondary, which right now, as we speak, in this country, is realigning itself to produce programming so that people can be retrained, people can go back into the workforces. I know that as a former governor of a university here in Canada, and I know that our program is going to produce outstanding results.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of Economic Action Plan 2013, a budget focused on jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity for all Canadians. Now, when we ran in the election in 2011, we asked the Canadian people for a mandate, and that mandate also included balancing the budget within the term of that mandate, balancing the budget by 2015. And this budget, presented by the Minister of Finance with the support of the Prime Minister of Canada, keeps us on track to having that budget balanced by 2015. Now, as we move towards a budget that will be balanced, we have three opportunities to do that, three paths that we can take. The first would be a path to raise taxes. And many governments across Canada have taken the challenge to balance their budgets by raising taxes. That is not the path of this finance minister. That is not the path of this government. We will not balance the budget by raising taxes upon the people of Canada. In fact, when you look at this budget, since we were elected in 2006, we will have cut taxes in the average Canadian family by $3,200. And we're still going to balance the budget by 2015. By lowering the tax burden upon the people of Canada, we are increasing jobs, we are increasing growth, we are increasing the productivity of our country. Low taxes mean more jobs means more productivity. That is the path we're taking. The second path we could have chosen would be to cut the transfers to the provinces, like we saw the Liberal Party do in the 90s. Those transfers that are very valuable to the provinces as they try to deliver on the priorities of Canadians in terms of education, in terms of health care. We saw billions of dollars taken back from the provinces in terms of those transfer payments in the 90s. That saw hospitals close. It saw nurses laid off. It saw teachers laid off. It saw Ray Days in Ontario. We do not want to go back to that path. We will not support that. And this budget does not cut any transfers to the provinces. In fact, since we took office in 2006, the federal government has increased transfers each and every year. Transfers for health care, transfers for the social transfer, transfers for equalization, all have been increased each and every year. That is more support for the provinces. And still, even though we are increasing that support for the provinces, we are still on this path to balance the budget. In fact, since 2006 when we took office, we've increased the transfers from the federal government to the provinces by over $20 billion to a record high in 2013-2014 of $62 billion. An incredible amount of money that our provinces can use to support health care, to support education, to pay doctors, to pay nurses, to pay teachers, to support other social programs within their provinces. That is an incredible commitment the federal government has made to the provinces, and we are keeping that promise. My own province of Nova Scotia has seen the transfers from the federal government to the province of Nova Scotia increase from 2006 in the amount of $2.2 billion to almost $3 billion, an increase of almost $700 million. Now, $700 million, that's a lot of nurses, that's a lot of teachers, that's a lot of support for priorities of Nova Scotians, and that's what's contained in this budget. Now, the third path, the one we are choosing to balance the budget, is a path to look first into government spending and making sure we focus government spending in a pragmatic and prudent way, focusing on the priorities of Canadians. And that's what you see, Mr. Speaker, in this budget. And this budget supports my constituents in a large rural riding on the East Coast because it focuses on the same priorities: jobs and growth and prosperity. It supports industries that are needed, industries that support my riding, industries that hire the vast majority of the residents and constituents that I represent here in Ottawa. For example, this budget supports infrastructure, and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities asks this government to support infrastructure, wastewater treatment plants, roads, bridges, all the infrastructure needed to attract business to come to rural parts of Canada. Infrastructure needed both in urban and rural Canada. That's what this budget focuses on. Now, the Build Canada plan, which sunsets next year, put billions of dollars working with municipal leaders across Canada supporting infrastructure development. But the Federation of Canadian Municipalities asked the government to do a longer-term deal in this budget, which we have done. It's a 10-year deal for the new Build Canada plan, adding $53 billion, $53 billion for infrastructure from coast to coast to coast. Roads, bridges, recreational centres, wastewater treatment plants. These are the projects that this fund will help, and that's going to help build the economy in the rural parts of the country and in urban parts of the country. The Canadian Federation of Municipalities also asked the government to support them against the gas tax. Now, we all know that in previous budgets, we made that gas tax allowance permanent. That was something that was asked for. That was something that was delivered. In this budget, we are indexing that gas tax allowance to protect the municipalities from inflation, so they can count on that money to continue at an indexed rate so they know they will not be hurt by inflation. That was an ask the Canadian Federation of Municipalities made, and that's one we delivered on. Now, Do they support the budget? Absolutely. I'm going to quote, "Today's budget delivers significant gains for Canada's cities and communities. We applaud the government for choosing to continue moving our communities forward, even as it meets its immediate fiscal challenges. This is a budget that delivers real gains for Canadians. It will spur growth and job creation while laying the foundation for a more competitive economy." And that's a quote from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. This budget, this finance minister, and this prime minister have delivered for our municipal leaders across Canada and delivered for the municipal leaders in my riding. Now, in Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley, we also have a large forestry industry. Does this budget support the forestry industry? These are the guys that go out in the woods and cut the trees down. But not only them, it supports the truckers that transport those logs to the sawmills. It supports the sawmill workers who turn that into lumber. It supports the manufacturers that turn that lumber into products which we export not only here in Canada domestically, but export worldwide. This is a strong budget in support of the forestry industry. Now, the Forest Products Association supports this budget. They say that the FPAC welcomes the additional support for innovation and market development unveiled in today's budget and also applaud the government's focus on skills training. We applaud the government for its continuing support for the forest products sector, even at a time when tough measures are needed to reduce the deficit. This is a strategic, future-oriented decision that demonstrates ongoing commitment to the transformation of the industry. So we have support from the forestry industry for this budget. The agriculture industry. In my riding, agriculture is a heartbeat. It employs literally thousands of my constituents. We have blueberry producers, dairy farmers, beef farmers, poultry farmers. We have agriculture producers across the ones who have created innovative products. We have fruit producers in the riding. This government and this budget supports the agriculture sector. It's expanding our markets internationally. It's investing in research and innovation so that agriculture producers can develop new products and open these products up and sell them in new markets. This is a strong budget in support of research, innovation, and agriculture, and particularly supports the extension of international trade so we can produce and export our trade and our agricultural products to new markets. Now, what does the agriculture community say about this budget? Well, the Canadian Cattlemen's Association says the CCA welcomes Budget 2013 and appreciates the federal government's continued commitment to innovation, competitiveness, market development, regulatory cooperation, and addressing labour shortages. These are the top priorities for our industry and for the Canadian Cattlemen's Association. Strong support from the agricultural community for this budget. Strong support for the industries that are important in my riding for this budget. Now, also in my riding, we have some manufacturing. And the manufacturing is centered around the aerospace industry. I have an IMP plant in Amherst which employs 400 people. I have an IMP plant in the Halifax Airport region which employs over 1,200 people. 1,600 of my constituents directly employed in the aerospace industry. And I know there's many, many thousands in the Quebec aerospace industry that are employed and support and put dinners on the tables of their families due to direct employment from the aerospace industry. What does the aerospace industry say about this budget? Well, they say that the AIAC is very pleased with the measures announced in the Economic Action Plan 2013. The measures announced in this budget constitute an excellent short-term response to the Aerospace Review Report. So support for this budget in that. Mr. Speaker, in closing, this budget supports my riding. It supports the agriculture community, the forestry industry, it supports the municipalities' infrastructure, it supports the aerospace industry. Many, many of my constituents will benefit very much from the implementation of this budget. I ask all the colleagues in the House, please stand up and support Economic Action Plan 2013. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Juan de Fuca.
Juan de Fuca. Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened with interest to the members talking about who in his riding supported this. And I'd like to ask him if he's talked to those running job training programs. Because I was back in my riding and I talked to the WorkLink Society and the Youth Pathways Society, who operate very important programs for getting people their first jobs or getting people back to work or getting the skills training they need. And with this new program that's been announced by the government, which has no budget, no start date, no agreement with the provinces, they're worried they're going to have to shut down these programs at the end of the year and stop operating these very important programs in my community. So they're very, very concerned about this very vague training program that has nothing specific in it for them or the people they serve.
Honourable Member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Well, often the opposition and the other side criticize our government for failing to consult and not listening. And as part of this budget, we are going to start consultations with the province on skills training. And why is this important? It's important because last year alone, there were over 250,000 highly skilled jobs available that the employers could not find people to do the job. We also have this large amount of people that currently can't find work. So we have a disconnect between jobs that are available and the skills needed to fill those jobs and the people who are currently unemployed. So we need to work together across the country with our provincial partners to put processes in place so that we can match up people who have the skills needed with the jobs that are available today. That's what this plan's about. So there will be consultations with the province. To the people who are worried how this is going to affect their programs, I don't think they should have to worry very much. This is the first budget I can remember, and I've got 18 years as a professional educator, that has education and training as a centerpiece. As an educator, I was pleased to see that in this budget.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. This is the second speaker from the Conservative side that has talked about aerospace jobs and basically trying to say that they're standing up for aerospace jobs. I have a real problem with that, a serious concern. The government would be aware that there was the Air Canada Public Privatization Act, Participation Act, and in that act it made it very clear that Montreal and Mississauga and Winnipeg would continue to have those very important aerospace jobs with Air Canada, the overhaul maintenance. Now, when Air Canada offloaded it to Avios and then Avios ultimately closed down, there has been serious allegations of Air Canada violating the law. And the Prime Minister and his government did absolutely nothing to protect those very important aerospace jobs. My question to the member is that why did the Government of Canada not protect those important aerospace jobs when there was a law that was there, that is there today, and a lot of these employees, hundreds and hundreds of employees, felt that the government stood by and allowed Air Canada to get rid of those jobs?
Honourable Member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Well, I find it laughable that a member from the Liberal Party is criticizing the support this government's made to the aerospace industry after the decade of darkness that they delivered to Canada's military. I mean, we took over government from them. We had helicopters that wouldn't go up and submarines that wouldn't go down. It was a decade of darkness. General Hillier said that in his book. And the damage that did to our aerospace industry was devastating. We are only beginning to recover. So you can count on this government to continue to work with our aerospace partners, and aerospace, the industry is supportive of this budget. We're going to continue to support those because those are important manufacturing jobs, not only in my riding, but across the country.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Surrey North. Short question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very short and brief. And I've seen a pattern from the Conservative government when they introduce a bill, whether it's the Aboriginals, affecting Aboriginals, whether it's affecting search and rescue, whether it's affecting the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. They bring in a bill without consultations, and they promise to do consultations afterwards. Do they not trust the provinces to deliver the program that has been going on for a number of years, this jobs program? I believe that the effective way to deliver programs like such as job training would be done at a local level where the local organizations understand the local issues and demands and local priorities. And Conservative government, without any consultation, and they want to bring this to Ottawa, and we know what happens in Ottawa. Could the member elaborate on that?
Honourable Member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley. Very short, please.
Well, on that issue, the Minister in charge of Education in Nova Scotia is interested in working with the federal government on the Jobs Grant program. She says that this is an interesting program. She's going to negotiate and collaborate. And this is an NDP minister in Nova Scotia. So I think there's willingness across the country with the provinces who all realize we need to focus on jobs and skills. In Nova Scotia alone, we have a $25 billion shipbuilding program. We're going to need thousands of skilled tradespeople to fill those jobs in the maritime provinces. And this jobs grant is going to meet that need. We're going to collaborate and work with the provinces to deliver on that goal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. Honorable Deputy de Hochelaga.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Surrey North. Mr. Speaker, almost a year ago today, our leader appointed me the official opposition critic for housing, and since that time I've risen on several occasions in this House to call for the matter of housing and the fight against homelessness to become priorities for this government. I undertook a pan-Canadian tour to meet with citizens across the country and interest groups to ask them about these important issues and for their comments. I will, however, have to continue doing so for a long time when I look at what I saw in the budget tabled by the Minister of Finance. Now, I won't say that I find anything about this budget surprising. I won't say that I believe for a moment that the Conservatives felt that these issues were priorities.
When the Conservatives voted as a bloc against Bill C-400, which was to call on various levels of government to sit down with stakeholders and determine the needs and create a pan-Canadian strategy for housing, I knew what I was dealing with. But on the eve of the vote, I noticed that the government had used the CMHC to publish an information document that claimed that Bill C-400 would cost Canadian taxpayers $5.5 billion, even though the stakeholders hadn't even gotten together yet to discuss needs. And that was the only thing that the bill called for, so I was scandalized. Let's be clear and honest with people, Mr. Speaker. Bosch and O'Brien, at page 1112, say that there is a constitutional requirement that bills proposing the expenditure of public funds must be accompanied by a royal recommendation, which can be obtained only by the government and introduced by a minister. Since a minister cannot propose items of private members' business, a private member's bill should therefore not contain provisions for the spending of funds. It seems to me that that's quite clear, Mr. Speaker. What I just quoted means that a bill from a private member cannot require the spending of funds. Given that, I'd like someone to explain to me why Bill C-400, put forward by the member for St. Hyacinthe Bagot, which only called for government and stakeholders in housing to sit down together, how could that have entailed the spending of funds? Such a bill would have been out of order under the rules of the House. I'm not going to impugn the government's motives, but I will let people draw their own conclusions. When it comes to housing and combating homelessness, Thursday's budget does not satisfy the official opposition. But we do have to give them credit where it's due. As I asked repeatedly in this House, without ever getting a satisfactory answer, I'm delighted that the government has finally made a commitment to renew the homelessness partnering strategy. But when I was talking about renewal, I wasn't just talking about renewing the full funding for the homelessness partnering strategy. I was also calling for that funding to be increased. Unfortunately, since it was created in 1999, the funding for the fight against homelessness has never been indexed. But costs and salaries have gone up, so that the amounts earmarked for combating homelessness in Canada never really have kept up with the needs. We have to make sure that funding for the program is brought up to date, is indexed, and even increased to take into account the growing need, the growing dimensions of the homelessness problem. Contrary to my colleagues opposite, I consult and I listen to stakeholders, those who can give us the information about what the needs are, those who see what's happening with homelessness and see that it's growing year after year. But unfortunately, I have the impression that I have been misunderstood. When the Conservatives talk of renewal, they talk in the literal sense of the word, and in their vocabulary it means change everything. When you read the budget at page 228, under the heading Housing for Canadians in Need, they talk about renewing the homelessness partnering strategy to the tune of $119 million over 5 years, and that's the Housing First approach. Well, on the facts, we learned, because the information was leaked by the Conservatives to the media, there was an article entitled Budget to Fund and Reorient Federal Homelessness Strategy, New Focus on Housing. There are two important things with respect to the homelessness partnering strategy. Not only did the Conservatives not increase it or index the funding, but they also cut the amount. Because from 2011 to 2014, annual funding for the program was $134.8 million a year. They are now announcing that it will drop to $119 million, which means that groups that already didn't have the means to meet the needs will collectively have to absorb an annual decrease of $15.8 million in funding for combating homelessness. Secondly, the program of the approach of the program has been completely changed. With the Housing First approach, anything funded by the strategy may be ended if the projects are not within this Housing First priority. Many organizations could also lose their funding, and this could jeopardize the development of new projects, new capital projects. In my riding of Hochelaga alone, where the homelessness problem takes many forms, this new reorientation of the program could be harmful to a number of groups that are already very active in the neighborhood. Dopamine, for example, which deals with addiction, could lose some of its workers, and they've already been will be unable to develop new services after 2014. The problem of homelessness is not just a housing problem. There are drug problems, mental health problems, drug-related prostitution, and these all need to be addressed. In reaction to the budget, Mr. Tim Richer, president of the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness, who had called for the strategy to take this new approach, he said,
some important questions that will need to be addressed, namely, what does the government mean by Housing First? What will this shift to Housing First mean to HPS-funded communities, programs, and existing investments? How will community planning processes and community plans change? How will the transition to Housing First be managed? It's also important to remember that Housing First is a critical component of ending homelessness, but it is not a silver bullet. There are many other critical elements that need to support community plans and Housing First programs in order to reduce and end homelessness.
In our opinion, Mr. Speaker, the HPS has to remain multifaceted in its approach and respect the independence of provinces and municipalities who are in the best position to ascertain the needs and problems in their area. The only thing this government has intended to do is to provide for a net decrease in CMHC's budget, a net decrease of $23.3 million a year. And this is because of the certain agreements are coming to an end. Once again this year, Mr. Speaker, not only is the government confirming its intention to completely withdraw from social housing, but they're also doing this at the expense of the underprivileged in society and of the provinces. These agreements for not-for-profit housing and subsidized housing are in place to make sure that people don't spend more than 25 to 30% of their income on rent. They also enable provinces and municipalities to provide low-cost housing to residents. For some years now, many of these agreements with CMHC have come to an end, and the government simply isn't renewing them. They see this as a savings. That's the worst part of it. If things continue this way, by 2013, cuts of $1.7 billion a year will be made, and the CMHC will be deprived of 15% of its current budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Saint-Léonard.
The honourable member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague. I followed her speech, but I have a quite simple question. She read the budget. We've read the budget. The Conservatives say there's this for our riding or this for our region, but I'm a member from Montreal. Is there anything in the budget for the East Island? I haven't seen anything. Are they making it up? Is it because we don't know how to read? Are the journalists wrong? Are the members of the Quebec National Assembly wrong in their reading of the budget? Are we missing something? Because there seems to be nothing for Quebec City, nothing for Montreal, and more specifically, nothing for the East Island. The honourable member for Hochelaga. Not only is there nothing for Montreal and the East Island, in fact, there are cuts. I was talking about housing. His riding, my riding, we need social housing, but that's being cut. Cuts to credit unions, so people won't be able to take advantage of the benefits of credit unions. Is this because the Conservatives are trying to punish Quebecers? It wouldn't surprise me, because Quebecers are a lot smarter than that, and in the next election, it'll be them punishing the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her presentation and also for her hard work on housing. It's a crisis in this country, and I'm so glad we have members like her here raising that issue because, Mr. Speaker, in 2005, something extraordinary happened. In this House, we actually got the NDP was able to get $4.5 billion that was just going to be thrown into corporate tax cuts and go God knows where. And we were able to negotiate a deal with the government of the day to get that into things like housing. That money stayed for 2006, 2007. This government actually cut ribbons and made big announcements, but using that very money that they voted against. What we see now is a government that doesn't seem to have a plan when it comes to national housing. They have announcements. We don't know how much money is really going to get to people. So my question to my colleague is, how can we have any faith in this government when it doesn't come forward with a national housing strategy? All other G7 countries that we work with have national housing strategies. They invest in housing for people and get results.
Honourable member for Hochelaga. Not only is it the NDP who put forward those changes and pushed for them, the Conservatives take credit for it. They're not the ones who did it. It was Jack Layton. Jack Layton worked very hard on housing. And at one point, C-400 was almost passed. It had a different number. I think it was C-304 or C-305. But everyone agreed with it. But this time, and it's ridiculous, the Conservatives all voted against it. So in the past, we couldn't get this bill through. But the Conservatives agreed with it, but all of a sudden they no longer agree with it. What changed? It's not true that it would entail spending. As I said, a private member's bill cannot require expenditures. Why are they afraid of this? Are they afraid that because they talked about $5.5 billion, is it because they know that there are needs out there, those needs have been identified, and the number they pulled out of their hat is the amount they should be funding, but they don't want to? Is that the real reason, Mr. Speaker? Questions and comments? The honourable member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup.
Dans la question du logement social,
when it comes to social housing, I always have the impression that they'll talk about it on the other side, but they won't do anything about it. People that live in moldy houses, it costs a huge amount for health care to fix them up. So I'd like her to comment on that. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, what we see from the Conservatives is very short-sightedness. They're salvaging things here, but they have no long-term view. When they try to salvage something here, it's like penny wise and pound foolish. People we meet with, they know that investing in social housing will save money in the long run. It's an investment. Investing in housing, affordable housing, social housing. I'm not talking about condos that cost $300 grand.
Reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of my constituents from Surrey North, I'm honoured to speak to this bill, Budget Bill 2013. Mr. Speaker, I'm very concerned about the budget, its deficiencies, its hidden realities, and the effect these will have on my constituents in Surrey North. This government has been promising that they focus on jobs, but instead the Prime Minister is pushing ahead with job-killing cuts, introducing no new measures to create jobs, instead playing a shell game with skills and training money. Mr. Speaker, again, the Prime Minister is not listening to Canadians. Instead, he's listening to his friends and the insiders. I have been consulting with my constituents in Surrey to seek their priorities as to what they would like to see addressed in this budget. The responses I've got from my constituents are reflective of not only Surrey, but many concerned citizens across British Columbia and Canada. My constituents from Surrey North are very concerned about the homelessness and poverty in my community. In the past 10 years, Surrey has had an increase of over 100% in homelessness population. Throughout BC, Lower Mainlands communities, Surrey hosts the highest percentage of homeless women, a significant number of homeless youth, seniors, and the second largest majority of homeless families, and the highest number of unsheltered persons, including persons who identify as Aboriginals. In this respect, the budget has completely let us down, Mr. Speaker. While on the surface it would appear there's a commitment to homelessness reduction programs, the reality is that there's less allocated funding in this year's budget compared to last year's in 2012. Surrey is one of the fastest growing cities in Canada, Mr. Speaker. My constituents are concerned about infrastructure development, particularly public transportation. In short, public transportation in Surrey is inadequate. Many residents living in Surrey, they commute to work in the neighbouring cities. The SkyTrain system does not serve the majority of our citizens in Surrey, making it difficult to access employment. While the Conservatives say they're addressing infrastructure concerns, it is evident that this is not happening. In fact, the government is reducing the amount dedicated to the development of infrastructure, and my constituents will not only feel it already, but they will be feeling this in the coming years. Mr. Speaker, my constituents are also concerned about support for the seniors in our community. The budget places undue stress on seniors. By raising the age of eligibility from 65 to 67 years old, the government is depriving seniors of old age security and forcing them to continue working even longer. This only benefits the Conservative friends and insiders who are taking money directly out of pockets of our seniors. Seniors have built this country, Mr. Speaker. It is time we look after our seniors who have paid taxes all their lives. We should be providing support in their retirement years for them to live in respect and dignity. British Columbians are very proud of our natural, pristine coast and our extraordinary wildlife in British Columbia, Mr. Speaker. Surrey is proud to be home to 1,400 kilometers of waterways, which host 5 species of trout and salmon. My own riding of Surrey North is the is home to over 900 spawning chum salmon in Bear Creek. The $108 million cuts to the Department of Fisheries and Oceans is upsetting many constituents in my riding who enjoy fishing, taking their children to watch the salmon runs every autumn. It is additionally damaging to the fish and their dependent ecosystem that they live in our rivers. Likewise, it is embarrassing that there is no mention of climate change in the budget for 2013. Mr. Speaker, my constituents are especially concerned about jobs. With a large immigrant population, Surrey North residents are concerned that the new budget has overlooked foreign credential accreditation. By not recognizing new occupations, we are depriving Canadian economy of the skills and experiences of our new immigrants to this country. Surrey is home to over 25 post-secondary institutions, including university, colleges, trade programs, and education for students with disabilities. My constituents are concerned about the rising cost of tuition fees. While the budget does address the need for development of skilled workers through the Canada Jobs Grant Program, I'm concerned this may involve pulling resources away from other effective programs. Shifting money from one program to another does not properly address the job training support that is needed in our community. Furthermore, this program is pending until renegotiation with the provinces has been completed. We have no way of knowing what programs will look like after this discussion. My constituents cannot sit idly while the future lies in the balance, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, moreover, my constituents are also concerned about the lack of post-graduation employment opportunities. Post-secondary enrollment in BC is increasing year after year. Students are concerned about investing money and time to study that will not provide employment for them. Every job advertised, there are 6 Canadians looking for work. Considering the increase in enrollment, these job seekers cannot all be uneducated. Mr. Speaker, with one of the slowest job creation rates in Canada, unemployment in British Columbia is growing. The disappointing loss of funding for social programs, the cuts to infrastructure funding, the inadequate support for development of sustainable technology, and the reduction in funding to the Department of Fisheries and Ocean will all will result in job losses, Mr. Speaker. Furthermore, by raising the age of eligibility for OAS and forcing seniors to work longer, jobs that would have been released in the market continue to be unavailable. The intersection of all these problems, along with recent job losses in British Columbia construction industry and social service sector, will accumulate into a considerable number of unemployed persons in British Columbia. Mr. Speaker, the 2013 budget claims to focus on reducing Canada's deficit and the developing economy. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear about the Conservative record. The Conservative record on deficit is very clear. The Conservatives have not produced a single budget surplus since they formed government 7 years ago, yet they call themselves competent economic managers. Their record indicates they have mismanaged our economy, and I would call this incompetency on behalf of this government, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, who is going to pay for this Conservative mismanagement of deficits and mismanagement of our economy? Well, Mr. Speaker, the very young people who are overburdened with student loans under this government will be paying for this mismanagement over the years to come. In fact, under this government, Canadians have the highest debt load. Now there will be additional load put on them by this government by having a large deficits over the number of years. Mr. Speaker, on one hand, the Conservatives are producing deficit after deficits to be paid by future generations. However, on the other hand, the Conservatives have been giving billions and billions of dollars of tax breaks to their friends and insiders. Mr. Speakers, Canadians will not forget this in 2015 when the next election is called. There are many proposals that we, as New Democrats, offer to bolster the Canadian economy. We must invest in Canadians themselves, Mr. Speaker. We must build individual agencies by properly addressing unemployment, job creation, education, skills training, not shifting money around. A large workforce provides increased innovation and resources, generates more spending money that employees can then put back into the economies. We need to invest in communities by providing infrastructure and supporting social services that prevent poverty, homelessness, and other public concerns. We need to invest in our environment so that we can support our tourism industry, foster our fishing commerce, and protect those who have jobs in this environmental sector. By investing in our country, we will see positive consequences resonate by stimulating our economy. Mr. Speaker, this budget does not address the priorities and needs of Canadians. Therefore, New Democrats and myself will not be supporting this. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I was disappointed with the speech that we just heard. Of course, there were so many things in that speech that were wrong. And indeed, there were so many things that he was saying one thing and then coming back on the other side of it as well, a little on the hypocrisy side. There's been 950,000 jobs created. We have had balanced budgets. The first 3 years that we were in power, of course, we paid $40 billion down in national debt. He said that we haven't had a balanced budget. He's wrong. But, Mr. Speaker, also, we have our best positioned out of all other of the G8 countries. We are the best positioned. And the question that he asked was, they're having deficits. Mr. Speaker, they put Canada into a deficit. Yes, but we also have a plan to be balanced by 2015. Many of the other countries, industrialized countries, have not got that plan. And Mr. Speaker, also he spoke about the future. Who's going to pay for this? Mr. Speaker, the truth of the matter is that when we come into deficit, the NDP and the Liberals stand there saying, spend more, spend more. But we have a disciplined approach to a short-term deficit budget that will become balanced in 2015. We've created 950,000 jobs. The best thing for these young people with their education is to have a job when they come out. Mr. Speaker, perhaps this member would like to respond to the fact that we have jobs, we have a future. The future is bright for those young Canadians coming out of those learning institutions so that they would find employment.
The honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not surprised that the member from Alberta is disappointed with my speech because we talk about facts, Conservatives don't like that. The facts are, Mr. Speaker, year after year, this government has created deficits that are going to be paid by future generations. Not only that, we had the largest deficit ever under this government. That is their record, Mr. Speaker. They will tell you that they're competent to manage Canadian economy, but their record shows otherwise, Mr. Speaker. What they have done, on one hand, they've created this large deficit that future generations are going to pay for it, yet they have given billions of dollars to their friends and insiders who are sitting on $500 billion in their bank, in cash on the balance sheets, Mr. Speaker, and that is their record.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, just to follow up on the line of questioning from the previous questioner, it seems to me that there's something artificial in the budget balancing here. You know, we've got shovel-ready projects across the country for needed infrastructure, and yet the funding for infrastructure has been loaded into the back. It's decreased in the next couple of years, and then it increases quite a lot in the future. And it seems artificial to me because it's there just so that the budget can be balanced by 2015, exactly, so that this government can go into an election saying, oh, we balanced the budget. But then we have all this infrastructure spending. Then we have all these tax credits are going away. Then we have something that hasn't even been included, which is the promises in the last election campaign for further program spending that will depend on the budget being balanced. So I don't even know if the budget will actually be balanced, because once it's balanced, the government has promised to spend a whole bunch more. So it's all very artificial, and it's all timed around the next election, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to ask my honourable colleague to comment on that if he'd like.
Very true. A member for Surrey North, you have just a little over a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, year after year, the government has been talking about a balanced budget. Oh, we'll, you know, have a balanced budget in 2015. Sometimes it's 2014, depending on if you talk to the Prime Minister or you talk to the Minister of Finance. So we don't know when that's going to be done. And all we hear is, yes, it'll be done sometimes in the future. Yes, they are playing shell games with this budget. Not only they're playing shell games with this budget, they're playing with the future of Canada, the future economy of Canada. They're playing with the future of young people of Canada. What they've done, on one hand, they have created this large, huge deficit year after year, and yet they expect the young people in our country to pay in future. What they're doing with that money right now, Mr. Speaker, is they're delivering this money to their friends and insiders who are sitting again, and I want to highlight this, the corporate world of Canadian economy, they're sitting on $500 billion in cash. And Mr. Speaker, where did that money come from? That came from deficits, that came from hardworking Canadians. It's time that they put that money to work and create some jobs that are needed in this country.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Leeds-Grenville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start off by saying I'll be splitting my time today with the member from Okanagan-Coquihalla, and so I will start my presentation now. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today about yet another excellent budget presented by the Finance Minister. I must say, Mr. Speaker, that this is the 9th time that the Minister has addressed the issues that were discussed in my pre-budget consultations in my great riding of Leeds-Grenville. And I know, Mr. Speaker, that my constituents are pleased with what they see on the pages of the latest budget. In fact, the day after the budget was introduced, I received the following email from the Warden of the United Counties of Leeds and Grenville, and it said, "Great job on the budget. Congratulations to all involved." There are a great number of items that are addressed in this budget that are important to my riding, and let me explain just a few of them. Mr. Speaker, economic development is a key issue in my riding. We are always eager to welcome large plants and businesses to the riding, but more often than not, the businesses that are starting up and are expanding in my riding are the small businesses, and more often than not, they need a hand up along the way. And Mr. Speaker, that's where the Community Futures Development Corporation program comes into play. This is the economic development arm of the federal government at work on the ground in ridings such as mine. Working with a volunteer board of directors that is made up of local people, these boards know what is needed in the communities that they serve, and they clearly reflect community priorities in how they spend this money. Over the past few years, they've received an additional shot in the arm through the Eastern Ontario Development Program. This is a $10 million a year fund that is shared throughout rural Eastern Ontario, and it has allowed a great deal more work to be undertaken to aid economic development. From feasibility studies to direct aid, this funding is making a huge difference in my riding of Leeds-Grenville. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to say that the Finance Minister is renewing the Eastern Ontario Development Program for 5 years beyond 2014 through continued funding in FedDev Ontario. And while I'm on this subject, I want to take this opportunity to thank the hard-working folks at the 3 CFDCs that serve my riding, namely the Thousand Islands Community Futures Development Corporation that's based in Brockville, the Grenville Community Development Corporation in Prescott, and the Valley Heartland Community Futures Development Corporation that's based in Smiths Falls. And I know that their work is greatly appreciated in their areas. Mr. Speaker, my riding is a border riding. The mighty St. Lawrence River, the route that brought the explorers inland to discover what is now Canada, is a narrow boundary that separates my riding from the United States. Leeds-Grenville is fortunate to have 2 border crossings, one that's directly south of Ottawa at Johnstown, and a second that is in the heart of the Thousand Islands near Lansdowne. Last spring, I was pleased to be able to participate at the grand opening of the refurbished border crossing at Johnstown. That renewed facility has been well received, and it has been received with great enthusiasm by businesses and residents in my riding. The question arose at that time of the refurbishment of the busy Thousand Islands crossing, and more than 2 million vehicles, private and commercial, cross that bridge each year at that border facility. By any measure, this is a very busy crossing. In fact, by the numbers, it's about the 7th by volume crossing in Canada today. Pleased to see that there is a commitment in this budget to upgrade the border facilities at the Thousand Islands Crossing, and I know that this refurbishment will be well received and will provide better services for travelers and commercial operators returning to or entering into Canada. Mr. Speaker, let me speak a few moments about infrastructure. Many communities along the St. Lawrence River in my riding are older communities, having had their start when the United Empire Loyalists arrived to settle eastern Ontario. Still others, such as Kempville and North Grenville, are expanding rapidly. And one common issue among them all is the need for infrastructure development and renewal. When I meet with municipal officials, this is a common theme. They appreciated when our government made the gas tax permanent. This gave them a stable, predictable source of funding, and all municipalities have used this money wisely. Just last week, I was in Brockville celebrating the completion of a major project on that community's recreation center that was partially paid for by gas tax money. And all of the communities in my riding are pleased with the renewed commitment to infrastructure funding in this budget. The new long-term infrastructure program will provide $70 billion over 10 years, which we have already heard is the largest and longest commitment of infrastructure money in Canada. Mr. Speaker, $32.2 billion of this goes to the Community Improvement Fund to build roads, public transit, recreational facilities, and other community infrastructure. And I know that this fund will be well used by the communities in Leeds-Grenville. There is $14 billion for the renewed Building Canada Fund to support major economic projects of national and regional significance. And there were several major projects undertaken in my riding that have regional significance during the last round of this type of funding. The Port of Prescott is an example where infrastructure was refurbished to ensure that area municipalities could continue to obtain salt for their roads without having to truck it from Sarnia and Goderich. Area farmers are able to drop off and store corn at the new facilities, and this is just one example of where this fund was used previously. I know that municipalities in my riding are waiting for details on this fund. Mr. Speaker, I also want to speak briefly about the new initiative for retraining, the Canada Job Grant. My riding was hit hard by the closure of manufacturing plants, and every community in my riding was affected as factories closed in the wake of the economic adjustment that has taken place over the last decade. I'm talking about plants that had been operating in communities in one form or another, and in some cases close to or more than a century. These plants were where people growing up in these small towns knew they could get work when they graduated from high school, college, or university. And when these plants closed, many of these hardworking people didn't know where to turn for another job. Thanks to programs instituted by our government, many were able to receive retraining, acquire new skills, and move on to new jobs. But there are still some who have been left behind. Either they were trained for jobs that don't exist or don't meet their expectations, or they were unable to find a meaningful program. The Canada Job Grant will help these folks and many others across Canada. Employers and employees will meet in the marketplace, and with the help of the Canada Job Grant outlined in our budget, employees will receive direct training for jobs that exist. They know that they will be able to, when they're finished their training, they will be able to get work and start earning money. Mr. Speaker, the Canada Job Grant will provide at least $15,000 for retraining, and we know that the average retraining cost is about $7,000 and takes well less than a year. So in a minimal amount of time, there will be an employer with a job filled and a previously unemployed person in a productive job. The budget also strengthens the apprenticeship program, making it easier to get needed experience for journeyman status, and provides tools for persons with disabilities, youth, Aboriginals, and recent immigrants to find work. Businesses will be helped to succeed and grow with a 2-year extension of the temporary accelerated capital cost allowance for new machinery and equipment, and an extension and expansion of the temporary hiring credit for small businesses. The increase in the lifetime capital gains exemption to $800,000 for small business owners, farmers, and fishers, and indexing the new exemption limit to inflation is also very welcome news to the small business owners in my riding. The government will continue its support for advanced research, supporting business innovation and enhancing Canada's venture capital system. Mr. Speaker, families have not been forgotten in the new budget as well. New tax relief will be provided for families adopting a child, using home care services, and purchasing a number of items such as baby clothing, sporting goods, and exercise equipment that will have the import tariffs removed. These may seem like small things, but they make a big difference in the pocketbooks of most people in my riding. A new consumer code will be developed for people using financial products, and the government will work with provinces to help protect the vulnerable who use payday loan services. The government will also provide close to $1.9 billion over 5 years to create more affordable housing and to combat homelessness. And one of the items that I see that's very important in my riding is the new super credit for those who are donating to a charity for the first time or who haven't donated for more than 5 years. There are many charitable organizations in my riding, and I myself have been able to help support my local United Way through a charity hockey game each year. This new super credit will help encourage people to give to help others in their community. Mr. Speaker, there are two final points that I wish to make. First is that the Finance Minister has accomplished all of this without raising taxes and without cutting transfers to provinces for health care, education, and other important services. In 2013-14, most major transfers to Ontario will be $19.9 billion, almost $3.2 billion through equalization, almost $12 billion through the Canada Health Transfer, and $4.7 billion through the Canada Social Transfer. Mr. Speaker, the people of Leeds and Grenville are very happy with this budget, and I look forward to see it moving through this Parliament as quickly as possible. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. L'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Chambly-Brossard. Now, I think that the Desjardins movement has a lot to say about tax increases, but that's not my question, Mr. Speaker. My question is about infrastructure. It was at the heart of the speech. $53 billion is being invested in a new fund for Atlantic Canada, but the infrastructure deficit is $123 billion, so it's somewhat difficult to deal with the deficit with such a small amount, and over 10 years, nonetheless. When we listen to the municipalities, well, the Quebec Federation of Municipalities, many of whom are mayors in my riding, are opposed to this budget for precisely those reasons. When we look back home at what I've said, there are people leaving Montreal coming into the suburbs. The budget is insufficient, so I'd like my colleague to comment on that and tell us how the government plans to deal with that infrastructure deficit with such a small amount of money.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for bringing up this question, because I'm very proud of what our government has done on infrastructure. I've been a member of Parliament here almost 9 years, and I can tell you that in my riding, the two key things that they want our government to do, first of all, is invest in infrastructure, and secondly, invest in economic development. It is the things that they see as priorities. This government has invested more money in my riding and more money in Canada since we formed government back in 2006 than had ever been invested in infrastructure before. We heard from so many municipal groups across the country. The FCM said that this budget delivers significant gains for Canada's cities and communities. And this is what I heard from my mayors and my constituents in the last week since that budget was delivered. They are very happy that there's long-term, predictable funding for infrastructure. It's something that's going to serve the communities in Leeds and Grenville very well.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Quite surprised to hear the member say that all of these measures have been brought in without any increase in taxes. I'm looking at page 292 of the budget. Perhaps he hasn't had a chance to have a look at that. But at page 292, it shows that the projected premium rate for EI premiums for employees and employers will be increasing and will continue to increase over the next 4 years. So perhaps what he meant to say is that there will be no increases in taxes unless you're an employee or an employer. I would invite him to correct that statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Leeds Grenville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to the member for that question. First of all, I have been an employer, and my family has employed many hundreds of people over the years in my community in Gananoque. I can tell you I know a lot about the issue of employment insurance. The fact is that that member got up and talked about employment insurance, but in fact it was the former government that took $56 billion out of the fund. $56 billion that they raided and took out of the pockets of employees and employers and hurt businesses in this country. It was our government that stopped that and has changed the program so that we now have a more equitable program. I know that the employers in Canada and employees are very happy about that not going up at the rate that it would have been under the former government.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Peterborough, short question and a short answer. We only have a minute.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this member referenced the Eastern Ontario Development Program. I know that this member has been very strong in his support for that and Community Futures. Can you just talk about the importance of this program to his community and indeed communities throughout Eastern Ontario?
Honourable member for Leeds-Grenville, you have about 50 seconds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for that question because this member, the member for Peterborough, has been a staunch supporter of this program and a strong advocate because he knows, and I know, and all of the people in rural Eastern Ontario know how important this program is to support economic development in our communities. It supports projects and businesses that otherwise would not be supported. There are many jobs today in rural Eastern Ontario because of this fund. And I am delighted that the Finance Minister has made this a 5-year commitment, the longest that we've ever had. Thank you very much.
Order. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The honourable member for Edmonton-Strathcona, Government Contracts, l'honorable député de HoC.
The honourable member for Haute-Gaspésie, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia, Foreign Affairs. And the honourable member for Ahuntsic, Public Safety.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. And this is always budget debates are always an important opportunity for us as members of Parliament and as Canadians to.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Member Toronto Centre, I've missed a speaker. I'm going to have to go back. No, I know he's here. The honourable member for Okanagan-Coquihalla.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour to rise in this House to speak on the 2013 Economic Action Plan and what it means for my riding of Okanagan-Coquihalla. There are many reasons why I'm in full support of this budget that are unique to my riding. However, there are initiatives that I believe are in our national interest, and I would like to briefly speak to those. Mr. Speaker, there are times when I believe, as Canadians, we must rise above partisan interests and recognize areas that are of Canadian concern. I believe that I'm not alone when I say that many of my constituents are concerned when they see temporary foreign workers taking jobs that I believe many of us agree Canadians should be working at. And let us also recognize that this program originates back to the early 1970s, that it was always intended to be temporary. And yet, nearly 40 years later, this program is now older than many members of this House. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the origins of this program are older than I am. But what has changed over the past 40 years is today the Temporary Foreign Workers Program is increasingly being accessed because of a lack of skilled workers available in local markets. Let us also recognize that there is massive amounts of provincial and federal tax dollars that are spent on post-secondary education. Let us also recognize that at a time when many of Canada's higher-paying employers cannot find enough skilled workers, there are students graduating with degrees in fields that they can find no employment in. The reality is that academia has in many cases been slow to respond to the needs of local employers. And that, Mr. Speaker, I contend, is unacceptable. In my view, this Economic Action Plan for 2013 is the first budget in close to 40 years to propose significant measures that will provide Canadians with the skills they need in our new economy. And I commend the Minister of Finance for his vision in this area. And it is one of the reasons why I am supporting this budget. Mr. Speaker, one thing I do with great frequency in Okanagan-Coquihalla is to meet with our private sector employers. They are the wealth providers and the true engines of our Canadian economy. Let us never forget that without a vibrant and prosperous private sector, there would be no funds to pay for the public sector. Recently, I toured a value-added lumber mill in my riding. My host, Mr. Nick Arkle of Gorman Brothers, gave me a tremendous amount of insight into the many value-added wood products that they ship to over 28 different countries worldwide. It was truly an impressive and innovative operation by any measure. One of the things I learned is that if they're not in the top 10% of the lumber industry for efficiency, they would be shutting the doors during the inevitable down cycles of the economy. In this industry, every cut of lumber is carefully analyzed. Any waste is considered lost revenue. So many of the large-scale investments that this company has made the company a leader in their industry, Mr. Speaker. The specialized machinery to make these cuts is very expensive. That is why tax relief measures in our economic action plan for new manufacturing equipment is critically important for this and other lumber mills' survival. And let us also not forget that this new machinery requires skilled workers to operate and maintain. I spoke with members of Mr. Arkle's saw technician team. In many cases, they will work up to 100 saws in a single shift to minimize loss of valuable wood to sawdust while increasing safety and also prolonging the life of the equipment. It was remarked that the starting wages for a saw technician is well compensated and a great opportunity for young people to stay in the southern interior of British Columbia while providing for one's family. They just need the required training and a desire, Mr. Speaker, to put those skills to work. Now, that creates new jobs and is another reason why I'm supporting this budget, because job creation is as important for my riding as it is for our great nation. Let us also recognize that lumber mills not only provide hundreds of well-paying jobs that help drive the economy of an entire region, they also, Mr. Speaker, pay a very significant amount of property tax to local government. As a former municipal councillor, I know all too well of the importance of industry tax revenues and well-paying jobs to the fabric of a community. And that brings me to my next point. The Economic Action Plan continues to provide support for both the Community Improvement Fund and a new Building Canada Fund. This is long-term, stable funding that helps communities plan their infrastructure needs in a manner that it can afford. In the past, we have seen federal governments that have reduced funding to the provinces that in turn lead to downloading onto municipalities. I hope all members will join me in recognizing that this budget maintains support for our communities and our provinces, and that it is another reason why I will be supporting it. Although I could easily go for several hours on the many reasons why I support the budget, in the interest of time, I'd like to draw attention to a final point that many have overlooked that I think is very important. The Economic Action Plan has many measures that support job creators, but one is the 15% mineral exploration tax credit. Many people, when they think of Okanagan-Coquihalla, they think of the beautiful vineyards and some of Canada's finest wines. And by the way, you can buy some of those fine wines directly if you happen to live in Manitoba and soon Nova Scotia. Hopefully, Ontario will be next. What many do not realize is how critically important mining is to my riding of Okanagan-Coquihalla. In Logan Lake is one of Canada's largest open-pit copper mines. The Highland Valley Copper Mine directly supports 900 families and thousands more indirectly. And for those who don't support responsible resource development, which is basically the entire opposition caucus and the opposition leader, Teck Resources, the operator of that mine, was recently named Canada's most sustainable company. From speaking to Mayor Marlon Dosh, this mine plays a major role in their economy, both as a driver for local employment and a large contributor to the local tax base. It is my understanding that due to a number of retirements, they will soon be looking for more skilled workers, something that they as a community welcome, as it means new development, as it means more families moving to Logan Lake and enrolling in their schools. All of this, Mr. Speaker, adds vitality to this rural community. In Merritt, there is also a relatively new Holdress silver copper mine. Although smaller, it has a workforce of close to 60 people, including local First Nations, and injects roughly $15 million annually into the local economy. President Sharp has made the employment by local First Nations a priority. The measures in this year's Economic Action Plan supports these goals and thus supports the area of Merritt and the Nicola Valley. In Okanagan Falls is Unit Electrical Engineering, a specialty manufacturer of equipment that includes specialized mining components. UEE is the largest employer in that region and has produced equipment for some of Canada's largest mines. Supporting the mineral exploration tax credit is an important to many families in Okanagan Coquihalla who depend on these highly paid jobs within this important industry, and that is another reason why I am supportive of this 2013 Economic Action Plan. Monsieur le Président, nous oublions pas non plus.
Mr. Speaker, remember as well that the Economic Action Plan continues to put Canada on a track to a balanced budget in 2015-2016. It also builds on the principles that have maintained Canada's AAA credit rating and ensures our internationally respected fiscal position as a leader of the G7 nations is maintained. Mr. Speaker, I know the opposition will suggest that we should spend more money and we should tax more, but let us not forget that is the path other countries have traveled. And those are struggles they continue to try and pay for. I submit that Canadian values are we live within our means. This country was not built on handouts, high taxes, and a plethora of expensive social programs.
The opportunity to rise in this House and show support for the Minister of Finance's Economic Action Plan 2013. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened carefully to the speech by my Conservative colleague. I have a question for him. Now, when I went back to my riding last Friday after the budget was brought down, people were very angry. And they were angry because with the elimination of the tax credit for labor-sponsored funds, there is a significant amount of money that's being taken away from people who wanted to put aside money, who wanted to invest for their retirement, and this represents $800 a month. So for somebody who's planning for their retirement, this is quite a blow. I'd like to ask my colleague why this credit is being eliminated when others are saying just how important it is to invest and to plan for retirement. It's a very contradictory position, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Okanagan Coquihalla.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And one of the challenges we have right before us is we need to take a look at all the things that we can take opportunity of, bearing in mind that there's an uncertain economy throughout the world. The government's been very forthcoming on that we need to see increased productivity. We've been very forthcoming on putting out plans for new venture capital, including funding of that. And so I would simply point out to the member that there is many things in this budget to support, And I would ask for her support in this budget, Mr. Chair, simply due to the amount of comprehensive parts that will help our country to grow its economy right from coast to coast to coast.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to make reference to the experimental lakes area, an area in which the government has found fit to ultimately take apart and decommission. The cost of doing so are well into the millions of dollars. In order to continue with the ELA, the government would be able to fund it somewhere in the neighborhood of $300,000–400,000 annually. It's costing them more to decommission the ELA than it is to allow it to be able to continue for the next number of years. And the scientific work that is done there to protect our fresh waters, not only here in Canada, but around the world, is second to no other. It's a first-class research facility, Mr. Speaker, and it is something that is desperately needed. Today I asked the question of the government about Lake Winnipeg. Lake Winnipeg is dying. My question to this member is, can he please explain to me how does the government justify decommissioning the ELA when we have lakes in dire need to be able to have research done to ensure their longevity going forward?
The honourable member for Okanagan-Coquihalla.
I'd like to thank the member from Winnipeg North for his question. Simply put, this government has supported by millions of dollars towards the investment in Lake Winnipeg and continues to work with local stakeholders to provide the most out of that investment. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment, though, to talk about my riding of Okanagan-Coquihalla. The Dominion Radio Astrophysical Observatory is considered to be one of the most world-class facilities. Millions of dollars have gone into that over the years, and it's provided a tremendous amount of research and a tremendous amount of pride on behalf of Okanagan-Coquihalla. And, Mr. Speaker, I would say that no government supports science more than this government, and I'd also invite the member to come and see Drow at some point, because I think it's something that all members of this House should be aware of and support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Peterborough. Short question.
Mr. Speaker, this member, since he was elected to this place, has made considerable contributions. One of the things that he did was seek to take down tariffs and allow for the sale of wine produced in British Columbia to be sold in places like Ontario and elsewhere in the country. The government has further picked up on that and reduced tariffs on things like sports equipment and clothing for infants. Can this member speak about the importance of bringing down tariffs and making products more affordable for Canadians?
The honourable member for Okanagan-Coquihalla, have 30 seconds.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there's been no government that has worked on lowering tariffs. One of the things that manufacturers have spoken the most in favor of is how, out of all the G7, we went tariff-free on importation of manufacturing goods. Second to that, Mr. Speaker, I think that when we talk about our national interests as a country, it's important for the federal government to lead the way. And when we were talking about getting rid of these old 1928 importation of intoxicating liquors legislation that prevented provinces from shipping their wine across to many of the things in the economic action plan, such as job skills training, I think it's important that the federal government take that leadership role and continue to work on making our countries, whether we're talking about our local economies, our provincial economies, or our economy as a whole, to take the lead, I think is important, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member, properly this time, for Toronto Centre.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak in the debate, and I certainly was listening carefully to the comments of the previous speakers, and I have some comments to make about what's been said. Mr. Speaker, last week I said in the scrum that if the Minister of Finance was William Tell, I'm very glad that I didn't have an apple on my head. I'd like to document that the gross inaccuracy of the predictions that have been made by the Minister before the members opposite start congratulating themselves too much on their alleged record of economic management. Let's have a look at that record. In 2006, his first budget, he predicted 3% growth. The actual growth was 2.8%. In 2007, he predicted 2.3, missed that target as well. 2008, he predicted 1.7. Actual growth was 0.7. In 2009, he had to admit that there was going to be a contraction in the economy of 0.8%. The actual contraction was 2.8%. In 2011, he predicted 2.9% growth. The actual growth was 2.5%. Last year, he predicted 2.1% growth. The actual was roughly 1.8%. If you average the annual real GDP growth experienced under every Prime Minister, only one recent Prime Minister in, well, not in my living memory, but in the living memory of some members, R.B. Bennett, had a worse economic growth record than that of the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister's average annual growth during the time of his Prime Ministership has been 1.4% over his 7 years. When the Minister of Finance announced the Economic Action Plan in Budget 2009, he promised a temporary deficit that would be eliminated in 2013-14, which, by the way, begins 6 days from now. Instead, we have an $18.7 billion deficit predicted for 2013-14. Based on his previous record, Mr. Speaker, that's not going to be a target that's going to be easy to be reached. But I want to go back over the ground because the members keep saying, well, you know, let's pretend we don't have a memory of any of these things. The problem is, Mr. Speaker, we do have a memory and we do have a record. 2008, the minister predicted a surplus of $2.3 billion. That became a deficit of $5.8 billion, an $8.1 billion difference. 2009, he predicted a deficit of 33.7, which became a deficit of $55.6 billion, a $21.9 billion difference. In 2012, he predicted a deficit of $21.1 billion, which has become a deficit of $25.9 billion, a $4.8 billion difference. Mr. Speaker, perhaps the most famous inaccuracy of the Minister of Finance, and the bow and arrow is looking a little bit shaky in his hands right now, Mr. Speaker. The 2008 Fall Economic Update is perhaps his most infamous economic prediction. We all remember that, because that was the one where he predicted no recession for Canada, a series of future budget balances that came in at $0.1 billion surplus, and the balance was going to be achieved from the future sale of government assets. Mr. Speaker, it's worth recalling that we reached our lowest point in terms of our debt at $458 billion 6 years ago. This budget predicts that by the end of the fiscal year, that's to say the end of this year, it will be $627 billion, an increase of $169 billion. So this is the same minister who, as he's delivering his budget speech, stands up and waxes full of pieties, saying governments can't spend their way out of a recession. And then looking meaningfully over at the opposition, says some people might disagree with this statement, but nevertheless we stand, as he said, the government was standing by its record of economic management and fiscal prudence. A $170 billion increase in the national debt, and this government has the nerve to say there's some kind of an example of fiscal prudence? It's preposterous. It's preposterous. It's also preposterous to say it's a government that has somehow embraced restraint. Program spending has gone from $175 billion in 2005-06 to $253 billion today, a 45% increase, Mr. Speaker, which is far greater than the rate of inflation, far greater than the rate of growth in the real economy. But let's also look at the fact that Canada is a federation, Mr. Speaker. You can't just take the federal programs and the federal approach in isolation. What I would have liked to see in this budget is not only a state of the federal government's plans and hopes for the future, which is what allegedly we had in the budget statement. What I think most Canadians would like to see is, how is the Federation doing? How are Canadians doing? Where's the unemployment rate? Where's the job creation rate? How indebted are Canadians? Have they fallen behind or are they moving ahead? How are the provinces doing? How are the municipalities doing? Well, let's take a simple fact. Since 2007 and 8, the provincial debt, the debt of all the provinces, has gone from $321 billion to $534 billion, a $230 billion increase. This year, 2012-13, only Saskatchewan and the 3 territories that are largely supported by the federal government are now expected to run a surplus. So when we look at the actual condition of the Federation, it's far more serious than the government is prepared to tell us. It's far more problematic than the government is prepared to admit. But we have a government which nevertheless is so eager to pat itself on the back, and I heard this in the statements of my colleague from Leeds and the member from Okanagan, Kakahila, who said himself, you know, it's such a wonderful budget because they, for the first time in 40 years, I think the member said, this government has identified the skills challenge as a problem facing Canada. What? First time in 40 years? C'est pas la première fois.
It's not the first time in 40 years. This problem of skills training has been around for a long time. Everyone knows about it. Everyone knows full well about it. We're keenly aware of it, and we recognize the problem. So to say that there's a problem and to offer a solution, those are two completely different things. Let's just discuss skills training for a moment. Just a moment. 6 years ago, the government signed a series of agreements with the provinces, transferring jurisdiction fully to the provinces, giving them some funding, and saying to the provinces, go ahead and do your best to deal with the problem of skills training. And that's what was understood. But recently, apparently, the Prime Minister became angered because he discovered there was a problem. He's the last one to know about it. He's the last one to see it. But having taken a bit of an exaggerated position 6 years ago, now he has to go back to the drawing board and he says, I have a solution. I have a solution. We're going to create an opportunity for a young student, a young worker, to get $15,000. We're going to create a lot of advertising around this program. And we're going to reassert federal jurisdiction over training. And we've solved the problem, says the Prime Minister. We've dealt with a problem that no one else even attempted to deal with. What an exaggerated position, what an arrogant position, an arrogant attitude from the Conservative government, because the provinces had already started working on this. It was a situation where if there was a $15,000 program, the next part of the announcement was that that's $5,000 for us, and the provinces will chip in $5,000, and the private sector will chip in $5,000. And what's worse, today we hear the Prime Minister saying we're going to discuss this with the provinces. We're willing to negotiate with the provinces. But if you want to have negotiations, it's not a good idea to announce the program beforehand. In fact, it should be the other way around. It would be much better to say we have things to discuss with the provinces, but we would like to do something, but...
Because just 6 months ago, the premiers made an unprecedented decision to say to the Prime Minister, we would like to have a meeting to discuss the economy. We would like to have a chance to discuss the issues which concern us and concern you, because running a modern economy, running a federation, is not the exclusive property of the Government of Canada. It's not the exclusive jurisdiction of the Conservative Party. It's a concern of every political party, and it's the concern of every region, and it's the concern of every government. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister declined to go. The Prime Minister of Canada refused to attend. When we compare Canada to every other federation in the world. No other federation in the world would you have a situation where the leader of the federal government refuses to sit down with the premiers who specifically asked for a meeting to discuss the economy. It's unbelievable. After the last 48 hours, Mr. Speaker, I have a suggestion for the premiers. Rent yourselves panda costumes. Get together. Get together and tell the Prime Minister there's going to be a fantastic photo opportunity. They won't even be behind glass, Mr. Speaker. They'll be out in the public. And they'll be willing to sit down. And that's the only way I think we can get this Prime Minister to sit down and talk to the premiers. But instead of having a meeting and having a serious discussion, what does the Government of Canada do? Well, on health care, the Minister of Finance walks into a luncheon meeting of the Ministers of Finance, says, I'm too busy to have lunch, but by the way, I want to tell you what the transfers for health care are going to be for the next 10 years. Well, the member from Peterborough says, here, here. Maybe that goes down well where he comes from, but I can tell you, having sat at a Premier's table, at a Ministers of Finance table, it is ridiculous to have a federal government walking in and in 5 minutes tell you this is what the program for transfers is going to be. You've got to have a discussion. You can't have a take it or leave it approach. And the take it or leave it approach even is being rejected by the members of the Conservative Party opposite. Even now we're beginning to see, even at this late hour in the life of this government, we're beginning to see signs of life, signs of people wanting to speak up, tired of being members of the Blue Army Chorus, saying, no, 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 we want to wear something different. We want to come out today and have a voice of our own. And even that's being stamped down by the leadership of the Conservative Party. Mr. Speaker, this is a budget which does so much less than what it pretends to do. Even this discussion, this dialogue between the member from Okanagan, Kakahila, and the member from Peterborough and the member from Peterborough says, isn't it a wonderful thing that we've discovered that if you reduce tariffs, it's going to have a positive effect on the economy? Mr. Speaker, they have raised tariff revenues for the federal government in this budget by $300 million. But the two items upon which they reduced them magically leaked out. Magically. John Iveson from the National Post magically picked all the items on the possibility of items that you would either reduce or increase them, and he said, we've got it. The reporters from the Globe and Mail had the same magic information. How did that happen? How would they have suddenly landed on baby clothes and hockey equipment and said, of all the items that are there, bingo, that's the item we're going to pick? I don't think so. I don't think it was a lucky guess, Mr. Speaker. I don't think it was a lucky guess. And I know my friends in the New Democratic Party have written to the RCMP and are going to launch an investigation, and I wish the investigators well in their search for this difficult piece of information. But I think what we have to say is they've raised the tariffs $300 million. I'd love to be a fly on the wall listening to the Minister of Finance talking to our Asian friends saying, we really want to lower tariffs and we really want to engage with you in the Pacific negotiations, and say, oh, but by the way, we're taking a $300 million cash grab before we sit down and have a serious discussion about tariffs. Mr. Speaker, it's ridiculous. And it's unbelievable to me that you know, you then look at the range of things which they're doing, not to improve the budget, but to simply sell the budget. And I have to hand it to this government. They know how to orchestrate leaks. They know how to feed little pieces of gruel to the press the week before and say, here's a little item, you might want to nibble on this and you might want to nibble on that. Suddenly, magically, the press knew that skills training and infrastructure were going to be the focus of the budget. Every single speech given by a member opposite, dutifully prepared by the Prime Minister's office, dutifully expressed. Yes. That's what we know. We know they know how to orchestrate, and we know that after they've orchestrated, as the member from Cape Breton Council would have said, they also know how to sell. He's here. He's not even here to listen to what I have to say, Mr. Speaker. This is what happens. This is what happens to an interim leader. He says, mention my riding. I go to all the length and trouble of bringing him into the story, and then he walks out. I can't understand it, Mr.
It's, the member from Toronto Centre is a very experienced parliamentarian. He's noted it's improper to refer to a member not being present.
Years of experience, Mr. Speaker, one forgets, and that happens. But the point is, Mr. Speaker, that it's very clear. They know how to orchestrate, and they know how to sell. This weekend, the advertising started, and I would defy any journalist or any analyst of those ads to tell me what is the information that is being conveyed. What are the facts that are being conveyed? These are not facts. This is not information. This is pure and simple. They're travelogues. They're pictures of people putting things together, waterfalls falling down, ships going down a river, blah, blah, blah. It's got nothing to do with information or with facts. It's propaganda. It's propaganda in its most classic form, and it's sell, sell, sell. That's what they have. They have a very tiny little product to sell. It's not very good. If you actually look at it, it's less than what it appears to be. The infrastructure money is actually down. It's not up. Sure, they could announce it for 10 years. They announce it for 10 years. They say it's a stable announcement for 10 years. They must think they're going to be in government for 10 years, but they're not going to be in government for 10 years. What kind of arrogance is it to say, oh, we're going to announce it? If you want to make the program sound bigger, why not make it a 20-year program or a 40-year program? Why would you be such pikers and say it's the biggest investment ever announced? Well, I could announce a bigger program. Anybody can announce something, and then they can go out and take out ads for it. But what has this got to do with a real program? Mr. Speaker, it doesn't have much to do with a real program. Less on infrastructure. Actually, when it comes to skills formation, they're actually spending less. They're taking the money out of 2007. They're extrapolating that into the years ahead. They say there's a crisis, and then they say, and in 2 or 3 years, we're gonna have this crisis. We're gonna have this program in place. So that's a real crisis. The crisis was so great that he couldn't go. He could go and see the pandas, but he couldn't go and see the premiers. A prime minister who's not too busy to go and see 2 pandas who aren't even allowed out of quarantine, but he's too busy to see 12 premiers. A prime minister who's too preoccupied with the health of the economy to sit down and talk about it with the first ministers of the country, but he's got time to visit and to welcome 2 pandas coming to the country. Mr. Speaker, rather than pandering, that's right. Yeah. I knew I'd get your attention, Mr. Speaker. It's time for a real discussion. This actually is not a serious budget. It's not a budget that really addresses the state that we're in. It's not a budget that tells the truth about how wrong the government has been about our current economic state. It's not a budget which talks about where we really are on inequality, where we really are when it comes to health care, where we really are on poverty, where we really are on the condition of the people. It's a budget which is about selling something. It's about orchestrating something rather than doing something. And that's the reason why, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party will be voting against this budget.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Peterborough.
Thanks so much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the warm greeting I'm receiving from my Liberal colleagues down the way. I can still see them. My vision has not failed yet, as I'm only a diminutive age of 42. Now, Mr. Speaker, I note that the honourable leader of the Liberal Party, who has, you mentioned his tenure, he has served in public office for some time. Indeed, at one point he served as the Premier of Ontario. He talked about First Ministers' meetings. I'm wondering if he'd let us in the room and allow us to understand how the Liberal Party handled it when they determined that they were going to cut transfers to the provinces by 26 billion seat. He was upset that our finance minister went in with good news. Good news that we will in fact be increasing education transfers, increasing health transfers to record levels each and every year. We won't touch transfers. In fact, we guaranteed them for 10 years. But when he was Premier of Ontario, the then Liberal government cut the knees right out from under him. I'd just love for him to let us inside the walls of that First Minister's meeting.
The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we had First Ministers meetings. Let me tell you, we had First Ministers meeting, and I'm glad to see the member of Peterborough up on his feet again in the House. He's been a retiring, shy flower the last few weeks, and I'm very glad to see him up. But I'd love to, if you want to be, if the member would like to be metaphorically a fly on the wall, I'll tell him. We met regularly. We met regularly with Ms. Brian Mulrooney. We met regularly with Jean Chrétien. We met regularly. Did we always agree? Was there enthusiastic embrace of the fact that there were cuts? Of course not. Of course they were tough discussions. But we had the discussions. We had the discussions and we had the debates, and everybody knew around that table what was at stake. And yes, collectively, we did make some very tough decisions. We collectively decided and determined that Canada was going to turn the corner in 1993, 1994. None of us liked the consequences for each one of us, and some of us would have liked to see it done in a slightly different way. But I have to say, Mr. Speaker, when all things are considered, this country began to turn some very important corners as we were facing the crisis we were facing in the early 90s, and I'm very proud of the fact that the Premiers did it together with the Prime Minister of Canada.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Gatineau.
The honourable member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have a feeling that this is a historical moment that we have just witnessed, having heard the speech of the honourable member for Toronto Centre, for whom I have a great deal of affinities. We have a similar path.
He was an NDP who went to the Liberal and helped them become the third party of opposition. And I was a Liberal that became an NDP and now is a official opposition. But I always enjoy listening to any speeches that the honourable member from from Toronto Centre does, because he is an inspiring and inspired person, definitely. Et je serais portée à lui poser.
And I would like to ask him the following question, but since I want to remain positive, because it would be too tempting to go back to those notorious 90s, because even though my colleague from Peterborough asked a question about how the federal-provincial matters unfolded at that time, if I remember, because I was a radio commentator at the time, I don't think that the discussions were all that collaborative at the time. But that being said, I'm going to, if the member for Toronto Centre wants to add something to his speech, he could do so, and I'd like to tell him how I thank him for being so interesting here in this House. I'm not sure I heard a question there, Mr. Speaker, but all I can say to the honourable member is I appreciated the nice things she had to say and didn't appreciate the other things she had to say.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Okanagan-Coquihalla.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member from Toronto Centre and his speech. Certainly, it's good to have a thorough discussion about the issues that face our country. The question I would have for him, he seems to be critical about the changes to the tariffs, about $330 million, I believe. Mr. Speaker, many of these tariffs have not been looked at 40 years. I believe it was 1974, before I was born. And I would just like to ask the member, has the original reason why the tariffs were struck at a preferential rate was to help many of the countries that were under that classification to be able to grow their economies. Mr. Speaker, many of these economies, China, Brazil, Russia, India, many of these countries have, their economies have grown greatly and developed greatly. If not now, when?
The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I guess I would just ask the honourable member, perhaps there will be another opportunity for him to express himself. In the self-congratulatory exchange that he had with the member from Peterborough, he seemed to be saying that the reduction of tariffs was a boon for the Canadian economy. And what I was pointing out in my speech was this actually isn't a budget that reduces tariffs. It's actually a budget that dramatically increases tariffs. At the same time, the honourable member has to understand we're in the middle of free trade negotiations with the Europeans. We're in the middle of free trade discussions with all the countries of the Asia-Pacific. I think one has to look at these increases as temporary cash grabs by the Finance Department that run in total contradiction to the overall position and direction of Canadian public policy.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
Honourable member for Bourassa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unlike my colleague from Gatineau, I could say maybe she wanted to come over to the Liberals. I'm going to talk about the budget because that's more important, especially since there is a Quebec reality to this budget. Unlike other budgets where once again this budget once again divides the Federation, and I'd like to hear what my colleague, my leader, has to say about skills training and the fact that the budget is having a negative impact on small Quebec people who are trying to save, who wanted to invest in the Labour-sponsored investment funds. The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre. Thank you for that question. With regard to the Labour-sponsored investment funds, these solidarity funds, I think that is a series of proposals in the budget that are a direct attack on venture capital that exists in the province of Quebec. These Labour-sponsored investment funds do important work, especially in Quebec regions, and there's no alternative. The government is putting the brakes on something but not offering any alternative. So I think that we have to recognize that this shows a profound lack of awareness of Quebec realities and Quebec business people and people who want to save money and who want to invest in these funds. And I was quite surprised by the government's decision to do so. The same thing with skills training, Mr. Speaker. Skills training is a clearly defined area of jurisdiction. The federal government has a role to play in that, but it's not by doing something unilaterally that we're going to find solutions.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It may be my last occasion to put a question to the honourable member for Toronto Centre while he is interim leader of the Liberal Party, and I commend him for once again a very entertaining, engaging, and insightful address on this budget, which I believe is now referred to as Economic Action Panda 2013. My question is this. I've read a lot of budgets, but I can't find anywhere here to figure out if we're up or we're down. We read there'll be more money for infrastructure for Environment Canada for the Meteorological Service, a bit more money for Via Rail. But since Via Rail was cut in half in the main estimates and there's no totals in this budget for what's Via Rail getting in 2013-2014, what's Environment Canada getting 2013-2014? I can't figure out if we're up or we're down because the budget is missing the bottom line numbers. I asked my friend from Toronto Centre for his comments.
The honourable member for Toronto Centre, you have 1 minute.
I think the member is really onto something, Mr. Speaker. If I can compare it to other economic statements that I've seen, I'm used to seeing economic statements where the spending by departments is clearly listed, where there's a comparative number from year to year to year, where you have a sense what's happening. The only thing we do know from this budget is that the government has to be finding its cuts somewhere. And the relatively low level of program spending is going to lead to cuts. I don't think we've seen them. They haven't been announced, and I don't think they will be announced. This is not a government that's going to announce the cuts. This is a government that is simply going to sell the sizzle, sell the smell, not sell the reality. And that's what we're into, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Fleetwood, Port Kells. You'll have about 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to rise today on behalf of the constituents of Fleetwood, Port Kells to participate in the debate on Budget 2013, a plan for job creation, economic growth and long-term prosperity. Canada's Economic Action Plan 2013 is a comprehensive agenda to bolster Canada's long-term economic strengths and promote job growth. It's a plan not just for the next 12 months or 3 years, but it's a plan for the next generation. Our government is proposing measures that will ensure long-term prosperity and growth. So it is about putting the country on track for success, both now and going forward. Economic Action Plan 2013 will ensure that we are focused on enabling and sustaining Canada's long-term economic growth. So let's be clear, the global recovery remains fragile, especially in Europe and the United States, and too many Canadians are still looking for work. That's why this budget moves ahead to secure jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity for Canada. Obviously, in an over 400-page budget document, the initiatives are many, and let's consider just a few of our proposals. Economic Action Plan 2013 includes the following key measures to strengthen Canada's economy. Increase skills and training support, including the new $15,000 Canada Job Grant, to help more Canadians find high-quality, well-paying jobs. Once fully implemented, this grant will help nearly 130,000 Canadians access training each year. Tax breaks for manufacturers who buy new machinery and equipment to stay competitive, and an extended hiring credit for small businesses who create jobs. The tax break for purchasing new machinery and equipment will provide BC manufacturing and processing businesses with approximately $129 million in tax relief to grow their companies and to create jobs. A record $70 billion federal investment in infrastructure, including money for jobs, for roads, bridges, subways, rail lines, and ports. This includes a new Building Canada Fund, the Community Improvement Fund, the P3 Canada Fund, and specific funding for rail passenger service. Surrey and other BC municipalities will benefit from stable and predictable funding to support their community and infrastructure projects. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's what my...
Thank you. I have
the honor to inform the House that the Senate has transmitted a message to the House to inform it that it adopted the following bill with the consent of the House.
To amend the Corruption of Foreign Public Officials Act. It being 5:17, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth every question necessary to dispose of the amendment now before the House. The question is as follows. Mr. Flaherty, seconded by Mr. Menzies, moved that this House approve in general the budgetary policy of the government. Ms. Nash, seconded by Mr. Caron, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. La Chambre n'approuve pas la politique.
This House not approve the budgetary policy of this government as it cuts billions of dollars in infrastructure funding that will cost tens of thousands of jobs in communities across the country. B, continues with devastating cuts to health care, pensions, and employment insurance.
Provides no new funding for skills training, dictating a federal takeover of responsibility for skill training programs. D, pushes forward with cuts to vital environmental programs such as the Canadian Environmental Assessment Agency and the National Roundtable on the Economy and the Environment and the Economy.
E, fails to address record levels of household debt. F, provides no new tax credit for youth job creation. G, it does nothing to encourage private business to invest the nearly $600 billion in so-called dead money currently on their books.
Fails to close the 30% funding gap for students in First Nations communities. I, forces First Nations communities to impose workfare programs for youth living on reserves. J, takes over $2.3 billion out of the pockets of small businesses through changes to the dividend tax credit without offsetting measures to mitigate the significant tax increase. K, elle réduit l'appui à
cuts support for innovation by eliminating support for labor-sponsored venture capital funds. L, hobbles the competitiveness of credit unions and thus reduces competition for big banks. And M, looks to empty the pockets of Canadians by applying GST, HST to hospital parking.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
All those in favor of the amendment will please say yay.
All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members.
question is the following one. Mr. Flaherty, après par
Mr. Flaherty, seconded by Mr. Menzies, moved that this House approve in general the budgetary policy of the government.
the following amendment. The motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. This House not approve the budgetary policy of this government, as it A, cuts billions of dollars in infrastructure funding that will cost tens of thousands of jobs in communities across the country. B, poursuit les
B, continues with devastating cuts to health care, pensions, and employment insurance.
New funding for skills training, dictating a federal takeover of responsibility for skill training programs. D, pushes forward with cuts to vital environmental programs such as the Canadian Environmental Assessment Agency and the National Roundtable on the Environment and the Economy. E, fails to address record levels of household debt. F, elle n'offre aucun nouveau crédit.
Provides no new tax credit for youth job creation.
G, does nothing to encourage private business to invest the nearly $600 billion in so-called dead money currently on their books. H, elle ne
H, fails to close the 30% funding gap for students in First Nations communities.
E, elle force les
I, forces First Nations communities to impose workfare programs for youth living on reserves.
J, takes over $2.3 billion out of the pockets of small businesses through changes to the dividend tax credit without offsetting measures to mitigate this significant tax increase. K, cuts support for innovation by eliminating support for labor-sponsored venture capital funds. L, elimine la compétitivité.
Hobbles the competitiveness of credit unions and thus reduces competition for big banks.
Canadians by applying GST, HST to hospital parking. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Madame D.
Madame D.
Mr. Alan Whalen.
Mr. Alan Whalen.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Christofferson.
Mr. Christofferson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Sims, Newton North Delta.
Madame Leblanc-la-Salle-Mar.
Madame Leblanc-la-Salle-Mar.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Mr. Bramy.
Mr. Bramy.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Ravignac.
Mr. Ravignac.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Toon.
Mr. Toon.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Mr. Saganache.
Mr. Saganache.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Madame Piclet.
Madame Piclet.
Mr. Gravel.
Mr. Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Maille.
Mr. Maille.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Larose.
Mr. Larose.
Mr. Giguère.
Mr. Giguère.
Mr. Côté.
Mr. Côté.
Mr. Genet-Jourdain.
Mr. Genet-Jourdain.
Mr. Lapointe.
Mr. Lapointe.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Rousseau.
Mr. Rousseau.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Sandu.
Mr. Sandu.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Tibaïsen.
Mr. Tibaïsen.
Mr. Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Blanchette.
Mr. Blanchette.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Atamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Jacob.
Mr. Jacob.
Mr. Nunez-Melo.
Mr. Nunez-Melo.
Mr. Tremblay.
Mr. Tremblay.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Chiquan.
Mr. Chiquan.
Mr. Diane Labelle.
Mr. Diane Labelle.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Mr. Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Bourg.
Madame Bourg.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce-Lachine.
Madame Assagna.
Madame Hassegna.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Morin-Laurenti-de-Labelle.
Monsieur Morin-Laurenti-de-Labelle.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Mr. Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Miss Fry.
Miss Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Pichetti.
Mr. Pichetti.
Miss Foote.
Miss Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Miss Bennett.
Miss Bennett.
Mr. Coder.
Mr. Coder.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Miss Grove.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Karajanis.
Mr. Karajanis.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims Bonavista Gander Grand Falls Windsor.
Mr. Sims Bonavista Gannett Grand Falls Windsor.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightcrest.
Mr. Brightcrest.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Campbell Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Campbell Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret.
Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberg.
Mr. Schellenberg.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Brown Leeds Granville.
Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chung.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Gouguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Cramp Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cramp Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Allen Tobic McNaquat.
Mr. Allen Debick McTaquat.
Mr. Brown Berry.
Mr. Brown Barry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Holback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young, Oakville.
Mr. Young, Oakville.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Lezon.
Mr. Lezon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring. Yeas pour 133, 133. Nays contre 150, 150.
I declare the motion defeated. It being 6:01, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Faire amendement député, resume consideration at second reading of Bill C-461, CBC, and Public Service Disclosure and Transparency Act, standing in the name of Mr. Rathgaber.
Resuming debate. Order. We're on private members' business. Resuming debate. L'honorable député de Vaudreuil.
Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in this House to express my opposition to Bill C-461. Those who defend this bill will tell you that it seeks to improve the transparency of CBC. My neo-democratic colleagues and I want to show that in reality this is a misleading maneuver which has no other purpose but attacking our national broadcaster and weakening it with regard to its private sector competitors. I think it is important to shed light on the Conservatives' true intentions. With this bill, the Conservatives are seeking to discredit the CBC with the insinuations that are unsubstantiated and especially wrong. Why are they doing this, Mr. Speaker? To punish our national broadcaster, whose only crime is to have been too dedicated in its mission of informing Canadians, especially as concerns the actions of the Conservative government. Through this bill, the Conservatives are trying to have Canadians believe that CBC acts opaquely and that it has things to hide from Canadians. For example, the government would have us believe that senior officials at CBC are hiding their salaries from Canadians. But, Mr. Speaker, that is not the case at all. On the CBC website, all citizens can find the wage scale of their senior executives. All they have to do is click on the tab Accountability to Canadians. The member for Edmonton St. Albert says that information has no value because it is a wage scale rather than the exact salary. Now, aside from the fact that exact salaries constitute private information, I would like to remind him that no broadcaster in Canada is obliged to communicate any information with regard to the wages of its executives. Therefore, CBC is being greatly transparent by publicizing the wage scales of its officials. Secondly, I would like to draw the members' attention to the fact that a wage scale is necessary in a company that recruits its officials from a competitive market. The Conservatives like to claim that they are the only ones who understand how the market works, and so they should understand this very basic principle. Furthermore, the amount of the wages paid is decided upon by the governing board of CBC. This board of directors is appointed by the Conservative government itself, and therefore I don't see how the Conservatives can continue to insinuate that there is any problem with the wages of the officials in this corporation. The Conservatives also denounce that there is an exception for the CBC and say that this is not justified. Do I have to remind the government that there are no other public broadcasters in Canada? And therefore, isn't it normal that a text governing a national broadcaster should explicitly refer to CBC? Obviously, if there is a discretionary exemption, as the Conservatives call it, because CBC is the only corporation concerned. I would like to remind the Conservatives that as concerns transparency, CBC has no lessons to take from the Conservatives. For example, each time a request for the transmission of documents was refused to preserve journalistic confidentiality, the CBC did transmit these documents to the Information Commissioner so that she could verify the protected nature thereof. And I would also like to remind this House that the Information Commissioner herself gave an A grade to CBC in terms of access to information. Too bad we can't say as much for the Conservative government, which more than once was criticized by that same Information Commissioner for their excessively high rate of refusal, their excessively long wait times, and their excessive tendency to censor information. So given that we already know the wage scale of CBC officials, And since CBC shows exemplary transparency, what is the true objective of Bill C-461, and what will the consequences be if it is adopted? First, it appears clear that the purpose of this bill is to attack our national broadcaster. Since the last election, the member for Edmonton St. Albert has begun a crusade against CBC, even going so far as to say that Canadians do not need a national broadcaster. Luckily, this is not far from being a unanimous position in his party, and the members of the Conservative caucus know that any attempt to eliminate CBC would be doomed to failure. They know that Canadians are very attached to the maintenance of an independent information system. They know that Canadians love CBC. Observing the opposition to his bill, the same member began attacking the funding of CBC. He spoke out in favor of the elimination of public grants. He knew that his position was marginal, even within his HoC caucus, and now he is resigned to trying to discredit an institution that is nonetheless considered as being exemplary in terms of transparency. In reality, Mr. Speaker, one of the main objectives of this bill is not to clarify the legislation, but to launch a false debate that would give him the opportunity to have Canadians believe that there is something crooked about the way CBC functions. And yet the truth is that CBC is already constrained by many more imperatives to transparency than its competitors. How can we not believe that the Conservatives are defying CBC? Because, yes, Mr. Speaker, everyone knows it. It's no longer a secret. The government sees CBC as an adversary. Why is CBC perceived as being a threat? Because it is still independent of political power, and the Conservatives can't stand that. So this is the logic that they are following. Since the public at large will not let them directly attack CBC, all we'll do is try to undermine its operations in order to weaken it with regard to its competitors. That is exactly the consequence that adopting this bill would have. As if the drastic budget cuts were not enough, now the Conservatives want to increase the administrative burden linked to disclosing information. With the adoption of Bill C-461, requests for access to information will become more and more numerous. And yet these requests are not coming from citizens who are mindful of public spending. They come almost exclusively from certain members of the Conservative caucus and private competitors who are their cronies. I would also like to point out that of all the complaints concerning CBC's performance in terms of access to information, 80% of them come from Sun News Network and its owner, Québécois. The result is that Bill C-461 is only seeking to handicap CBC with regard to its competitors who have no obligation to disclose information, even though they too receive public grants. In short, Mr. Speaker, with this bill, the Conservatives are killing two birds with one stone. On the one hand, they are unjustly discrediting a corporation that remains exemplary despite budget cuts, and on the other hand, they are threatening its independence and weakening it and undermining it with regard to competitors who they probably consider are less of a problem. We are going to be voting against this bill, Mr. Speaker, because it is nothing more than an ideological attack against CBC, the only public broadcaster in this country. The Conservatives should be proud of this institution instead of trying to destroy it any way they can. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate, as always, the opportunity to be able to address the House. On this particular piece of legislation, Bill C-461 is an interesting piece of legislation. At the end of the day, one could question in terms of how it'll ultimately get to committee, if it's going to have the opportunity to get to committee. It brings up a couple of what I believe are very interesting issues that are important for us to have some discussion on, and at the end of the day we'll have to wait and see in terms of what happens at the committee stage, if in fact it makes it that far. There is no doubt, and I was listening to the member prior to me standing up, Mr. Speaker, and trying to deal with the issue of CBC and its legacy and how Canadians perceive CBC today. And I truly believe that Canadians from coast to coast to coast do tune in to CBC, whether it's their television network or their radio network, on a regular, ongoing basis. And the services that CBC provides to Canadians is second to no other in terms of just the type of programming, ensuring that there's a high level of Canadian content, something in which I believe is ultimately very important for the industry here in Canada in terms of being able to take the talents that we have here and bring them to the next level, Mr. Speaker. Not only does CBC have direct benefits for the viewing and listening audience here in Canada, you will often find individuals abroad, around the world, that will tune into CBC radio. And now, because of internet technology, you will find that more and more people are tuning into the websites of CBC. And I think that historically what you'll see is that there is a fairly high level of respect for the integrity of news and other types of programming, in particular some of the documentaries that have come through CBC over the years, Mr. Speaker, that you will find that Canadians trust and want to be able to see continue, because it is something that is very important in terms of our own heritage as a country. And we need to be able to feel comfortable in knowing that we have an industry that is going to be there and is going to continue to be there in a very healthy fashion. And let there be no doubt that CBC does afford the opportunity for Canadians to have more than just one radio program or TV broadcasting program. It provides competition, Mr. Speaker, to the other industry stakeholders. It's not like we have 20, 30 different broadcasting networks, Mr. Speaker. Canada is not in a position in which we can have that in terms of numbers. We have 2 or 3 private companies that have invested hundreds of millions of dollars. I look at CTV in particular, or Global, or Sun Media, that is actually in healthy, what I would suggest to you, a healthy competition to CBC. And I think that we have to be very careful that we don't buy into what I believe, and many Canadians would believe, is a hidden agenda from the Conservative right, Mr. Speaker. There are many within the former Reform Party, now Conservative Party, that believe that Canada would be better off without having a CBC, Mr. Speaker, that there is no need to have a CBC. And I think that, generally speaking, that there is a lot of validity to that particular argument, that people need to be aware of the fact that there are those, even within this House, that would like to see the demise of CBC TV and radio. Well, Mr. Speaker, I am not one of those individuals. I believe in CBC and the services that it provides Canadians, and you will find that the Liberal Party of Canada believes in the valuable contributions that CBC, whether it's broadcast news or it's other types of programming or broadcasting in general, or its radio division, and the services that I've already talked about that it provides to not only Canadians here in Canada, but also abroad, Mr. Speaker. So I believe that at the end of the day, you'll see that the Liberal Party will stand up for CBC and fight to ensure that its longevity is going to be there for future generations, Mr. Speaker. Having said that, the Liberal Party also does believe in accountability and transparency. It's interesting that this bill attempts to deal with Deputy Minister 1 and salaries and higher. That is an important aspect that's being suggested in this bill, Mr. Speaker, because transparency and accountability is important, and we know that this government, probably more than any other government that predates it, Mr. Speaker, is somewhat reluctant in terms of being able to provide what we believe is important information that Canadians should have a right to know, Mr. Speaker. And there is no hidden agenda there. We do believe that there needs to be more transparency. You know, it's interesting that this bill has come before us at a time in which we're actually debating the budget. And, you know, for members that were here listening to the leader of the Liberal Party talk about the issue of transparency and talking about the budget lines and the tables, and, you know, there was a question that was posed in terms of, well, what about those line-by-line comparisons that used to be there, Mr. Speaker? Well, in the name of accountability and transparency, we would argue that the government has done a disservice in terms of providing that transparency and that accountability. And that's why we find it interesting that we now have a private member's bill that is asking for more transparency and accountability from within this very conservative cabinet, Mr. Speaker. And I suspect that if this bill does happen to pass out of the House and go into committee, that is going to be one of the areas of discussion in regards to the Cabinet and to what degree they're prepared to ensure that there's more accountability and transparency in terms of freedom of information access requests, Mr. Speaker, because this is a government that goes out of its way to avoid that sort of accountability. Yet it's calling, or many of its members are calling for more accountability with CBC, Mr. Speaker. Well, you have to excuse me for not necessarily believing that the government is being genuine on the issue. And that's why I say, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, you know, you can't blame Canadians as a whole for being suspicious with anything the Conservatives want to do in regards to CBC. And it's because, Mr. Speaker, they do look at CBC, and a very high percentage of Canadians, as I say, believe in the value of CBC. Yet when they see what it is that the Conservative record has been, and, you know, petitions that have been introduced in the past number of months in regards to targeting CBC, to just some of the comments that have been put on the record in regards to CBC, you seem to get the opinion that there is this pent-up frustration from many of the Conservative slash maybe reformers within their party, Mr. Speaker, and their potential hidden agenda that's there that is not healthy for our country if you believe in the preservation of heritage and the promotion of the role that CBC has played both in the past, today, and hopefully well into the future, Mr. Speaker. So you'll have to understand why it is that we approach it with some skepticism. But on the other hand, we do believe in the merits in terms of trying to ensure that there is more transparency and accountability with respect to the ministers and this government as a whole. It would be much better, it would be nice to see, I should say, the government, if it would approach things in a more accountable and transparent way and be clear in terms of the future of CBC from the government's perspective. I think if they were more transparent in regards to that issue, in the issue of CBC, and had that long-term vision that they would be prepared to share with Canadians, maybe then there wouldn't be as much skepticism that's there. I suspect, Mr. Speaker, that the freedom of information requests that would be filed if this legislation were to pass would come from CBC's competition and many of the Conservative government members, Mr. Speaker. And that's really where the drive for this additional information is coming from. And that's why I think that I would caution members in terms of what it is that we're going to be voting on, and to be very suspicious and watchful if it ends up going to committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Speaker, I'm pleased to have this opportunity to speak for a few minutes on the subject of Bill C-461, an Act to amend the Access to Information Act and Privacy Act, disclosure of information. I would like to begin by thanking the member for Edmonton St. Albert for his efforts to bring forward this issue. Bill 461 promotes greater transparency and accountability, not only in relation to CBC, but also in relation to the public service as a whole. I will start my comments by saying that overall, the government agrees with what Bill 461 is trying to accomplish. The public has a right to access information from the CBC as it receives funding from the government. The public has a right to find out the salaries of the very highest paid individuals in government institutions. These are important things the public needs to know. That being said, we have looked at Bill C-461, and we believe that it requires certain modifications. Therefore, the government will propose amendments. These amendments will not hinder nor detract the main goals that Bill 461 is trying to achieve. Before I describe these amendments the government will propose, let me begin by spending a bit of time describing for this House what Bill 461 seeks to achieve. I will first focus on the part of Bill 461 that relates to the CBC. Currently, the Access to Information Act only allows a requester to access the records that deal with the general administration of the CBC. Only requests that deals with such records will be considered and processed by the CBC. As a result, any record that contains information that relates to the journalistic, creative, or programming activities of the CBC are excluded from coverage by the Access to Information Act. This means that if the CBC receives an access request that involves any records containing information that is journalistic, creative, or programming activities, these records are not even processed, as the access regime simply does not apply to them. Generally speaking, broad exclusions are desirable in an access to information regime from the prospect of openness and transparency. The current exclusion for the CBC is a problem because it excludes too much information. It is unclear, and it also raises problems of interpretation and of application. In fact, it led the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics to undertake a study of the CBC's application of the exclusion. It also led to a court dispute between CBC and the Information Commissioner. I will come back to this later. Bill C-461 proposed to replace this problematic exclusion with an exemption which would be more beneficial to the access regime. When I say that the current exclusion covers too much, the point I am trying to make is that not all the CBC's journalistic, creative, and program records are so sensitive that they deserve to be excluded from coverage by the Access to Information Act. However, I'm certainly not suggesting that these CBC records should automatically be disclosed to a requester. On the contrary, what Bill C-461 proposes is that the CBC could protect these records with an exemption that could be used at its discretion. The exemption would contain an injury test specific to CBC. That injury test would allow the head of the CBC to decide to protect the information from disclosure if it is determined that disclosure would be prejudicial to the CBC's journalistic, creative, or programming independence. These activities are at the core of the CBC's mandate as a broadcaster, and it is recognized that disclosure of information about such activities may hamper the CBC's ability to function in such a competitive environment. The requirements to demonstrate harm to a category of activities in order to protect information from disclosure is a type of exercise that many government institutions already perform on a large number of federal government records in the course of responding to access requests. There is a secondary benefit to the changes proposed by the Bill 461 with regards to the CBC. It will allow for a very important review of the role by the Information Commissioner, an independent officer of Parliament, with the responsibility of overseeing the application of the Access to Information Act. Review by the Information Commissioners of CBC's records was the subject of the dispute I mentioned earlier. The exemption for records of the CBC that Bill C-461 proposes would make it crystal clear that the Information Commissioner can carry out her crucial oversight role in relation to the CBC. Let's speak now about an exclusion for confidential journalistic sources of the CBC. While I have spoken now about the problems caused by an overly broad exclusion, there is no doubt that an exclusion offers the highest level of protection for information. There are some limited and specific categories of information that should be covered by a targeted, well-defined exclusion. With respect to Bill 461, it is the government's belief that information that would reveal the identity of confidential journalistic sources should continue to be excluded from the Act. When we previously spoke about Bill 461, we noted that the ability to protect the identity of confidential journalistic sources is a pillar of journalism. Individuals who are confidential sources of information are understandably nervous about being identified. If a broadcaster cannot offer them complete guarantee of anonymity, they will go to another broadcaster or journalist. As Bill 461 is currently drafted, it does not allow the CBC to provide its confidential journalistic sources with an ironclad guarantee of continued anonymity. This is because the proposed new exemption in C-461 contains an injury test that could result in their identity being revealed if the test is not met, and would allow the Information Commissioner to review documents that identify them. The position that we're taking with regards to the confidential journalistic sources is consistent with the 2011 Federal Court of Appeal decision on this matter. The Court considered the CBC's exclusion and concluded that for journalistic sources, the exclusion is absolute and the Information Commissioner cannot examine such information. Bill 461, with the amendment proposed by the government, would essentially reflect the outcome of the decision of the Federal Court of Appeal. I will stress that both the CBC and the Information Commissioner express satisfaction with the outcome of that decision. Let's speak now about disclosure of information on officers or employees of government institutions. The next area where Bill C-461 seeks to increase openness and accountability is with regards to the expenditures of public money. Bill 461 increases openness and accountability by requiring more disclosure on expenditures in two areas. One is the reimbursement for work-related expenses received by public servants, and the other is the exact amount received by the highest-paid individuals in government institutions. Let me start with the issue of exact salaries. In the public sector, job classifications are accompanied by a salary range within which someone is paid. Where they specifically fall within that range depends on a number of factors, including time spent in the position and, of course, performance reviews. Until now, the only information regarding salaries that could be made available to an access requester was the salary ranges of individuals inquired about. This salary range, along with other disclosable information, was enough to give a requester a good idea of how much an individual is remunerated by the government. We believe that being able to obtain salary ranges for a majority of public servants pursuant to an Access for Information request is appropriate. In 2006, the coverage of the Access for Information and Privacy Act was expanded by a number of Crown corporations. This change was brought forward with the Federal Government Accountability Act on parent Crown Corporation and their wholly owned subsidiaries, and it is now accessible under the Access to Information Act and Privacy Act. As a result, the Access to Information Act and Privacy Act now include a number of government institutions whose employees and officials are much higher paid than the vast majority of civil servants. We support the idea put forward in Bill 461 that the highest paid individuals in the public sphere should have their exact salaries disclosed. However, we propose an amendment to permit the disclosure of the exact income of those individuals that exceeds the highest level, the deputy minister level. This is a more practical level to administer than pledging the threshold in the middle of the deputy minister's classification is currently in Bill 461. It also better reflects the intention of disclosing the income of the very highest paid individuals. This is a sensible amendment as it crystallizes the fundamental idea that an individual in the course of their employment incurs an expense and it is compensated by an expense to government, then that information should be treated. So the more noted expenses, when they are paid back to the employee, will be known by all, and it's important to be transparent because we want the government to be wise, money-wise, and spend only money where it is necessary. So both the provisions of the Bill 461 requesting exact salaries and reimbursement of offences go forward to furthering transparency of the mechanism of government, and individuals, institutions are trusted with the public purse should be able to demonstrate where and how money is being spent, and the government supports Bill 461 with the amendments I have described because it goes forward to achieving the transparency and accountability sought. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oh, you're kind. You're very kind. Thank you. I've served with the member for Edmonton St. Albert on various committees, including in the last Parliament we served together on occasion on the Justice Committee, and I respect his work. I respect his work because he speaks his mind and because his opinions are based on his values. But just because I respect his approach to Parliament, it doesn't mean that I always agree with him, and this is a case where I don't agree with him, and I am opposed to this bill. And in trying to figure out where I stood on this bill, I did a bit of an analysis, which I'd like to share with everybody today. So the first step is looking at what the bill does, and I wanted to focus in on Section 68.1. 68.1 reads, "This Act does not apply to any information that is under the control of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation that relates to its journalistic, creative, or programming activities, other than information that relates to its general administration." So there's an exclusion here. Why the exclusion? Well, these sections are drafted to ensure that a public broadcaster's administrative functions are not excluded from the reach of FOI, or Freedom of Information accountability. It's the program and content activities for the public broadcaster that need to be distinguished and excluded. So it's an acknowledgement of the separation between media activities and other activities as a Crown corporation. And so this bill proposes to amend the Access to Information Act to repeal that exclusion for CBC, for information related to journalistic, creative, or programming activities, and it replaces it with an exception. And when you're considering a section like this, I think it's useful to compare yourself to other jurisdictions to see what is happening in similar situations in other countries. And the public policy goal of an exclusion like this one is to ensure public accountability while protecting independence and integrity. So let's take a look at those other jurisdictions to see how they strike that balance. And you've heard, Mr. Speaker, other countries do have similar legislation, like Australia, and they've had this legislation for years. I think, in fact, it's been well over 20 years. Since 2000, the Irish public broadcaster, RTE, has been subject to the Irish Freedom of Information Act in relation to its administrative activities, but it's excluded. So there's an exclusion in relation to a range of material, including information gathered or recorded for journalistic or program content purposes, whether or not a program is produced on the basis of such information or is broadcast. RTE's exclusion also extends to other activities, like the identification of sources of information, editorial decision-making about program and schedule content, and post-transmission internal review and analysis of any program or schedule of programs broadcast. Now, in the UK, since their Freedom of Information Act was enacted in 2000, the British Broadcasting Corporation, BBC, has been subject to the Act, except in respect of information held for purpose of, quote, journalism, art, or literature. So, first step of the analysis. Explain the purpose of this exclusion, and it seems that we are on the same page as other countries with public broadcasters. So let's look at the change here and figure out what exactly this change will do. So I'm going to read to you Section 18.2. The head of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation may refuse to disclose any record requested under this Act if the disclosure could reasonably be expected to prejudice the corporation's journalistic, creative, or programming independence. Now, it's important to note that the Federal Court of Appeal, when it's been asked to review whether documents should be released, has settled matters such that both the Information Commissioner and the CBC have supported. So at best, this bill is gratuitous. The Access to Information system was already working, and the CBC was often proactive in its disclosure of information when it came to things like expenses. At worst, this bill is an attack on the CBC's viability as a journalistic source that puts their investigations at risk by jeopardizing their ability to protect their sources. The attempt to reverse this burden of proof, to force the CBC to prove that a request is injurious, is part of an ideological attack on public broadcasting in Canada. Further, the protection that will remain is defined narrowly, too narrowly to adequately protect journalistic work. These changes put an unjustified burden on the CBC, and they will make the CBC vulnerable to unfair and compromising requests, not to mention expensive legal battles. What's clear is that the integrity of a journalistic entity that is free of corporate influence is in jeopardy here, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian Journalists for Freedom of Expression have weighed in with a statement, and if people are listening at home, you can actually find that statement on their website. And in this statement, they write that C-461, and I'll read directly from the letter, it would significantly weaken the CBC's ability to deliver a key component of its mandate, carrying out public service journalism and creating programming completely independent from the government. That mandate was given to the CBC by Parliament decades ago and remains in force. To carry it out, CBC journalists must be able to conduct research and prepare programs without pressure to disclose the results prematurely or surrender operational details. The corporation must be able to acquire broadcasting rights and creative content without being required to disclose negotiating positions or strategy. In this respect, arm's-length public broadcasters differ from other government departments. That's why other parliamentary democracies protect these broadcasters, with exclusions like the one currently in Section 68.1 of the Access to Information Act, ATIA. Canada should do no less. The CJFE goes on to say, they go on to describe what this attack on public journalism will have on the quality and breadth of news that Canadians will be able to expect from the CBC. And I'd like to read a little bit more from their letter. What whistleblower would approach a CBC reporter? How could CBC journalists in good faith promise to protect their sources? How, both commercially and ethically, could the CBC sustain any investigative journalism if the process and the research could be revealed to CBC competitors or to the subjects of CBC investigations? In fact, a chill would fall upon CBC journalists, and the broadcaster's ability to produce journalism with integrity would be seriously jeopardized. A bill that ostensibly aims to increase accountability would destroy the public broadcaster's ability to hold government and the powerful to account. And I believe, I just want to make sure that's the end of the quote. Yes. Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I've heard some of the debate in the House here over the past couple of months in relation to this bill, and certain Conservative members have come forward to say that this bill, C-461, does not single out the CBC. Well, I beg to differ. The bill is called the CBC and Public Service Disclosure and Transparency Act. So it's pretty clear that this is about the CBC. It applies to the CBC and no other organization. So I think that's pretty settled. I've also heard statements saying that this bill is not an attack on the CBC. Well, this member that has brought forward this private member's bill is on the record saying, quote, I don't know that we need a national broadcaster in 2011. And we need to wean the CBC off the taxpayer's dollar. So, in my opinion, this has nothing to do with transparency and everything to do with attacking the CBC. Mr. Speaker, journalistic freedom is the foundation of democracy. It is unconscionable that the Conservatives are attacking public investigation. The CBC has an important role to play in investigative journalism, and my New Democrat colleagues and I believe in a strong and independent public broadcaster. It's essential that the CBC remain a trusted news source on which Canadians can rely. This bill should be defeated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, it is indeed a pleasure to rise and speak to second reading of Bill C-461, an act to amend the Access to Information Act and the Privacy Act for public disclosure, or, as the bill's short title makes clear, the CBC and the Public Service Disclosure and Transparency Act. And just a kind of quick note, I'm going to try to respond to some of the criticism I've heard tonight. This bill actually will just bring the CBC in line with other Crown corporations. Exemptions that exist for the CBC that have been abused are to be eliminated. There are many reasons to support this bill. I'd like to take a moment to highlight some of mine. As someone who has used Canada's access to information laws to review government spending, I'm already familiar with the importance of such laws to get at what governments may report to the public, either out of context or, at worst, that they wish to hide. These laws are important because they hold governments accountable. How exactly does this happen? When decisions are subject to review, individuals throughout the public service are much more likely to follow rules and reflect on how tax money is spent. And when they do not, the results cannot be quietly locked away, safe from public review. For this reason, sunshine in government is a useful disinfectant of unscrupulous behaviour. So let's look at the bill's specific reforms. First, and importantly, as the bill's name suggests, it will bring greater accountability to the CBC. I believe it is the duty of government to be transparent and open. Canadians need to know that when household income is taken away from them in taxes, it is being put to good use. Yet a problem currently exists. There is a loophole in the Access to Information Act which was created for the CBC, whereby this news, cultural, and entertainment company can refuse to release any documents it believes is inadmissible. Aside from going to the courts, there is no adequate oversight review. This loophole has been exploited by the CBC to refuse replying to information requests. Specifically, the Act currently states that, and I quote, "This Act does not apply to any information that is under the control of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation that relates to its journalistic, creative, or programming activities, other than information that relates to its general administration," end quote. This means the CBC is not required to provide any transparency except for information about its general administration. But in turn, it is expected, actually required, to report on what is covered. Yet the CBC has erroneously applied its exemption broadly and at times refused to provide information that is, in my opinion, obliged to. It has used that clause to delay or deny the provision of information, even to the Information Commissioner, whose job it is to determine whether or not Canadians have a right to access requested information. So in this case, the matter went to the court. Both the Federal Court and the Federal Court of Appeal agreed that CBC was wrong to withhold certain documents from the Information Commissioner. The courts also found that the wording of that section of the Access to Information Act is less clear than it could be, end quote, a recipe for controversy, end quote, which is exactly what it delivered. The sponsor of this bill is responding to a flaw in the current law as identified by the courts. The Information Commissioner is correctly asking that greater onus be placed on the CBC to demonstrate that it could actually be harmed by releasing certain exempted documents, and the public interest should be weighed in each decision. Now, the NDP member for Halifax just stated that we're actually already on the same page as other countries, but that's not quite accurate. Australia, Ireland, and the United Kingdom all allow independent bodies to review documents held by their public broadcasters. I believe it's time Canada did the same, because right now under the law, it's the CBC that acts as judge and jury in these cases. And if you want to appeal it, you have to go to the courts, which is expensive and time-consuming. But neither the Commissioner nor any other taxpayer should be forced to go to the federal court to resolve disputes. Bill C-461 will redefine the exemption clause for the CBC with what is called an injury test. This means that unless disclosing the information could reasonably be expected to prejudice CBC journalistic, creative, or programming independence, the information cannot be withheld. And in line, and this is important, and in line with other areas of the federal government, the CBC will not decide what is covered and what is not. Explicitly giving an officer of Parliament, in this case the Information Commissioner, the authority to adjudicate whether or not this injury test is met is wise public policy, because it will ensure an independent third-party rules on what can or cannot be made available to the public. And this will help avoid the possibility lengthy litigation processes that could result in further information being effectively denied through delay. Now, in effect, what both the member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe and as well the member for Halifax are stating today is that they don't trust the Information Commissioner to resolve these disputes. Yet the Information Commissioner looks at all sorts of confidential government documents, and in those cases is trusted to decide what is to be released and what is not to be released. So I believe this clause will not expose media sources to prying eyes or impact the CBC's independence. And frankly, we don't want it to. And I believe if anyone argues the CBC should be exempt, as I've heard tonight, I would ask why not exempt others? And I ask that rhetorically because I actually don't believe arms of the federal government agencies should be exempt from oversight. Supporters of the CBC, of which there are many, might believe the Mother Corp is in a unique position compared to other crowns, but it is not. At the end of the day, it spends public dollars, and Parliament must hold all such agencies, departments, and crowns accountable without fear or favor. Secondly, this bill would amend the Privacy Act to allow for the public disclosure of specific salaries and responsibilities of anybody who earns more than $188,600, earning that from the federal government. Nova Scotia and Ontario require the disclosure of the name, salary, and job title for anybody making $100,000 or more from their respective provincial governments. These sunshine lists hold those governments accountable for the salaries given to the top bureaucrats, civil servants, and everybody else who earns 6 figures or more per year from the government. Manitoba, incidentally, sets its transparency level at a mere $50,000. My own province of New Brunswick has a disclosure limit at $60,000. What's more, employees receiving in excess of $10,000 in retirement are subject to public disclosure. These numbers are reported annually, and this has been a good thing for taxpayers and open government. Right now, the legislation of the Government of Canada only allows for the disclosure of a very broad, very vague, and almost entirely helpful salary range. As my honourable colleague, the Minister for Edmonton, St. Albert, found out, the salary range for the current CEO of CBC is somewhere between $358,000 and $422,000. But, in addition, generous bonuses can be paid to the CBC president and other civil servants. At most, bonuses in the federal system can reach 39% of the basic salary, yet taxpayers have no idea if a bonus is paid or what amount was paid. Indeed, I'll note that again, my honourable colleague from Moncton Riverview Dieppe, when he set his threshold level on behalf of the government, couldn't even bring himself to tell us what that level would be. So let me tell you, if we were to go at the top end, as the government's proposing, it would mean a disclosure level at about $444,000, which I think is a level that would effectively neuter this bill. All of my colleagues in this House, as well as other places, are required to disclose our salaries. They are public knowledge, and rightfully so. I believe the amount actually in this bill is set too high. Instead, I think it should start at the rate of pay for members of Parliament, which is currently $157,731, an amount, incidentally, that has MPs already in the top 2% of Canadian income earners. And this figure is well higher than the minimum limits we see in provinces with sunshine laws. In conclusion, with the passage of this bill, Canadians will be able to shed new light into some of the currently dark corners in the civil service. This is not to suggest something untoward is happening in these corners that are exempt from public oversight, but the fact is we don't know. And we, as well as all taxpayers, have a right as citizens to ask and receive answers. Taxpayers are, after all, the ones footing the bill. I hope no person elected to this chamber will argue some areas of government ought to be exempt from accountability. That is why I will be supporting Bill C-461, and it is why I hope my honourable colleagues will do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before recognizing the honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, I have to say that there are only 6 to 8 minutes left for her speech because I have to leave time for the right of reply. The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So there are 6 minutes left for me to speak to Bill C-461. I'd like to say that I firmly oppose this bill because I think it's another bill that's ridiculous and political. The Conservatives are using this to muzzle institutions they don't like. With this bill, under the pretext of increasing transparency at Radio-Canada, the sponsor from Edmonton St. Albert revealed his true intentions in the last election campaign. And I'll quote what he said. "I don't know that we need a national broadcaster in 2011. We have to wean them off the taxpayer's dollar." He also, in the Globe and Mail, revealed that he and other Conservatives are putting pressure on Cabinet to inflict greater cuts on the CBC. We can see that their true motivation is to dismantle the CBC. It's important to understand that these underhanded attacks against the CBC are largely supported by Conservatives and by this government. At the Heritage Committee, the Conservative policy on the public broadcaster was made very clear. They said, "We will considerably reduce the operating subsidies to the CBC by commercializing its TV wing." The Prime Minister himself repeated many times that he wished to see CBC no longer publicly funded. In 2004, he said, "I've suggested that government subsidies in support of CBC services should be to those things that do not have commercial alternatives." As you can see, the Conservative aversion to the public broadcaster is in their DNA. In their mind, they'd like to see the CBC reduced to a moribund, insignificant broadcaster. Since they got their majority, they've done their job. They've gone about undermining the CBC. In 2012, they announced ideological cuts of $200 million to CBC. These cuts have an impact on the quantity and quality of services, both with respect to news and entertainment. Let me just give you a few examples. The mandate of RDI and Espace Musique in the regions was reduced. This means that regional programming was affected in areas of minority French language communities. All the music programs were cut from regional stations, and the time and airtime for Espace Musique was cut. Programming also suffered on French language TV. Dramas have fewer episodes. There are less big productions, and the costs of RDI have been cut. For sports and children's shows, special channels have been abandoned, and there have been a number of other major changes. Internationally, Canada has lost its profile because Radio-Canada International was completely abolished. 650 people will lose their jobs by 2015, including 243 in French language services. The Conservatives have taken every opportunity to further reduce funding to the CBC. The NDP believes in an independent and strong publicly funded broadcaster. We recognize the service it provides to Canadians, both in terms of local news and cultural programming. The Conservative budget cuts are pushing the CBC further and further into relying on advertising revenue and to operating like a commercial broadcaster. The public broadcaster is being expected to compete with huge conglomerates like Bell Media, CTV, and Quebecor, without ensuring that the rules are equal for all, that there's an equal playing field. I'd like the sponsor of this bill to answer this question. If his true objective is transparency, why just the CBC should be required? Why should just the CBC be required to reveal its production costs? Why are they sparing private broadcasters who do also receive public funds? You'll have seen that we're firmly opposed to this bill, which is a backdoor attack on the CBC. C-461 targets the Crown Corporation and makes it very difficult for it to remain competitive and independent. In addition, we believe that this is pointless because the CBC has significantly improved its access to information practices since 2006. Thanks to the cooperation of the NDP and the member for Winnipeg Centre, CBC was made subject to the Access to Information Act. I see my time is up, so I'd just like to repeat my opposition to this bill and my support for CBC and its work. Thank you.
Accordingly, I invite the Honourable Member for Edmonton St. Albert for his right of reply. The Honourable Member has 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank all honourable members from all sides of the House who have participated in the debate regarding Private Members Bill 461. Let me start by dispelling some of the concerns from my friends from the New Democratic Party. This bill is not an attack on the CBC, and I really wish that you would assess the statute on its face rather than develop a bunch of conspiracy theories as to why we are promoting it. Section 68.1 of the current Access Act has been determined by 2 courts, including the Federal Court of Appeal, that it is unworkable. It creates an exclusion and then an exemption to an exclusion, which is a recipe for controversy and led to expensive litigation, and ultimately the Federal Court of Appeal and the Federal Trial Court agreeing with the Information Commissioner that the Information Commissioner must be able to see the documents in order to determine whether or not disclosure is appropriate. Now, I listened intently to my friend from Halifax who did actually, I think, read the bill before she spoke. And she was curious as to why an exclusion is not the best way to protect the independent broadcaster. And the reason is quite clear. It's Section 36 of the Access to Information Act, which sets out the powers of the Information Commissioner. And they are broad. She may summon and enforce the appearance of persons. She may receive affidavits, take evidence on oath. She can compel production to documents. It is simply, I would say, more than difficult, borderlining on impossible, to create an exclusion that can coexist with the broad powers of the Information Commissioner that are set out in Section 36. So what is the way to balance the rights and needs of an independent public broadcaster and the law that says the Information Commissioner ought to be the one to arbitrate disputes? It's the prejudice test. And I did not make up the prejudice test. The prejudice test was developed by was cited by the Information Commissioner before the Access and Ethics Committee when she testified when they did a study of 68.1. 68.1 is so flawed that a standing committee of Parliament did an entire study on it. And the Information Commissioner recommended a prejudice test, that if you can show that the release of the documents is going to be injurious to your independence, then disclosure is inappropriate. Now, I was very interested to hear the comments of the member from Winnipeg Centre, and he talked about what Cabinet would think about this bill if it came to committee. And then we heard from the Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Justice, and we heard that the government is going to propose amendments to this bill. They do not want to disclose the salaries of DM 1, 2, 3, and 4, or the comparable salaries of any other government appointments. So if I were members of the opposition, I would think very seriously as to why the government is going to propose amendments to this bill to exclude all income levels under and less than the DM4 level. Now, with respect to this bill, and my friend from New Brunswick, I think, had the most sage speech. He, as many of you know, was the former director of the Canadian Taxpayers Federation and understands very well that the concepts of transparency and openness are fundamental to democracy. We, in this chamber, are members of Parliament. Our job is to hold the government to account. That is the departments, that is the agencies, and the Crown corporations. We cannot hold government to account when government institutions withhold information from us or from other agencies or from other Canadians that are requesting them. Knowledge is power. And the only way that you can get knowledge is if you have access to the information. And the last thing that I want to say, Mr. Speaker, is this is far from an attack on the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. The salary disclosure requirements of this bill are to be applied in the entire federal public service. CBC is in no way being singled out, and transparency is not the enemy of a public institution. Far from it. Transparency leads to trust. Trust that there is proper stewardship over public resources. CBC should want to disclose, they should want this legislation so that Canadians can once again have the trust that they are the proper stewards over public resources. I encourage all members to support Bill 461 and in an unamended form when it goes to committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It being 7:04, the time provided for debate has expired. Accordingly, the question is as follows. Mr. Rathgeber, seconded by Mr. Williamson, moved that Bill C-461, an act to amend the Access to Information Act and the Privacy Act, disclosure of information, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes! All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, March 27, 2013, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Concurrence in committee reports. Motion portant adoption.
Motion on the adoption of the second report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Recommendation not to proceed further with Bill C-273, an act to amend the Criminal Code, cyberbullying.
Conformément à l'article
Pursuant to Standing Order 97.12, the motion to concur in the 19th report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Recommendation not to proceed further with Bill C-273, an act to amend the Criminal Code, cyberbullying, presented on Thursday, February 28, 2013. 2013 is deemed to be proposed. Debate. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chair. As my honourable colleagues may know, the Chair of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights reported back to the House of Commons recommending that Bill C-273, an act to amend the Criminal Code, cyberbullying, not proceed further. Specifically, pursuant to Standing Order 97.1, the committee recommended to the House of Commons that it not proceed further with Bill C-273 on the basis that it is redundant, inconsistent with existing criminal code provisions, and otherwise problematic. I think we can all agree that the issue of cyberbullying and bullying is one that affects many young Canadians. We are all too familiar with recent tragic cases, and I think we can all agree that the issue requires a multi-pronged range of responses by all levels of governments, by our schools and other institutions, and indeed by all Canadians. None of us should tolerate bullying. From this perspective, Bill C-273 has helped to draw attention to the issue, and for this I would like to recognize and thank the member for Vancouver Centre for her efforts. The committee had the opportunity to hear from a number of witnesses who are well versed in the bullying and cyberbullying problem. Mr. Speaker, the vast majority of witnesses cautioned against the approach proposed by Bill 273. They indicated, amongst other things, that an increased criminal law approach for the issue would not be effective and would predominantly target Canada's youth population and may put a chill on the use of other appropriate criminal code offences in relation to the bullying in some more serious cases. In short, Bill 273 was not widely supported by the experts in the field. And perhaps, to put it a little bit stronger, Bill C-273 was rejected as an appropriate response by the majority of expert witnesses. In addition to these policy objections, the government also has found that Bill 273 to be problematic from a purely technical perspective. The Criminal Code already prohibits cyberbullying through a number of existing provisions such as criminal harassment, uttering threats, and defamatory libel, to name a few. Bill C-273 proposes amendments to some of these relevant sections, namely Section 264, criminal harassment, and Section 298, defamation, to clarify that they can be committed over the Internet or a computer system. These amendments, however, raise many issues. The proposed amendments are problematic and redundant because the criminal law generally does not distinguish between the means or mode used to commit a crime. For example, the offense of criminal harassment, which does not refer to the use of Internet, has already been judicially interpreted to apply to a conduct carried out through the use of the Internet. Bill C-273's approach to the cyber dimension of bullying is also problematic because it is incomplete. Specifically, the proposed approach is incomplete because it only proposes to amend 2 of several offenses that could be charged in the context of cyberbullying. There are many other offenses, such as offenses of intimidation, Section 423, uttering threats, Section 264.1, and personation, Section 403, which could apply to criminal cyberbullying behavior, which were not included in Bill C-273. There is a well-established rule of statutory interpretation that says to expressly include something in one section means that its exclusion in another must be intended. In other words, if we were to make explicit that the offences of defamation and criminal harassment can be committed through the use of Internet or a computer system and not make the same clarification in other relevant offences, then this could very well lead courts to interpret the exclusion of this specification in these other offences being intentional, i.e., that these other offences cannot be committed through the use of Internet or a computer system. This would not be the intention of Parliament. Taking the repercussions of this proposed amendment one step further, it could also have a similar effect on the non-bullying related offences, such as fraud. This could have the effect of rendering the criminal code offences which do not specify that they can be committed via computers and Internet ineffective in the cyber context. This amendment would have far-reaching and unintended negative consequences. Bill C-273 is also problematic because it proposes to use terminology which is inconsistent with existing criminal code terminology. For example, Clause 1 proposes to amend Section 264, criminal harassment, to add, for greater certainty, paragraphs 2b and 2d apply in respect of conduct that is communicated by means of a computer or a group of interconnected or related computers, including the Internet or any similar means of communications. Yet, the Criminal Code in Section 172.1, luring a child, already refers to new technologies as by means of communication, a term that is broadly defined by the Section 35 of the Interpretation Act. One of the advantages of this approach is that the phrase will not be overtaken by the evolution of technology and new modes of telecommunication, as would Bill C-273's proposed amendments. Section 35 of the Interpretation Act defines telecommunications as the emission, transmission, or reception of signs, signals, writings, images, sounds, or intelligence of any nature by any wire, cable, radio, optical, or other electromagnetic, or by any similar technical system. As I've said at the outset, I agree that cyberbullying warrants responses by all levels of government. But the needed response is not necessarily criminal law reform. Consider, for example, the December 2012 report of the Senate Standing Committee on Human Rights, Cyberbullying Hurts, Respect for Rights in the Digital Age. The committee heard over 40 witnesses from almost many organizations and made 6 recommendations, none of which call for criminal law reform in these areas. I would also note, for example, Nova Scotia's 2011 report, Respectful and Responsible Relationship, there's no app for that also did not recommend criminal law reform in this area. For these reasons, I would urge the House to accept the recommendation of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights to not further proceed with Bill 273. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So as my colleague just explained, the Justice Committee has recommended that this bill not proceed further. In my speech, I'm going to tell you what the witnesses said before committee on February 26th and 27th. for those who have access to internet and can read the transcript, but but to inform all those who are listening to us, I want to talk about this testimony. So, said,
at McGill University, and I have studied legal and policy-related issues regarding cyberbullying for approximately 10 years. Although cyberbullying is not specifically mentioned in Bill C-273, I have concerns about some of the inconsistencies in the bill, as we heard in the questions posed by MP from Vancouver Centre. Cyberbullying can involve such acts as criminal harassment, threat of sexual assault, defamatory libel, extortion, identity fraud, impersonation with intent, intimidation, as well as sexting, many of which can currently be addressed under the criminal code. My concern is also that there is no mention of smartphones, digital media. I'm skipping over my notes because I know I don't have a lot of time. Her words. My biggest concerns is that the code applies to everyone. It talks about everyone. I'm worried that this amendment is in response, as the member have said, to a lot of media reports related to cyberbullying and related suicides. The problem here is that we should be looking at two sets of audiences. One is adults who are mature enough to be held culpable for some of these crimes. They're old enough to know what they're doing. What we're finding in our research, though, is that young people, digital natives, these are children growing up immersed in digital technologies, quite often don't realize what they're doing. The norms and perceptions of harm by digital natives have changed. These kids as young as 8 are on Facebook, even though it's illegal to be on Facebook under age 13. There is a higher tolerance for insults, jokes, and pranks. There is less consideration of impact on others. There is less recognition of boundaries between public and private spaces online. There is less awareness of legal risks, which is where I would argue for improved education on legal literacy. Perpetrators of cyberbullying are often victims as well as perpetrators. This would place them in an awkward position if this code was amended and they were ultimately charged. We might be overreacting. We might be putting the wrong kids in jail. Ensuite, on a...
Then there was Commissioner Wendy Craig, who said the following.
Queen University. I am a child clinical development psychologist. Much of what I'm going to say is to reinforce what's been said by my colleague. Punitive measures aren't going to provide the same learning context that's going to give them the strategies to be different. I think we need to think about a different response for children and youth than we have for adults because of many of the developmental things that have been raised. I also do research in the area of cyberbullying, and there are a couple of things in that area that make this legislation a bit problematic. We currently have no universally agreed upon definition in the area, although there has been work by the Center of Disease Control. I've been part of a task force to define it. There is no universally accepted definition. Part of the current definition uses intent to harm. That's a very hard and difficult thing to measure under a legal context. The current definitions are intent to harm, that there is a power imbalance, that an individual is repeatedly targeted. The more elements we have in a definition, the more the burden of proof is on the individuals who have to prosecute them to make that change. We need a universal definition. We need to define each of these elements of that definition, such as intention to harm and harm. And we need to know when intimidation and humiliation cross the line into becoming a criminal behavior problem. Those, I think, are very gray areas without a lot of information. I want to talk a bit about the problem so that you understand what I'm dealing with when we're talking about building laws to address it. We also know that online and offline behaviors overlap. Both behaviors happen in social relationships. Both types of kids are involved in both. With cyberbullying, we have children who are also more likely to aggress and to be victimized. That puts us in a dilemma, because if we think about criminal perspective on these children, we are actually re-victimizing them when they're actually found a way, although inappropriate, to try to establish some power in themselves. I have a couple of messages for you. One is that if we proceed with this, we need to have a legal definition of bullying and standards that can be supported when we enact that law. The second is that we need to have a consistent definition, and that definition has to be known to children, youth, and adults, and be equally applied and be equally able to be applied across all of that. The third piece that we need in the legislation is an understanding about when we're crossing the line into criminal behavior. When does humiliation and criminal intent occur? The other thing we need to realize that the majority, at least half of the youth anyway, report that they don't tell adults about it. They're not reporting the incidents. We don't even know the true prevalence of it. They're not reporting it for fear of consequences. If we make it a legal problem, it becomes more problematic. Then I don't want to take too much of your time. I'm going to skip to another witness who said the following things. And this is Peter John Mitchell from the Institute of Marriage and Family Canada. Finally, there are some, and I quote him right now, finally, there are some serious concerns around the implication of Bill C-273. First, we can expect that clarifying the criminal code in this matter will lead to an increase in its use. Increased use of these provisions may draw more youth into the criminal justice system, many of whom would fare best if dealt with outside the justice system. Second, the committee should consider how the increase of use of the criminal code will impact school-based responses to bullying. Could the adversarial nature of the criminal justice process inhibit community-based response to bullying? Finally, it remains unclear whether legislation reduces bullying. In the United States, between 2000 and 2010, over 125 pieces of legislation were passed, mostly at the state level, yet the problem seems to remain as persistent as ever in the USA. To conclude, bullying among children and youth requires a community-level approach. On some occasions, cyberbullying may escalate to a point where criminal code is necessary to protect victims and the community. Bill C-273 appears to be a modest modernization of existing criminal code provisions, but at what cost? Considerations should be given to the possibility that the increased use of the criminal code will create a chill on the community-level approach, particularly by drawing more youth into the criminal justice system. Refereeing cyberspace is a difficult task. Our best approach is to empower parents, educators, and children and teens themselves to work together. Combien de temps est-ce que j'ai, Monsieur le Président?
How much time do I have left, Mr. Speaker?
Okay, donc, durant ma dernière minute.
Well, in the final minute that I have, I'd like to say that I fully support the role, a leadership role by the government to prevent cyberbullying, and I'd like to congratulate the Liberal member for having such good intentions. Unfortunately, the witnesses told us that who appeared before committee at the Justice Committee said that the bill was either poorly drafted or contained too many inconsistencies, and unfortunately, it could lead to a cascade of problems. I'll wrap up by saying that the NDP will continue to support all good initiatives designed to protect our young people, young Canadians, and the wording of the motions and the bills must be well written, and that's not what we learned at Justice Committee with respect to this one.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to have the opportunity to speak to the House this evening about bullying and cyberbullying in particular. The honourable member from Vancouver Centre is to be commended for her bill before the House. The honourable member is someone whose public life and private life has been in the service of others, particularly in service to those who struggle for equality and acceptance. Tonight we're discussing cyberbullying. This is not a discussion on the essential value technology plays in our daily lives, but the reality of bullying moving from the schoolyard or office to the online world. Facebook, Twitter, and the like are a relatively new means for bullies to transmit abuse, untruths, and sadly to unravel the self-esteem and self-worth of others. When we think of bullying today, we are reminded of that young girl whose life became so dark, painful, and degraded that she felt no other option but suicide to escape the pain. Yet there are many others that are suffering in silence. It's very sad, Mr. Speaker. No parent could imagine what it would be like to lose a child driven to suicide because of being made to feel worthless. Cyberbullying is real. On that point, we all agree. How many young and old Canadians right now, Mr. Speaker, in all parts of this country are sitting alone in their room, terrified of what might be said or was said about them in an online post, in a tweet, or on Facebook? How many young people are now, at this moment, subject to an online post calling them a homo, a fag, a dyke, or called fat, ugly, or subject to abuse because they speak or look different? Bullying is the reality for many people. So words do matter, Mr. Speaker, and often those words inflict devastation on young people. We know school can be tough, but bullying is not the exclusive domain of young people. I submit to my colleagues that here in the chamber we find bullying. We attack one another for having differing opinions. We also exaggerate that which is often not worth exaggerating. We do not always do a very good job of listening and engaging in real debate, debates where we can learn from one another. Instead, we attack one another. We cast aspersions on others, using the pretext of democracy to legitimize such behavior. This is, frankly, the poor example we sometimes give to the public and to young people. Let me give another example. Just last week, we debated a bill on transgendered rights. Now, there are many here who oppose that bill, and that is, of course, completely within their rights. In the course of that debate, we heard some MPs using troubling and hurtful language to defend their opposition to extending rights to transgendered Canadians. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that for some, the transgendered bill simply did not sit right with them. To them, their opposition was expressed in their vote against the bill. They didn't take to the airwaves, suggesting that transgendered people were odd or mentally ill. They didn't take to Twitter to make fun. They simply voted in a way that reflected their belief. Others, however, opposed this bill using language and tactics that could very well be mirrored on any schoolyard in Canada. It was language meant to degrade. Day in and day out, we had members of Parliament refer to the transgendered bill as the so-called bathroom bill. Their suggestion wasn't subtle at all, Mr. Speaker. The bathroom reference, of course, was meant to frame the debate in a negative way and to create a profile of transgendered people as those who lurk around bathrooms late at night for illicit purposes. The problem, of course, is that none of it is true. It's an assertion wholly founded on fear, not reality or evidence. Mr. Speaker, this is a form of bullying which was extended to cyberspace and was, at times, done by individuals who purport to be of faith, decency, and moral rectitude. Thousands of Canadians who are transgendered certainly don't need parliamentarians telling them they are strange people lurking about bathrooms. The point I seek to make is that cyberbullying occurs for a variety of reasons, not the least of which is the example we set for others, including young people in our schools. We need to do a better job here in this House of setting an example of how we treat one another. Mr. Speaker, the reason we need to provide protections against cyberbullying is that while a nasty name said on a playground hurts, it will disappear. But cyberbullying and harassment can be engraved in the public domain forever. Harassment by ex-boyfriends can lead to personal photos being posted that should not be publicized. We need to empower the victims with tools to reclaim their identities and protect them from harassment from people they know and from strangers that lurk online. Empowerment is what Joe Kaloran, a resident of Stratford, Prince Edward Island, is trying to do after personally witnessing the effects of bullying on a family member. Joe is striving for empowerment to support those who are being bullied and empowerment to change the culture in our schools. He empowers us through the Pink Shirt campaign on Prince Edward Island to stand out against bullying together. The entire City Council in Charlottetown stood together this year against bullying. They recognize that, as community leaders, we need to show a better example. We can never legislate behavior, but we can legislate some consequences to bad behavior. We do need tools and legislative enhancements to tackle cyberbullying, and I believe this bill is one that seeks to address some of those challenges. But I also realize that this bill is not likely to survive passage because of Conservative opposition. It is my hope that the government will deal with the prevalence of cyberbullying. We must assure young people who feel that they are on the margins of society, who feel that they are not included, who are subject to verbal abuse at school, that they should not have their home, their personal and private space, which has always been a refuge, violated by bullies who now extend the reach of their abuse via Facebook, Twitter, and the Internet. No young person with their whole life ahead of them should have to endure online verbal abuse and attacks on their identity. These online attacks cause such deep and lasting emotional pain that some young people simply find life too much to bear. Again, I want to thank the member for her bill and my chance to speak on it. I also want to take this opportunity to recognize and thank all Canadians working on this issue, including Joe Killorn and the many volunteers back home on Prince Edward Island for taking a stand. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased as well to have an opportunity to speak to Bill C-273, standing in the name of the member for Vancouver Centre. I, too, would like to thank her for having introduced this and for having given us an opportunity to discuss this problem of cyberbullying, which, like any other form of bullying, needs to be prevented and avoided. We often are victims of it. As the previous member mentioned, violence can not only be physical violence, it can be caused through words as well. Now, I'd like to place this debate in context in my remarks, because we're speaking to a report that was adopted by a committee I sit on, and I had an opportunity to look at Bill C-273, and in my capacity as justice critic, I have an opportunity to look at the bills that are introduced and come to the committee. All parties together, be it mine, that has put forth a number of private members' bills, be it Conservative private members' business bills or Liberal colleague bills, I examine them the same way when it comes to proposing changes to the criminal code. I look at whether the amendment is A, necessary, B, it will do what it is claimed, etc. And I think that the members of the Justice Committee know that that's the way I proceed, that's the way I analyze each of the files we're presented with. And what I often criticize the Conservatives for is something I can't not criticize as someone from another party of the Liberal Party, my own party, the Bloc, or the Green Party. And, Mr. Speaker, what we realized with the consideration of this issue in committee, because, of course, initially no one will say they are in favor of cyberbullying. No, absolutely not. However, as we say, the devil is always in the details. We need to look at what the bill sought to do. And in looking at it comprehensively, this bill in the name of the member for Vancouver Centre, and as I said when she appeared before the committee, her passion for health and these issues is wonderful. The problem here, however, lies within the criminal code. It is redundant, Mr. Speaker, because the sections covered by the bill, 273, and if I go back, in fact, to the letter that she distributed when she, to familiarize colleagues of the issue, she addressed some necessary clarification in the bill, or in the criminal code rather, as with respect to section 264 of the criminal code, and with respect to 298. The current section of the criminal code, it deals with a very generic, or in fact wording, and if we were, for example, to add the use of internet or computer to this definition by means of a computer, is like the example of a murder. Whether you commit murder with a knife or with a shotgun, for example, murder is committed. So it's that kind of similarity that I'm referring to. So adding the word computer in its strict sense poses that problem. Now, when we put the question to the member for Vancouver Centre, and I listened to the previous remarks very carefully, when we talk about cyberbullying, there are some very dramatic cases. Amanda Todd, Jamie Robley, others, Mitchell Wilson, Jenna Bowers-Bryan. It's tragic. However, on the basis of those cases, we cannot imply that we're going to achieve a different outcome, or that people who should have been accused weren't, because the criminal code is in its current form with respect to those articles. No, that's not the case. The member had no cases to put forth to the committee to show that without this amendment, we would have been unable to take action against any specific person. Witnesses who appeared, who were not personally attached to this file, stated that the provisions already existed. Now, having said that, that was one of the points. Of course, there were some issues raised at committee, Mr. Speaker, with respect to the possibility of adding other cases. Why focus exclusively on criminal harassment, on defamatory remarks, when, as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice said, we could have added cases of intimidation, bullying under 432, identity fraud in 403. There were a host of other sections of the criminal code. But with the Conservatives, when amendments are made to the criminal code on an individual section-by-section basis, it creates a situation whereby when an issue reaches the court, whether it be lawyers for the prosecution or the defense, they rely on the criminal code and look to it. If, well, in fact, Mr. Speaker, we've had amendments to the criminal code, questions that have called for us to add certain provisions from the Liberal Party, for example. But if amendments are added and they affect 6 or 7 different offenses, well, then it's improvised. That's what it feels like, and it's not designed to cover all of these criminal offenses. And in fact, I believe that it was Justice Heureux-Dubé who stated clearly in a decision that the people who designed the criminal code did a good job. Perhaps we should stop trying to chop it up into pieces, as the Conservatives are trying to do, because they think society will evolve and that at some point we may have the technology or the means that are different. So to prevent those provisions from being useless or inoperable, they are attempting to add little bits and pieces to them and to add, like in this case, the word computer. Now, I don't want to give the people watching this debate the fact that by not considering this bill, 273, we are stepping back or going backwards, in fact, on the issue of cyberbullying. No, this will never prevent a Crown prosecutor from going ahead with charges if the facts in a certain file warrant it. And I think the member for Chicoutimi-Leflore clearly showed the other extremely important aspect of this issue. The vast majority of witnesses we heard from over the course of 2 days, Mr. Speaker, were not of the view that criminalizing this behavior was the approach. Cyberbullying hurts. Anybody who's been a victim of bullying, be it here in this House, elsewhere, deserve respect. Harsh words can be spoken. Things can happen on Facebook, elsewhere. I read about a combat that was, or a fight that was set up on Facebook, and we see just how far these things can go. But we shouldn't think that this is a step back. No. I think that all members who sat on the Justice Committee and who considered this bill agreed that there would be follow-up, I would say, to the colleague to the member for Vancouver Centre, that the Justice Committee understood the comments, looked at amending it, and made some suggestions that if she wanted to come back with aggravating circumstances, for example, or factors surrounding cyberbullying or any other type of bullying, those were all tools that could be used with respect to sentencing, and that would perhaps be a better approach. Her colleague reached the conclusion that it would have taken a great deal of work, a number of amendments, and we would have needed to in fact, rewrite the bill in order to achieve what our colleague wanted to achieve. Now, I won't say any more about it. This is an issue of logic. We won't change our logical approach to criminal justice in this House, regardless of what party is involved.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am very disappointed that we're having to debate this recommendation not to proceed with Bill C-273, an act to amend the Criminal Code, cyberbullying. This bill was supported very strongly by the Canadian Teachers Federation and by the Canadian Association of Police Boards, both of whom went as witnesses to the committee. And throughout, and thousands of Canadians out there who are using the same social media now to ask people to speak to their MPs and ask them to vote against the proposal not to proceed further with this bill. This bill was supported at second reading by the New Democratic Party, and in fact, in the first reading, the government itself made a speech in which it suggested that this was a good bill and that, in fact, what was wrong with it was that it did not expand to other areas of the criminal code. And they suggested some other areas of the criminal code, such as uttering threats, such as false identity, etc. And I accepted that those could come as amendments. I expected them to come as amendments to the committee. Because I think, and we know that this bill went to second reading because the NDP supported it, and also because 9 members of the Conservative Party voted to send it to committee. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's a tradition in this House that when you vote to send something to committee, it is because you agree with the principle of the thing. You agree with what it's trying to do. You may not agree with all the methods in which it's trying to do it, and this is why it goes to committee, for amendments, to change it, to make it stronger. And not to completely say we don't like it after having promised to send it to committee and having had opportunities to bring amendments and bringing none of them. I know that my own colleague at the Justice Committee asked for amendments, begged, in fact, for amendments, was prepared to suggest amendments, but none of this happened. I want to say that this bill is inherently about cyberbullying, because indeed, the means of using the internet and, of course, electronic media and social media in order to bully or, as I said in my bill, in order to criminally harass, in order to spread defamatory libel or false messaging. Currently, the criminal code defines very clearly the means of communication by which you cannot do this. So to suggest that this is redundant is a fallacy. It isn't redundant. They are clearly listed, the modes of communication that cannot be used. Media, such as newspaper, radio, television, letters, telephone, and all of these, therefore, gave the police the ability, in laying charges or in looking to lay charges, to demand that the names of the persons who used these modes of communication be there, and actually they can go and search, get private numbers, and be able to tap phones and to do all of those kinds of things. The problem, and why the police boards are suggesting this, supporting this, is because currently, as my honourable member from the NDP said, a Crown prosecutor will lay charges. A Crown prosecutor cannot lay charges when you don't know who the person doing these criminal activities is. Because currently the police do not have the tools, and this is why they supported this bill, because they don't have the tools to be able to actually mandate or make an internet service provider say who the person doing the messaging, the false messaging, the criminal harassment is. And I refer to Amanda Todd, this tragic young woman who committed suicide. In fact, it was criminal harassment that went on the internet against this woman. But the police could not bring charges because they couldn't find out who the person was. If the person had used the media, like the telephone, writing letters, going on television and saying things, going on radios, the police had those tools. They don't have the tools. And the suggestion that it is inherent in the criminal code and that some judges have suggested that it applies to new media is not a good enough answer. You cannot only depend on interpretation of the law has to clearly state. And so what my bill is doing is suggesting that the law should actually move into the digital age and clearly name digital media and the computers and other things that are used to spread criminal activity like harassment, false messaging, and, as the government said, uttering threats, identity fraud, etc., should therefore be clearly stated. What is the problem when other modes of communication is clearly stated in this bill, yet everyone believes that you cannot state the newest mode of communication that hasn't been put into the criminal code? No one is trying to change the criminal code. One is clarifying and adding a new mode of communication. It is as simple as that. Now, I am quite prepared to add other areas. But unless it is clearly stated in the criminal code, it is left constantly to interpretation. And that is my point. It is said that many witnesses disagreed with the bill. And I would like to say I have read the proceedings of this committee extremely well. Many of the witnesses, the police boards were there, they supported the bill and said they actually needed those tools in order to find the person who is promulgating these criminal activities. We also have the Canadian Teachers Federation who said it is not good enough to prevent. Prevention alone does not work, that you have to have some kind of punitive action in some way to deal with older young people over 16 who know clearly what they're doing. Now again, judges, nothing that I'm suggesting in this bill will take away the right of a judge to make a decision based on the individual facts of the case, on the age of the person, on all of those things that cause judges to make decisions, and in sentencing. There's nothing wrong or prevents a judge from suggesting that looking at this issue and providing a sentence that is restorative justice that cannot be done. No one is suggesting that. There was also discussion, and I noted that most members of the New Democratic Party and the Conservative Party asked people who were witnesses a very clear question, which they knew was misinformation. And that was, will this bill stop cyberbullying? I said within my bill, in every speech I made in this House and at the committee, that this is only one small thing that is going to give the police the tools that they need so that identification can be made and charges brought. And we're not just talking about children, and yet continually, when witnesses talked about trying to criminalize children, this committee had heard me clearly say that cyberbullying is not only amongst children and amongst school children. It occurs in the workplace, it occurs in the communities, and we have seen examples of this constantly, and I named two because I only had 10 minutes, Mr. Speaker. I couldn't give an exhaustive list of examples. So here we have all of these things that are being misrepresented. The committee had an opportunity to suggest this is not just about children, it is also about adults, and that it is merely a clarification of the criminal code, and that restorative justice and all of those things can still occur. I am suggesting, Mr. Speaker, that this is not simply bullying. The thing about cyberbullying is that there is an anonymity associated with it. Anyone can give a false name, give a name on Twitter or whatever, and can therefore say whatever they want. When people reach outside of calling people names like, oh, you're fat and oh, you're ugly, which is psychologically damaging, but when people reach into areas where there's criminal harassment, and in fact where there is uttering of threats, and where there is libel and when there is false messaging, these are criminal acts. They are say so here. And when somebody over 16 or someone who is an adult does this, they do it because they know they cannot be found. And my point in this bill is to say, let us give the police tools to go to an ISP and say, just as I can tap phones, just as I can ask the newspaper to give me the names of the person who wrote that letter, just as I can ask the telephone company to tell me where that telephone call came from, I want to be able to do this with the ISPs, and they don't have that ability right now. So the misinformation spread around this bill is actually astounding. I don't understand. I think there is a decision not to support the bill. Then say so. Don't go through listening to witnesses, allowing this kind of promulgation of misinformation to occur, not answering the questions properly, and then asking everyone at the end of their witness thing, do you think this is going to stop cyberbullying? Of course it isn't. It is only giving tools to the police that they ask for, simply to bring a charge. Secondly, and to identify the person who is hiding behind the anonymous mask of the Internet. It is also, Mr. Speaker, very clear that I said in every speech I made here and at that committee that there needs to be a national cyberbullying strategy which must include all of the things that we do in public health, because this is a public health issue. Bully us, and the bullied tend to suffer mental health consequences of bullying, whether they bullied or they were bullied. And therefore, public health will talk about prevention. It will talk about public education. It will talk about dealing with the mental health issues of whatever is going on amongst the bulliers and the bullied. But it will also talk about enforcement. Law enforcement, we see that in addiction. But there are many stages and many facets to a national strategy, not simply prevention. We know it doesn't work alone. It is bringing all the facets together. And when people suggested that, I said, indeed, I think this is what we eventually need to do. Currently, what this bill seeks to do is to respond to the police who say...
Order. 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 Yeah. Order. The time provided for the honourable member is finished. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Accordingly, the question is as follows: that the 19th report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, a recommendation not to proceed further with Bill C-273, an act to amend the Criminal Code cyberbullying, presented on Thursday, February 28, 2013, be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yay. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 97.12, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, March 27, 2013, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. And now, in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. Now, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona, not being present to raise the matter for which adjournment notice had been given, not being present, rather, therefore the notice is deemed withdrawn. The honourable member, l'honorable député
The honourable member for Haute-Gaspésie, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, since 1967, Israel has been colonizing the occupied Palestinian territories. They have been setting up colonies. They have roads built exclusively for Jews. There are bridges. There's a so-called security wall, which is encroaching on Palestinian territory. Since 1967, Israel has had over 500,000 Israeli Jews set up home in the West Bank, including in East Jerusalem, which was supposed to be for a future Palestinian state. So to date, Israel has about 120 colonies and 100 other unrecognized colonies set up on Palestinian territory. These territories, the colonies, covered only 2% of the occupied Palestinian territory. But given all the roadways, military bases, buffer zones, and so on, and zones that are completely inaccessible to Palestinians, at least 40% of the West Bank is under Israeli control. The international community recognizes, whether it's the United States, the European Union, Russia, or the United Nations, that the construction of Israeli colonies is an obstacle to peace and conflict resolution between Israel and Palestine. The construction of colonies on Palestinian land is creating a situation, a de facto situation, which makes it increasingly difficult, both logistically and politically, to come up with solutions. This is a de facto strategy which enables authorities to establish illegal colonies and afterwards declare that it would be unfair to uproot the settlers and impossible, both politically and logistically. The expansion of Israeli infrastructure and its security forces in the colonies on operating from Israeli territory also causes economic and political problems for Palestinians. The colonies are illegal under various provisions of international law. Article 49 of the Fourth Geneva Convention, which Israel has signed, stipulates that the occupying power cannot proceed to deport or transfer any part of its civilian population onto the occupied territory. The Statute of Rome sets out the rules of the International Criminal Court, and it explicitly defines the transfer by an occupying power of part of its civilian popularity into occupied territory as a war crime punishable under the jurisdiction of the court. In 2004, the International Court of Justice officially ruled that the Israeli establishments on occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, ran contrary to international law. Resolution 465 of the UN Security Council in 1980 stipulates that all steps taken by Israel to modify or change the physical character, the demographic composition, or the institutional structure of the Palestinian territories occupied since 1967, including the construction of colonies, are a direct violation of international law. Many of these reports have concluded that the Israeli colonies and the occupied territories in East Jerusalem are a violation of international law.
To the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise this evening with the opportunity to once again remind the member of Canada's principled Middle East policy, which is not, as he wrongly implies, immoral. In fact, Canadians can be proud of our government's principled policy, and as the Minister of Foreign Affairs stated in his original response to the question, Canada has been and remains a strong supporter of the peace process. Our position is well known, and it is the same as it has always been. We are committed to a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in the Middle East, whereby two states live side by side in peace and security. We have been clear that all unilateral actions are ultimately unhelpful to the cause of peace. This, of course, includes the Palestinian Authority's provocative action and rhetoric at the UN General Assembly, which would obviously elicit a response from Israel. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member implies that we do not support the Palestinian Society. Again, I would remind him of the minister's response to this exact question. We are delivering on our commitment to provide assistance with $300 million geared towards supporting the security and justice sectors, sustainable economic development, and humanitarian needs. This assistance has been well received not only by the Palestinian Authority, but also by Israel and the United States. Mr. Speaker, Canada's position has been consistent and it has been clear. We continue to believe that the final status issues are to be resolved between the two parties. We continue to urge the two parties to return to negotiations without preconditions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Haute Gaspésie, Lamitis, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, a recent statement of the Foreign Affairs Minister was shocking, to say the least. At the American-Israel Public Affairs Committee earlier this month, the minister said that the colonies would be subject to serious consequences in terms of the assistance brought by Canada if the Palestinians complained about the Israeli colonies. It's absurd that a Canadian minister should threaten the weaker party for merely talking about or complaining about the situation. So why did the Foreign Affairs Minister threaten the Palestinian Authority if it attempted to bring its case to the International Court of Justice, which was created by the international community to protect civilians against war crimes? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I actually attended that conference and heard the minister's speech, and I can assure the member no such threat was made. But again, I must reject the premise of the member's question. Our government's position is clear. The only way to achieve a just and lasting peace is through direct negotiations between the parties. Unilateral actions on either side are unhelpful to the peace process, and we have conveyed this to both parties. Canada is maintaining its $300 million in assistance to the Palestinian Authority, but we will not recognize a Palestinian state prior to a negotiated peace agreement with Israel. We continue to be committed to a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in the Middle East, whereby two states live side by side in peace and security. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs noted in his speech to the UN General Assembly on November 29th of last year, the importance of a negotiated settlement to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is rooted in the history of the Israeli-Palestinian peace process and has been a consistent theme for the last 45 years. I can assure him that Canada remains committed to this path. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for HoC. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I chose, as the standing order permits, during adjournment proceedings, to give my speech sitting in the seat of the Minister of Public Safety to tell you, Mr. Speaker, what I would do if I had the incredible honor of being here as the Minister of Public Safety. So first of all, Mr. Speaker, if I truly wanted to contribute to the fight against crime and help victims, as the Minister of Public Safety often says, I would pass criminal legislation accordingly. But I would not offload the costs to the provinces and the territories. I would assume the burden of those costs, and so I would calculate, I would ensure that the best criminal legislation was in place so that they would have enough teeth to crack down on criminals, protect victims, and not have exorbitant costs for the provinces and territories. So, therefore, Mr. Speaker, I would not eliminate the police recruitment fund. A $400 million fund that I would have personally created in 2008 and that I would renew on March 31st, 2013, that is of this year, a $400 million fund over 5 years for all of Canada. And I would explain why this fund is so important. Why is it so important? Well, because it represents in itself the creation of a number of mixed and specialized squads. In Quebec, for example, in Quebec City, this fund represents investments in the fight against street gangs in Montreal through an investment of $37.5 million over 5 years. That created the Eclipse Squad, a squad of 46 specially trained police officers dedicated to fighting criminal groups, that is, mafia, bikers, street gangs, and violence. A group trained in criminal profiling with organized crime and violent crime, and these police officers work closely with investigators. They have an in-depth knowledge of the area and where street gangs operate, and their presence alone has a preventive effect on public safety in Montreal, especially downtown. So they have established very close ties with bar owners, for example. And in fact, the Bar Owners Union is calling for this Eclipse Squad to be maintained because it offers support to regional police teams as well. So in 2012, Mr. Speaker, I would have been proud of Eclipse because it made 540 arrests, 2 of them for murder, and it had made 42 weapon seizures. And I would have been happy to see that the money I invested had been productive, and thus, therefore, it is not surprising that the National Assembly of Quebec, the City of Montreal, and all the municipalities are calling on this police recruitment fund to be maintained. I would never have eliminated it because it would have been a very serious error for public safety in Canada, and I would have said, well, it would have sent a very bad signal to criminals because I would have said, okay, guys, it's time to play. I'm cutting this fund, so go ahead and commit your crimes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her question, and I welcome her to this side of the House. It might be a foreshadow of things to come. I'm not sure about that. Maybe she's joining the good side over here. Mr. Speaker, I do appreciate the member's question, but here are the facts. Our government has consistently supported our police officers, our frontline police officers, and the ability that they have to keep our streets and communities safer. Unfortunately, that member and her party consistently vote against our initiatives. Now, that didn't stop us. One of the things that we did initiate, and she referred to it, is the Police Officer Recruitment Fund. It was a fund that our government provided to the provinces. Again, the provinces are responsible for policing. That is a provincial jurisdiction. I would think that my honourable colleague would be very sensitive to that issue and would support the provincial jurisdiction that is allotted to them in regards to policing. Nevertheless, we believe that it was part of our responsibility, part of our mandate, and something that was a priority for our Conservative government to provide the $400 million to provinces to use to recruit new police officers. It was clear from the very beginning, as we've heard from, for example, Tom Stamatakis, the head of the Canadian Police Association, as we heard from the chiefs of police, as we've heard from provincial leaders, this was and is a temporary fund. Numerous provinces used it, again, in the way that they wanted to use it. Montreal seized this opportunity to create a specialized street gang unit. They used it, and I would think that we could be very proud of what they did. But they knew, and when they went into this agreement, they knew that it was temporary. But what we have done, Mr. Speaker, and our record shows that we have injected funds to help prevent crime and to help fight crime. For example, since 2008, we refocused on the National Crime Prevention Strategy to ensure that it would yield measurable results for Canadians. We have supported no less than 40 community-based prevention projects in Montreal. These projects represent an investment of $23.4 million over the 5-year period. Again, the opposition and this member voted against it. So I find it somewhat disingenuous, and I would ask my honourable colleague to explain how, when across the country, every police organization, every province knew that the $400 million from our Conservative government, which the opposition don't support, was temporary, and now after the fact they are complaining about the fact that we were told the provinces what it was. They used it, as is their responsibility, and we're very pleased with the way that they used it. It seems like they're trying to make some political hay out of something that nobody else is looking to have a fight about. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Huntsick. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for her invitation to join her party, but unfortunately, this is just a short moment during the adjournment proceedings because her government would have to change a great many things for me to accept her invitation. Now, that being said, I do want to say again to my colleague, yes, I understand that it was a temporary fund, but if I analyze public safety, Mr. Speaker, and I would use my judgment to say that if I was the minister, I'm making laws to jail as many people as possible, but it takes jail as many criminals as possible, but we need police officers to arrest them. So it's not a good idea to download the cost to the provinces and then imagine that they're going to manage to do everything. It's like in the United States where every state makes its own criminal legislation. If it was like that, I would understand. So I urge them to reconsider their decision because of that $37.5 million. There were 4 pillars that tackled cybercrime, and they'd helped arrest Magnata, and also Anonymous was in the line of sight of these cyber police. So it works.
Le temps est expiré.
Time has expired. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, and I do thank my honourable colleague for the support that she now is showing for our Conservative government's initiatives, like the Police Officer Recruitment Fund, and I would encourage her. She has realized now that we have introduced and we've carried forward some very good initiatives to support our police officers, to support crime prevention, and to make sure that criminals are in jail and our communities and streets are safe. And I would suggest that she begin to support those initiatives before the fact, not after the fact when it becomes politically expedient. Mr. Speaker, we continue to have strong support from law enforcement across the country. Our caucus is filled with former and current police officers, something that nobody in the opposition can discuss. Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government, the Conservative agenda, Mr. Speaker, has to do with keeping our community safe. So it's great to have the support of this member after the fact. The Police Officer Recruitment Fund was temporary. We encourage her to support all of our initiatives today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24.1.